Stocks back to the upside here so far this morning as we get going into a jam-packed week on the economic calendar. We'll get into that detailed coming up here in a few minutes. To start things off, though, that's how the overall S&P 500 is looking, basically at the levels we went out at on Friday. Just reading a headline suggesting the Strait of Hormuz seeing the highest ship traffic currently today so far than it's seen in more than 2.5 months. So that could be a positive or a sign of a step in the right direction here as yet another Trump deadline looms here for Iran as far as what happened over the weekend. Lots of truthing by President Trump in a not very friendly manner. Let's just put it that way. Whether or not they'll actually come through with some sort of deal on the back of that remains to be seen. But as I mentioned off the top, Joseph beside me once again this morning, we get GDP this week, we get PCE this week, we get CPI this week, and then we're right into earnings next week. So
action-packed.
Strap in.
Friday we had unemployment as well too, so that came in a little bit better than expected. Yeah. So that's positive. A basis point better than expected, guys. Welcome and good morning. Yes, a lot going on. We had on Thursday we had the market pop saying that Iran was being prepared or preparing to have a draft set up for you can get a clearance through the Strait of Hormuz as well too. So a lot going on in the market this week, that's for sure.
Yeah, good point. We got that jobs number back on Friday when everyone was stuffing their faces, or at least I hope you were, for Good Friday, and a little bit better than expected. So market kind of shrugging that off here this morning. We did get the futures moving higher initially on that. Did come back essentially, as I said, we're starting the day here basically right where we ended on Friday. If you remember, it was just up and away all day on Friday. Lots to look forward to, guys. We are just moments away from earnings season kicking off as well, with the banks obviously traditionally to kick things off here. But a lot of economic data to get through before we get to that. Happy Monday.
Yeah, happy Monday, everybody. Hope everyone had a good Easter long weekend. And so far, so good. I mean, we'll take it. And you know what? The other thing, too, is that we get to see a flyby by the moon at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it's the closest they've been in 60 years, apparently.
Yeah, closest we've been in 60 years. The farthest humans have ever gone away from the Earth. So you're going to see maybe some of the space names. Last week, SpaceX, they filed for their IPO. They were moving. Planet Labs is going to be, that was a runner. That was big time in play on Friday. ASCS as well. So I think these names will be fun to watch. That's for a little bit of continuation. So far, so good. I mean, it feels like the markets are pretty optimistic about, so far at least, what's going to happen tomorrow. We'll see with this deadline. But I'm not 100% sure it's going to be all roses. But for now, things are looking pretty strong. Bitcoin almost touched 70K. It's like 69.5. That's looking pretty good. And Oracle naming Hillary Maxson as CFO. Well, maybe that'll get Oracle going. But yeah, some space stocks on the mind, crypto on the mind this morning. Obviously, oil. It's good that we're not up, but we're only down. US oil's like down 1%. Like, it's nothing too crazy so far here. Like, I feel like it's good, but
oh gosh,
okay.
Hey, Randy.
Hey, Randy's in the house.
They brought breakfast already, huh, Randy?
Oh, he's throwing the bananas.
What the hell?
Well, I mean, when they're this not ripe.
Some bruises? I don't want some bruises on
You can't bruise these. They're still green.
They're frozen.
Yeah, frozen and green.
What's going on, everybody? It should be a good day here today. Yeah, here's crude oil down 1%. I wasn't sure after Brendan sort of mentioned some of those tweets a little flying off the cuff there a little bit yesterday, I felt like. But yeah, nice move to the upside right now. Wait to see what winds up happening with oil. Just upside right now, down that 1%. As Brendan said, we kind of were up and away there on Friday, and we'll have to figure out where we go now from here with USO also. Topping near that 140 marker. You sit here and you laugh, but it's a continuous move higher here in this space. I think we're gonna. I like the fact that the strait is now open a little bit, so I think we can maybe think about going short oil, but I don't know if that's the case. And then JP Morgan and everybody, the 14th kicks off earnings, so we can see. I mean, JP Morgan's up 42% year over year, or something like that. So it's like there's really nothing to worry about in the financials, but it has taken a move down. So I think this is where we talked about last week, where you can maybe sit and hide out for a while. I think banks will come up with good earnings And I think they'll be okay. But, hiding out in something before earnings is dangerous. But yeah, down where we were, and this is why it's kind of like year over year, you're picking and choosing, because down here was last April where we had all this drama. So it is a nice little move from the very bottoms. But obviously, if you just go back into the summertime, you're flat, right? So it's been kind of a steady pace here for the markets in the banking sector. And yeah, interesting story there about Oracle. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about all these, the insiders here and who's being what position and all that. But this Hillary, their new CFO. So should be good for Oracle, I guess. I don't know. Not you're looking for the CEOs or, maybe new board members and stuff. But CFO is going to be good. But yeah, Oracle right there off the bottom. We saw some of the software stocks last week. The IGV sort of make a little bit of a bump back there with Microsoft at a forward PE of just 21. Oracle, something probably pretty similar. I have to go look at that. And again, a nice little bottom being formed here potentially for Oracle in and around that 140. And then here's Softy. Again, potentially one of the better deals right now. If you consider the market in deal mode, maybe Microsoft with that PE there of 21 might be pretty good. But yeah, who knows? There's lots to talk about. I think we're going to be a busy one here today.
Yeah, a little bit busy, but you know what? If you happen to be an equity trader looking to scale, Prop Shop Trader is a multi-asset proprietary trading firm designed to remove the typical barriers that traders face. You can trade stocks without pattern day trading restrictions and no licensing requirements, while also accessing futures markets within the same environment. Prop Shop Trader offers both day trading and swing trading programs, giving traders the flexibility to manage multiple accounts and deploy different strategies. Why risk your own capital when you don't have to? Scan the QR code to unlock 60% off your first account, plus buy one, get one free. Get started today. You can scan that QR code you see out in front of you. Everybody, I do believe I just saw, we just got a super chat from JK. JKL starting it off early. What do we got? The non-beach report.
What happened?
Uh-oh, we're back in the office.
What the?
Oh, no.
Short.
Short Bitcoin from 70K. Oh, JKL.
Sorry about being back in the office, but it's good.
I
You can be
know.
in front
Well,
of
you
your
gotta
screens
come back
now,
to
so
the
maybe
office.
that's okay. And short in front, or short from 70K.
Well, if you look at what happened, it's like history doesn't have to repeat itself, but it's rhyming today. And the last time, here, I guess if I show you, here, that's that little trend line thing where we had the support off the recent low at 60K, and then this little consolidation, which I'm zoomed in on. We've broken that trend line a couple times and failed it. This one goes into the 70,000 early, and we've already tested and pulled back from 70K. Mm-hmm. So to me, like if you can't get back above there or retest to, I wanted to say 68 is where some support is. The 68.8 level looks like it could be coming in first things first. But if you fail, like if we immediately fail this top, that's pretty much what we've been doing before on Bitcoin. That said, it's still in an upward trend. If it can hold the top end over the trend and retake 70, there is some bullishness if it can do that. It's just failed every single time on this trend line. So I'm a little bit skeptical when it comes to BTC. IBIT's on my radar as well, JKL. So yeah. And oh, you know what? I just saw Jay Vandewey.
Jay Vandewey.
In the chat, they're just mentioning, guess what broke $100? Well,
oh, good.
Yeah, Netflix. Yeah, the Netflix 100.
Boom.
You don't really get the break per se because we were looking for this going into at the end of last week, but it's above $100, so should be on radars. Really, the story was once the deal went from Warner Brothers to actually the Warner Brothers deal went to Paramount Skydance. You had Netflix breaking out and it hit 100, pulled back to 90, and now you get the break away from 100. I like to buy the dip today, hopefully. I don't know if we'll get the chance at 100 again. Even if it retook underneath 100, there's some support at 99. Yeah, so Netflix definitely on the radar today. Just it won't be the breakout trade they were talking about last week in terms of going long through $100.
For me, that Bitcoin, I love the Netflix trade. That was one of the better buys. Like I sat in there and bought that at 80. I was gonna say between like 83 and 86. I can't remember the exact price. Let's go with the high side. Let's say 86. But yeah, I think what Neil was saying makes sense there. I worry that Bitcoin has formed, and I bought at 66,000 on the way in. Like that was a while ago. So it's not like I bought it thinking that there was going to be support there. I just thought it was a little overcooked. But right now you are seeing good support here between like 66 to 60, 64 to 66. So I think if you were short, that would be definitely a great cover. And I do think the risk is to the upside right now. So I would just say JKL, obviously, the man in the golden thong from last week, made some great calls on USO and on silver. So let's wait to see what happens with Bitcoin. But for me, I think it's a risky trade, and I think that you'll be appropriate with it. Look, I mean, the way the market's going, right? I think the Nasdaq could fall back into negative territory today. So if that happens, I definitely would think that IBIT comes back in as well. So it could be a good trade for sure. So thank you for the super chat, and best of luck for that. Thanks, Randy, for the reload of our coffees over here. And it should be a good one. Yeah, oil on the mind there. Tesla has some news today. IBIT's up that 4%, as you just mentioned. There's a new deal, but it's not much going on that side of things. And let me just check on our daily look early on NVIDIA. I haven't really even charted this yet. 178 upside move. I'm trying to figure out if it's going to be risk on or off day. So I don't know. Pretty aggressive terminology and whatnot coming from the president and wording on the weekend there. So I thought the market would be a little different maybe coming in today than where it is. It's the NASDAQ that's doing the heavy lifting. The ES is flat. So as oil names coming back to the downside a little bit, some of these NASDAQ names are getting pumped up a bit here. I saw Apple was trying to do some moves. They're off that 250 from Friday. And that's it's not up that much, but it's trying to break. This is what I'm talking about right into here. So we can see if Apple wants to get going through this level, that could help spark the market. But if we get another rejection at 257, then potentially back into 250. I think Apple has a 3 handle on it soon. So I really like that stock. I think even after earnings, I think we're going to see something from Apple. I really like their tie-up with Gemini. I think, the fact that their CapEx numbers don't have to be huge, I think is going to be a big benefit for the spend and the cash hoard here for Apple. So, but here we go, man. Bitcoin was at 69.6 or so. It's coming back in just a little bit. So thanks for the super chat. We're ready to rock and roll. It's oil, it's tech, and it's a Monday, and it's a stat holiday around here. I don't know what it is in the United States, but
European markets are all mostly
closed. Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know if it's all, but mostly closed in Europe. So it's
kids are off school. Probably off school in the States too. There, but okay, we'll go back. There was that. What we're talking about was that 45-day ceasefire coming, right? So that could be something that we're going to talk about today and wait. So Trump, you mentioned. I know. Oh, you didn't. Oh, did you mention it? They're speaking at 1 o'clock. I think one of us, maybe someone did.
I think Brendan mentioned.
Trump today. Oh no, you mentioned the orbiting. That's right. Yeah, Trump is today at 1 o'clock. So I think he's going to be ready to rock and roll by the time that happens. So the midday show and plus everything that we hear right now coming from the Strait. Will it be open? Will it not? Are more ships traveling through? Brendan gave us that report earlier. Looks like one of the most busiest days since this escalation is today. So we'll have to watch out for oil coming through. And then just a quick look. I know we're talking a lot. We'll get it back to the boys. Gold right now as well. So gold and silver today, not doing a whole heck of a lot. So it seems like the market's just trying to figure itself out, and we'll get answers to that. It's only 8:13, so lots to go here. Makes sense to look at the stocks that are moving around, the cryptos of the world. Tesla potentially has some stories behind it there, and I like that Apple trade. So with oil. All right, let's go back over to the desk and talk some more stories.
You were talking about the Jays before we came on there. My wife just messaged me and she was like, "Why are all the Jays hurt?"
Yeah, everyone's hurt. Alejandro's hurt.
It's bad.
Ray's off.
It's really bad, honestly.
It's tough.
IBIT coming back in, as you guys were just mentioning. You and I were just talking about Michael Saylor was busy last week once again. What was it? 4,871 he picked up last week. Now holds a total of 767,000.
More up a little bit more, and I was just typing in a little bit of numbers here. So we were saying, hey, if it were to ever go to zero, and we talk about Michael Saylor with the possibility of liquidation, no, he will never. He will never get liquidated. But if it does, and it happens to go to zero, which is very unlikely, that's a loss of $57 billion. Just like
I mean,
that.
We laugh, but
which is absolutely insane.
Just mind-boggling.
You also have to take into consideration how much unrealized gains he lost off of that 126 peak as well, too, which is an insane amount.
He's loading up again. I mean, I think he took a couple of weeks off, but it looks like, anyways, last week was the first week in a while that he was back in there buying once again. So 3.67% now, entire float is going over to Mr.
He wants to be the bank to issue digital credit, and that's his objective. So, I mean, 1 million Bitcoin, I wouldn't be surprised if he achieves that at one point.
And if anybody's wondering on that liquidation side, it was 67,000 was the average price currently, or 67. They're about 67,000 and change. So the way he's issuing debt on I think it's 20 year and longer duration. Even when the first year, I was reading this going back a month or so ago, even when the first year of potential redemption comes through, they already have enough cash on hand to be able to reimburse all of those debt holders. So he can just continue to issue stock and keep buying here. So anyways, a couple of other things going on. Tesla just popped up on my screen here. Canaccord Genuity reiterating their buy rating this morning here for Tesla. Had another ugly day on Friday, but was trying to get back higher here this morning in the pre-market. We're coming off a little bit. Didn't move at all on that number, but remember the delivery numbers weaker than expected that came out last week. But yeah, Canaccord Genuity, 420 price target. Q1 deliveries, 358,000, slightly missing estimates if you missed that last week. So we'll keep an eye on Tesla here again this week.
Yeah, and the TSA also investigation coming to an end, just saying, hey, it's not really, there's nothing really there as well too. Some of the collisions, it's when you summon the vehicle from a parking spot, it can come and meet you somewhere.
That's always
just
trippy.
like, they're too minor and there is no serious injury, so they're just kind of tossing it overboard.
I was at a restaurant, this is going back a couple months ago, but I was at a restaurant with a guy who was driving a Model X, and we, finished the dinner, came outside, we were standing on the sidewalk just exchanging pleasantries before we went on our way. And I saw him reach in his pocket and pull out his key.
Call it.
Yeah, and the car started coming. And it's so trippy to see
that's the world that we need to live in, I think, Brendo. So, like we talking about the robo-taxi being $30,000 as well, too. No steering wheel, no pedal. You're not in charge. You just let the software do the work for you, essentially, right?
At some point, though, it's like, I mean, you can just walk across the parking lot
and get to your vehicle.
I don't know.
But hey, why would you do that if you can just call your car to you at the end of the day?
That's another level of not moving. 350 though, guys. If you zoom way out, 350 on a weekly chart, it's dead center, stuck in the middle.
Tesla was pretty disappointing last week, if we're being, well, especially on, I wanted to say Friday, Thursday, especially on the way that the market was sort of able to bounce back, and Tesla was all yuck. Right, like you had the NASDAQ for most of it was just a big push, and there was like a slight boring afternoon malaise down that wasn't much, but the market held on, and Tesla couldn't. And it's just the deliveries weighing on it, valuation weighing on it. It's got this just absurd channel that's been flowing to the downside here. And you look at this and you just say, okay, well, when Tesla does something different, then you treat it a bit differently. And as long as it's in this, test to the low would be that 350 that Brendan was mentioning, which you can also find out here on the weekly as a big level. But we're just holding this channel down. So bounces off the bottom of the channel, shorts at the top. Don't think we have to worry about getting into that top here today after that deliveries miss. Slight story this morning, not as big as deliveries though with the NHTA, TSA closing an investigation. But if it gets down to 350, I think that's where you look for a little bit of a bounce play here on Tesla. And it wasn't like they missed that much on the deliveries, but we've seen a lot of companies where their valuations are higher get a little bit hit. And on top of that, there's a lot of attention going to SpaceX, which hasn't really done much of a hype bump for Tesla. Like everyone seems jazzed up for this IPO, which is rightfully so. It's going to be the biggest one of the year whenever it does happen, some point in the summer. I guess it looks like maybe that has people thinking they're not as excited about Tesla, or maybe they're going to put money from one to the other. I don't think that should weigh on it, but the ball doesn't lie. So until it breaks this channel, hopefully it breaks the channel up, and then that would be a great breakout setup. It's just not there yet. I think you'll wait for it to hit that bottom at 350.
Yeah, I was just looking at Tesla myself, and I don't know if we're anywhere near anything yet. I mean, I think with SpaceX and everything coming out, it'll be probably, that'll send some sort of nervous hands in Tesla. We saw that with when he was looking to take over X, Twitter, right? And it was just a lot of people thinking that, okay, now he's focused a little bit maybe too much on Twitter and, you know, that sort of legal battle that pursued from that. And they were saying anyways, some of the analysts, that potentially the fact that he was focusing, you know, too much on that and left Tesla behind. I don't know if that's going to happen at all with SpaceX, but I could see that sort of being some of the rhetoric over the next little while. You know, we talked about JP Morgan being near some of those April lows, or up 40% from those April lows. Tesla still has a ways to go before we're anywhere near those kind of concern levels down there at 226. Tesla actually had such a great year, doubled from those April lows, more than doubled, right? 220 up to 500. Thing is, we touched that magical top one more time that was made back here in December, and it's just been fading ever since. And I just think that you're getting into now some areas of some decent support. You know, we know that the shift now is into Optimus, and they've stopped making the Model S's and Model X. I'm going to focus their business elsewhere. So I kind of like that. I still obviously see tons of these on the road, and I know that competition is getting a little more fierce. But at the end of the day, Tesla's more than just a car company at this point. You know, more of a pure play if you're looking at something EV related. I mean, Rivian, that's all that they're doing as far as I know right now. They're working on their full self-drive as well. And it looks very, very similar. I was gonna say, this looks very, very similar to the Tesla chart. Why? Because it is Tesla. So hold on a second, hit enter and get the updated chart right there. What I was trying to look at for Rivian was this very bottom, right? It just seems like right now, similarly to Tesla, you're running into some support. So between $13.50 to $14, I think if Rivian's gonna come up with this R2 and it's gonna be a popular model, then yeah, I mean, Rivian has a lot of room to go back up to the upside, and you're holding this 200 period moving average. So I think if you're gonna go EV, I like Rivian, but as far as Tesla's goes, I still like the stock moving forward, and I still think as far as the power is concerned on that, you know, at home power, and then some of the other logistical options they have with the long freight. You know, they have also a few of those, you know, big rigs that they're going through as well. I think that could be a business for Tesla, although maybe not a major one. And then, of course, the robo-taxis. But yeah, Rivian, I think it's a good little level there. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with the futures. Like right now, the NASDAQ is just absolutely flat right here. So it's hard to give sort of an opinion potentially on the market, but you've now broken below VWAP and looking to go a little lower. So I know we're talking about Tesla. I just think as the market, this is going to be a market story. Like, you know, we had the market come back in, Tesla came back in. Like, this is just what happens. And I'm actually surprised that this is not even a little higher based on just the oil price. People, you know, like I feel like right now gas is super expensive around here. I'm sure it's very similar to where you guys are. And Tesla's really not getting any flow through of that feels right now. So I'm a little disappointed in that as well. Thought that Tesla might be going a little bit based on the price of oil, and that doesn't seem to be happening either. So I think it's a broken stock for now, but it's up 1%, which is better than the market. So that's something there. Yeah, anyways, that's a little look there on Tesla. Just trying to see Jeffries raises oil price estimates. Here we go, me. Send this out right here to you right now. Boom, there it is right now. So, you know, with forecasting WTI at 70. Wait a minute, raises oil. Oh, to 70? Okay, so he's already low on it. With WTI expected to reach $81.79 and $75 by 2027. So I don't even know.
And that's sort of the thing, like if you even go further back out, like it's just, the markets are basically saying, even if you get this conflict resolved, the shock is there. Like you've shown the strain on the supply, and it'll take a while to get things back to normal. So the R word has been thrown out there a heck of a lot, and you got to watch out for how the yields have been going. And ultimately, it's just, it doesn't feel all systems go. It's a weird one. And then, forbid things actually escalate in 24 hours. Then all bets are off. I'm looking for, I was like searching around for like what are some weak names if there's a bit of a turnaround here. I was reminded myself about SMCI and Nike from last week that both kind of, well, SMCI had its own news. I had a good day on a Friday. Nike, of course, has stunk a little bit, but then SMCI wasn't close enough to resistance at 24. Threw it on the iPad. But I want to have some names out there that feel like they're decent fades. as well, because I'm not feeling super rosy. Like 1 point on USO is all we got. Like and this was, like, when you consider, like, it was a pretty hefty mover on Friday. Like oil prices, or Thursday, I should say, sorry. I'll make that mistake a bunch of times today. It was a big, hefty mover. I know the afternoon wasn't much, but you had a huge gap up, and then we had just monster volatility, especially with that $8 drop, and then it came all the way back. To just be sitting inside the Thursday range is a bit weird to me. But if we lose, we lose 136 here, that would be pretty bullish, and ultimately, we are kind of trending down toward it. So for now, there's a bit of strength in the market. Just not nearly enough, though. I really do not feel like this is.
Yeah, I know. That's
we had one up week out of the last 6, and you want to feel like continuation. I just can't get my hopes up. Like I listen, like everybody else. I think when you saw like the response from the president, like it didn't feel like that was going to be a good thing on coming Monday. Looking at the tone of it, but yet here we are up 1/3%, and I found myself unconvinced.
It's. I think it's that 45-day ceasefire thing. Like I think that's like
that'd be good.
That's holding the market up right now. I just wonder if that's what's happening. You know, I hope it is, and I think we have President Trump speaking at around 1 p.m. scheduled today. Doesn't mean he won't throughout the day. Adara's off again, but we have a great news source. I was just actually right here. We have Benzinga, but we also have a little news program here that we've sort of created as well. So, we're going to be scanning through Twitter and different resources and whatnot to get these stories to you. So we're excited for, again, another big day. But yeah, Tesla up 1%. Looks like it's bucking the trend just a little bit. And there's the futures. Like the fact that we're hovering right around VWAP right now and not really doing anything definitely gives us some sort of an idea here of neutrality to start the morning. What's up, Brendo?
Shout out to our friends over at Medicus, MDCX, with a headline coming across here this morning. Medicus Pharma is submitted their optimized phase 2 study designed to for the U.S. FDA for their Traverolex targeting acute urinary retention in men with enlarged prostates. This updated study is focused on speed and capital efficiency with a smaller patient group, faster timelines, and early data read expected in about 12 weeks. Notably, the study is being led by Dr. Stephen Kaplan, a globally recognized leader in urology. There are currently no approved drugs to prevent reoccurrence of this condition, and Medicus is targeting a potential $2 billion market. MDCS, guys, Medicus Pharma, coming through with a headline there this morning. Let's bring in our friend Michael Nosh, joining us on a Monday to talk a little bit about what has been happening as well. I mean, not only last week, but going into another economic calendar heavy week, Mr. Nosh, with all eyes on True Social once again this morning and over the weekend with F-bombs flying and, all kinds of nonsense going on between the U.S. and Iran. So give us an overview here from your perspective. Technically, where are we and what we need to know here going into a very important week?
Yeah, in my ultimate quest to shut out the noise, I've decided to try to get rid of Twitter on the weekend. So I only saw all that stuff this morning, which was fantastic. But technically, we are bouncing at a pretty perfect area. And, I talk about this sometimes that when things are a little bit too perfect, I start to wonder a little bit. And this is like kind of picture perfect that we're seeing here in the market. So this chart is essentially just the purple line is the anchored VWAP, anchored to the very low of the tariff tantrum. And this is a weekly chart right here. So the average price of the average market participant, if you started to buy around the tariff tantrum, your price is like right at that purple line, which you can see we bounced like almost picture perfect at, which is, again, a little bit surprising. And I guess not. If you read Brian Shannon's book, I guess it should be doing that. But when the market acts that perfectly, I start to get a little bit confused, a little bit wonder of what's going on. But the best part about this is that now we have an anchor for relative strength and relative weakness across the markets. And I get asked this all the time. Most people, when they look at relative strength, they're like, what, do I just buy the strongest thing? Do I just buy the stock that's up the most or the one that's done the best on the year? But the problem with that is there's a lot of, is your stock just volatile, more volatile than it? Is it, in a sector that just might be hot at that time? But by using something like an anchor to an anchored VWAP, you're basically saying, okay, it doesn't matter if you're a high beta stock or a low beta stock or whatever it is, this is where the market is. So if you're doing better than this, if you're holding above this anchored VWAP a little bit better, then there is some more relative strength there. People are selling a little bit less, they're buying a little bit more, and that's what we want to see. So I brought out a bunch of sector charts with some kind of themes that are interesting. The next one is MDY. So we went from the SPY, which is your mega caps, your giant companies, down to MDY, which is your mid caps. And these are, 10 billion to, I think, 50 billion or so. So, your middle companies. Most of these you probably actually haven't heard of because there's going to be a lot of, industrial names and regional banks in there. A lot of companies that are good, but not, household product names. And you can see didn't really touch that price, bounced well before that. And just overall, if you look at the SPY, had a down week 2 weeks ago and then an up week last week. And this one was about flat last week. And then, so it's had 2 up weeks in a row, technically, holding above that level. The next chart here is your IWM. So now we're going down the cap scale again. These are your 2,000 smallest guys, right? Mom, pa kind of companies. And the same stories. They held up better 2 weeks ago and even further above that anchored VWAP. And then you can see the horizontal purple line I drew just to show that was the high in 2021 and then the high again in 2025. And we held that pretty perfectly there as well. Next chart here is your IWC, which is not a very liquid ETF, so I don't really watch this on a daily chart, but on a weekly chart, it's interesting. This is your micro caps. So this is companies up to $2 billion. So your little tiny guys. And you can see more of the same story, relatively outperforming the S&P 500 and holding well above that VWAP, not really touching that. And the reason for that is in this last chart. And this last chart is the MAGS, or the MAG 7 companies. So this is just an equal weight version of all of the MAG 7 names. It's a great ETF if you just want to track what these guys are doing. You can see weeks ago, broke down under that VWAP from the tariff tantrum low, hasn't been able to get above. So the beauty of being able to find a anchor point like this that makes sense is that you're very easily able to just to go through chart after chart and see where is there more strength and where is there weaker strength, while taking out whether or not your stock is just high vol or beta or just moving because it's a kind of a crazy stock that moves. It's a pretty clear thing here that we are moving away from, and have been some time, a lot of these MAG 7 names. And relatively speaking, we're getting smaller companies and mid-cap companies kind of catching up and doing much better. So I don't know if this is a rate story or if it's just a how much bigger can NVIDIA get story, but it seems to be, at least, that we've been talking about this for months now, this rotation continues. So if you're someone who's looking at the SPY, everything looked a lot worse than if you were someone looking at the small caps or the mid caps. So better hunting ground anyway. You're talking 2,000 names versus 500. I just think based off the charts that I'm seeing, looks like that trend's going to continue.
And something we've been talking about going back a couple of months now, right back to the beginning of the year. That's a perfect visual indication of if you had to sum up this year. Just go back through those 3 or 4 charts that we showed you to get a perspective of what has happened. If you go down to the next level, then, is there an area in this group where you actually might, look at an individual name, look at finding an individual trade?
Yeah, well, what I'm looking down, I've got Claude working right now, and what he's doing with my back tester is actually going through and grabbing individual stocks from the Russell 2000 and saying, show me ones that are nowhere near this anchored VWAP. So I think you can do the same exercise on the individual level. So for example, mid caps. I like trading mid caps. A lot of people like trading mid caps because you're leaving a lot of the junk behind in small caps. To be a mid cap company, you have to be a pretty good, profitable, cash secure type company. But you still have room to grow because you can get bigger. If you're NVIDIA, like how much bigger can you actually get? So that area is interesting to me. So you could either programmatically or with AI assistants go through them, or just manually and just start finding and drawing those names. Industrials in those space actually still look really strong here.
There's been a lot of focus and a lot of attention on space, everything related to space of late. The past couple of weeks. I saw a few people mentioning this morning those stocks even holding up a little bit better than the market. If you go back to the end of last week, a big day, up day, obviously on Friday, or on Thursday rather, not Friday. But if you had to, throw out a one or two here that you're looking at, anything top of mind?
Well, I own some of this, and it's a smaller company, so I just want to disclose that I have some. But I do like the chart. I don't have it with it, but it's an SATL. It's a Satellogic. It's one of those same names. I remember I brought you guys the charts a couple weeks ago of the space names, and they look great. Yeah, there it is perfectly. And I just look, if you zoom way out, this $5 area that it bounced off last week has been super important for this name. But again, very small cap, very speculative, right? Be very, very careful. And I'm talking my book. I'm in from 5. So I just want to put all those disclaimers out there. But I think like most things, you can start to, as there's more talk of the SpaceX IPO, and really, this might be controversial, I bucket these in the same group as industrials because I think they're going to have to work together. If you're going to start launching rockets, you're going to need the Caterpillars of the world. You're going to need a lot of these industrial, like giant machine manufacturing kind of guys. So I think you look at this as a high beta industrial play. If industrials continue, then I think these space stocks continue with them, and you're going to get way more juice in like an ASTS or a Rocket Lab or an SATL than you will in a Caterpillar. But I think it's kind of the same story. It's just big, giant machines doing real-world things. So if you want to go lower, if you're a little bit worried about some of these names, then maybe a Caterpillar, a John Deere, or something like that. But if you want to go crazy, there's a lot of these crazy space names out there.
Maybe a conversation for another day, Friday, or even into next week. We're right around the corner here from earnings season. Could potentially be the first opportunity that we start to see some of those other areas of the market that we've been talking about since the beginning of the year, outside of the Mag 7 and tech in general, starting to post some earnings reports and maybe even forecasts on the back of essentially what you were just saying, that are better than we have seen for quite some time versus even tech. General thoughts here ahead of earnings season.
Yeah, and I have a perfect chart that I saw this weekend. I think it was Duality Research. I'll bring it on Friday, but actually showed that we're actually getting a divergence in the S&P 500 for the first time in ages of earnings and the stock price, where as of the last earnings season, the components of the S&P 500 made more money than they ever had in history. And generally speaking, stocks and earnings will move together. If you have large downturns in stocks, it's because they're making less money. And, if the stocks are going up, it's generally because they're making more money. And we're getting that split for the first time ever, which essentially means that we're getting multiple compression. Is that stocks right now are getting cheaper because they're making more money and they're not really getting the benefit of that making more money. So if that trend continues for any length of time, it's one of those divergences in which something has to break. Either earnings has to tick back down and the market was just forward looking in the fact that we're going to have some earnings degradation, or we're going to have prices tick back up. So it's a really interesting quarter. I think it's going to be one of the most important out there because you don't see multiple quarters of this divergence happening. So I think it's like a do or die period for the whole AI making us all more money. And we've got this quarter and maybe next. And if not, then it turns out that price was right. And then we start to see earnings pull back with it.
It's definitely been heading in that direction as far as, the spend. We've talked about it in depth for tech in general. But yeah, fascinating. We'll see how that plays out. Michael Noss, great stuff. We'll catch up again on Friday.
I'll talk to you Friday. Have a good one, guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Michael. And people
I like that idea.
Yeah, people looking at some space names, and I know he mentioned a small one in there, and there was a question while that was going on about Planet Labs, which, hey, it's in the space, pun absolutely intended. It's on the watch list today. It was big time mover on Friday. I'd say one of the cleaner charts I suppose, on Friday, maybe into a, here, let me move that out of the way so you can see, maybe into a bit of a 37 double top. This needs to break. This is like a clean case of, well, you've gone far enough. Either you fill in a little portion of the gap for dip buys, or this needs to break out that 37 spot for sure. But it's definitely a good one out here. You're going to be watching it. The volume's only okay. Most of the bigger volume was going to be on Friday. I don't know if it'll do more. Thursday. I don't know if it'll do more today, and pre-market a little bit light, but worth a watch in here as well. Let's get to the super chat here, Anji. Throw it up there for us. What do we have? We've got Golf Franchise.
Ooh,
yeah.
Masters Week.
Without you-know-who, the top 3 best-performing U.S. consumer cyclical stocks indicate a stretched consumer. 5, Ross, where Sean got that shirt, and TJX as well.
Raw stores, eh?
Yeah, Raw stores, 5 Below,
TJX
as well.
Yeah, thanks about the shirt. I have no idea where we got this one, but probably like a Winners or Raw stores or something like that. It's probably close to being right. Yeah, look, I mean, I think that when we talk about the retailers, TJX has been a big winner. Some of these, what do they call them, like off-rack stores or whatever, where you get, maybe last year's models or fashion, so on and so forth, a little bit of cheaper brands. We have stores here like a Winners or a Marshalls or like a Home Sense, things like that. And so, yeah, TJX has really been working out. I mean, I have Target in the account there with a 4% dividend. I really like Target. That's really grown on me as well. And then Walmart's been traded really nice. But I think that, yeah, these consumer names continue to go higher. And I'm surprised at how strong some of these names continue to be. We have higher end, retailers like a Macy's and stuff like that. That's not creating the same bump that those Raw stores and I have to look at ROST, but TJX, you can see it's almost in the opposite here as we have TJX pushing highs, Macy's pushing lows, and we've had big box stores close. Many of the big, huge malls around here now have some of the biggest retail spaces completely empty, as we had a company here called Hudson's Bay Company. They went bankrupt and unable to get out of receivership there, and nobody wants their stores either, so they're being filled up by restaurants or whatever in some of these big malls. And then TJX, and a lot of these discounted places continue to be pretty strong. And it's in the, SPG, the Simon. I like Simon Property Group. I mean, some of these outdoor malls, when I think about, where in here in Canada, where like a Winners are, or where some of the shopping tends to be, it's in these like bigger outdoor complexes. So Simon Property Group, one of the largest mall and real estate, their owners in the United States, Simon Property Group management companies in the United States. So you can watch out for SPG. But yeah, I think the consumer could be okay here as long as we don't, slip into. I think GDP is going to get lowered. I think the higher oil prices are going to definitely affect.
Its way through. Yeah.
Well, exactly, will work its way through. And so I expect to have a little bit of a tough go here, I think, in some of the retail names moving forward. I mean, just less money in the pockets of the consumers, right? And I think a lot of that story is energy based. So we'll have to wait to see how that trickles through. I think that's a good way of putting it. So
and one retail name, not to beat a dead horse or kick them while they're down. Nike's not down today. Nike's flat today. So remember, they got woodshedded, and this seems like a pure continuation play, so long as it holds under. I think I said 45 on Friday or Thursday, and I'll stick to that as a bit of a key level. If not, the initial close price after their earnings, which was like 44.7. But until proven otherwise, these guys are broken pretty decisively, down to 10-year or 11-year lows. And if there's any, if you're starting to throw on the R word and you think that the consumer is stretched, well, you had 3 charts up there that all look pretty good and one which looks absolute trash at this point for Nike. I do think there's going to be a turnaround at some point. The brand is good enough. They do a ton of sales, but there's just been no bottom in sight, and they're not cheap enough. You heard Michael talk about multiples and how there's a bit of compression going on. Well, it's not just in the good names. Like Nike is one of those. Everyone's like, yeah, but how can it be so bad? How can the stock price be so bad when they turn so much money and they have so much brand loyalty and they do so much in sales? It's because it's still not cheap, and the growth isn't there to justify it anymore. So a name like this is getting hit, and if there's enough strength in this market, I don't know that necessarily is true, to maybe get it back into to 45. I think this can be a bit of a fade today. Yeah, Nike going to be on watch for sure for me as a retail name. Can't avoid it, and we're getting into earnings season. These guys are happy to have gotten out of it so that attention can go elsewhere.
As a note on CrowdStrike, CRWD didn't really move on it, but worth a note, 401 got taken out there. Very, very light in volume so far this morning. Just announcing a $500 million increase to their share buyback program, current share buyback program. This brings the total authorized amount of the program up to $1.5 billion for CRWD. Another one that has been in quite the drawdown here, $380, is actually this level. If you zoom way, way out, when's that? That's, you got to go all the way back to 2024. That initial high from 2024 still holding as support here. But I mean, the cybersecurity space was initially caught up in this whole software Mageddon, if you want to go back to that again, but trying to hold here on key levels.
Trying to hold, so that buyback is going to be about roughly 400,000, a little bit more than 400,000 shares. But yeah, this name, I personally had it for one of my picks. I just figured, I didn't think with all this AI movement that the cybersecurity be one of the first things off the shelf, essentially. And some of these names have been hit really hard. The PanWs, the Zscalers. Zscaler down 60% off of its highs. And then we have CrowdStrike down substantially as well, too. So a lot of these cybersecurity names hitting bear market territory, like the Mag 7 as well, too, Ben.
At some point, you got to think, you know, it's worth testing the water somewhere, you know, in this area. You have some options data over there. You want to jump into that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just talking about the overall market, guys, and some of the names being down substantially. I mean, we have the Microsoft still down 30%. We have Apple down double digits as well, too. Tesla down 27%. So what I'm getting at here, essentially, the fact that the SPY, the SPY, is only down 7%, I think we're in some good we're in some good hands right now. Strike price 660 is what we're going to be looking at here today. Bid in the ask, relatively tight within the SPY, but this is going to be expiring tomorrow afternoon. But one thing that I really wanted to point out here, guys, is just that our implied volatility, considering that we have a truth every hour on the hour, it seems like a volatility spike within USO and the oil trade, that this volatility within the overall market hasn't really upticked. So are we that fearful considering that the SPY is only down 7% off of its highs, which isn't bad whatsoever? And I think that, well, there's no fear, there's no increase in implied volatility, and if these Mag 7 leading into earnings start to get a pop and they get the pop off of the earnings announcements, you can see the market start to climb a little bit higher as well.
Yeah, going to be focusing, again, I think most of these reports going to be focused entirely almost on the spend, as it has been the past
Exactly. And what Michael Noss was talking about not too long ago, are we starting to see the efficiencies of AI come into play? We had Block layoff around 10,000 employees saying, hey, we don't need them. We did overhire, but we're starting to become more efficient in it, so we don't need half of these jobs. Essentially.
Oracle and other.
Yeah, exactly. Oracle, different story, right? They gotta pay for things, unfortunately. But we're starting to see things. Amazon as well too, doing layoffs, so 30,000 employees. Yeah. So we're starting to see somewhat of these efficiencies come into play.
Going to be a few weeks before we get into big tech or some of the bigger names, but the banks right around the corner here for this quarter. So going to be interesting. SLV, a couple people talking about this morning, trying to hold above the range from Friday. Had a nice recovery. It was almost initially, as soon as the market opened, we just ripped right back to the upside after the gap down on Friday. Same story for equities in general, but this is a key level, guys. $66 here on silver, trying to hold, or the ETF anyway.
Yeah, trying to continue this little reversal that's got going on. I think in this this particular case, like you had the gap down as on Thursday when you had that oil gap up, and then the reversal was the story, and it held all day long on Thursday. Able to close at the highs, able to show some strength. It's been sort of weighed down at one point by the USD, and with the same thing with gold. The concern, I mean, some of the concern that you would have, I guess, continuing this little trend break that it's doing right here, would be anytime people throw the R word around, anytime people start thinking about the demand. We were just talking about the consumer. We've also been talking about the labor market in terms of weakness, and now you have to start thinking about inflation, throwing that R word around and contracting some economies globally, and that could put some pressure on silver as well. That said, ball doesn't lie yet. It's holding above prior highs. If you have a distinct triple, quadruple, whatever top it has at the 66, as long as it holds that, you got to feel a little bit good about it. I don't wonder if we're not in for one of these types of opens. Like you go back to Wednesday where it just sort of danced around, bounced a couple of times off the lows, bounced a couple of times off the highs, didn't really do anything new until literally the middle of the day. Like it broke out the highs at almost, it was like 11:30 when it finally made a secondary move. That's the feel that I currently have. So when you look at that support at 66, it's like, okay, well, be patient this morning. I wouldn't want to chase anything here on silver, and it's had a few of those types of opens. Like you start to look back and remember what this usually does at the open. We tend to test some of the bottoms, like you test the bottom there, actually broke through before bouncing. Even on a strong day, like you're holding those lows at the open. So it's tended to, if you like that long, test and show you that low, at least early, and then that's your chance to go instead of chasing out any highs. And then don't forget, this is something where if you ignore what happened on Thursday, both Tuesday and Wednesday, it's real. Like it had breakouts that were just as good in the afternoon. Like you waited until noon until it was breaking out levels, or you waited till 11:30 when it was breaking out levels, and you got just as good of a move as you did in the morning. So I think specifically, Bitcoin tends to do the same thing as well, where a little bit of patience off of the open tends to pay off. I think waiting for that 66 to at least show you a bounce would be the proper way to go.
Yeah, I'm just responding to Joe here. Look at Marvell here. Here's another strong stock, right? I mean, we want to talk about playing some trends here as well. I mean, I like the silver trade. I think we've looked at SLV and traded that, and ZSL is another way of looking at it. But here goes Marvell one more time today, up another 2%. Marvell and Intel on my watch here now. Thanks to Dane Generous there for the Intel idea. But there's Marvell breaking through that $100 mark and holding. We did have, a little bit of excitement there when we dipped back in, and that was a great opportunity. And we talked about potentially getting long into that. If you got long at $90, even if you took 90, which is not the greatest price 3, 4, 5 days ago, you're up to 109 now already. So that's another, that just off those lows, you're almost up 15%, 16% right now for Marvell, adding another 2 points to that name here today. Watch out for 108. Really like this name. We talked about the sum of the parts. If this AI story is relatively early, which I think it is as far as some of these names are concerned, Marvell still has a lot of room to run up to the upside. So this name continues to work. And Joe mentioned CrowdStrike was a pick of his. Marvell was a good one of mine. I have a couple bad ones. But there goes Marvell right now, right up into some more areas. Let's see if we can get, honestly, we were looking at this 120, 125. I haven't sold anything up here. The last time we got some out was right in this area of $100. And then we haven't done anything recently. So we'll see if Marvell can continue to mature up into this 125, 130 area there for MRVL. So we'll wait and see where that gets going now. And just looking at a name like NVIDIA, we're looking at the market, and Neil just turned to me a couple minutes ago and was like, I haven't seen a long time where this has been sort of doing absolutely nothing. And I think that when you're looking at an NVIDIA, we saw Tesla moving around a little bit, but Apple was flat, NVIDIA's flat, maybe some names starting to come back just a little bit here. So it's going to be a very, very interesting day where you're looking for potentially stories. We had that CrowdStrike, it's not really moving on that, but you're looking for some story names, right? And some stocks that are maybe bucking the trend one way or the other. So like I would choose today NVIDIA. If I was looking short in the chip space, that would be a short because it's only up 0.1 and then AMD's up 0.6. So it's just these little channel checks that I try to do early just to see if there's some momentum somewhere and maybe potentially where that would be and what names are strong versus what names are weak. So right now it looks like AMD trying to break through, and then we'll probably, I'm not sure what's going to be on the rundown, but I really, Intel right over here, since we broke through that $50 mark, Intel's been a really surprise to me because we're sold some up here, did not buy anything back as we made a move back down, and we put that money to work some other places as well. But $44 right there was such a great hold. We dipped down a couple days through there, but what a good hold there for Intel. And now looking to take out some of the highs again, INTC. So this should be on the radar as well, up 2%. So got a couple of those names working on it. I'm looking for one more here that we're going to be adding. I like some Palantir today as well. And then I don't know, maybe some Robinhood. As the market we talked about how good Robinhood should be if crypto bounces back and gives out better fields for some of these depressed assets, right? And so there we go, man. Robinhood with Starlink and SpaceX and all these SpaceX, Starlink wrapped up there. If that IPO and when that happens with OpenAI as well, IPOing, and then Anthropic IPOing, like we should be able to see Robinhood get back up to the upside as trading starts triggering those fingers of active traders. So that would mean Robinhood gets more business, which means, you know, hopefully a bump in the price. So yeah, we'll wait to see if Robinhood does anything today, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor, and I'll take some of that cash over here right now, $70 for Robinhood.
More of a Little John guy.
Yeah, you're more of a Little John guy?
Yeah. Pretty legit as well.
Oh, that kind of Little John, yeah. Yeah, exciting. Oh, Netflix breaking 100 also. That was the other one that I thought, and we already talked about it. We got a super chat of it, and it's broken through. So we want to thank everybody for participating in that and bringing more strong names to our attention, right? So like, doesn't have to have news. They got that $87 billion back because they did not acquire, obviously, Warner Brothers there. And then they got the breakup fee. So it's good, man. It's been a nice run. This is sort of the action off of the breakup there and pass off to Paramount PSKY. Dips down into $90, looks really good on the hold right there on a daily chart. You're starting to get like a little bit, another shoulder action there, possibly shouldering up again, but we're looking to break through this $100 mark. So I think Netflix could be here, there. Why are we supposed to add? That's very, very good.
Create Utopia, fantastic question, yes. And we're glad that you asked this question. The reason we ask all of our viewers when you're typing in the chat, and first off, if you're in the chat, congratulations, you've found a great community. If you're not, then jump in while the water is warm. It is a subs-only chat, so hit the subscribe button and jump into the chat. We have something called our stock visualizer. It's something we all look at intraday so that we can see the names that are popping off in lists. Maybe we're not trading something that everyone in the chat or half people in the chat are interested in and all excited about, and we want to get to it. Maybe something pops off out of nowhere. We got to keep our ear to the ground for the news. You'll see PFSA, that's a small capper, is on the watch list. That's Profusa. Profusa is the name of the company. Small cap up over 100%. Netflix, we just mentioned. Tesla, which is in play. The SPY. Nokia. Hey, that's a name we don't talk very often. We already talked Marvell there. Planet Labs, SoFi is going to make the list. SanDisk and Micron, both up 3.5% as the memory chip names are in there. So that's why we ask you guys to do the dollar sign. So if I were to say, I don't know. I'm just gonna say SoFi because why not? It's already on there. My brain just went, and I would love if it would break $16. So I type that in. You'll see it pop in there. See BBAI, MAST, a couple of others. ARM, Tesla, and so that's the idea. It's just for us to be able to visually see what everybody is interested in. But yeah, actually, before we go back up, I know we're gonna go up to the boys. Yeah, Micron and SanDisk. Why not? That looks pretty good. Both of these breaking through very, very barely last week's highs. I mean, like you're eking through at least here on Micron. After the hefty pullback, it's back above that key 370 level, and I just missed that super chat, I believe, because I turned my head.
Did we have a super chat?
Okay, no, never mind. Maybe it wasn't a super chat. I just saw it pop on my program monitor there. Maybe it was not a super chat, but thank you guys for the question, and thank you for contributing the symbols.
Yeah, keep hitting that.
Keep doing it. As long as I don't really know. I think usually we have a poll by now too, but I'm not sure we want to ask for a poll today.
Why don't we just ask first 15 minutes?
All right, let's go.
Yeah, like are we looking like long or shorter? Okay. I don't know, up or down. I don't know how we want to word it. First,
we liking for
first 15-minute bias or something. I don't know. Figure that out.
Long. I'm just going to keep it to long or short. Keep it very, very simple. So we'll start the voting in there. And so now all of a sudden, if you type 1 in the chat, that means you're bullish for the first 15 minutes right off the open, and we'll say the SPY. And then if you type 2, that means that you're bearish. I'm not giving you guys another option because I feel like today, if I sit on hands and neither, everybody would pick neither today. So I think I don't want to do that one.
Yeah, I think it's an obvious one to say, like, sitting out.
Because I think everybody would just say that, so that doesn't really help us. Right now we're looking at 46, 53, 54, so it's close to 50-50, which is not a surprise to me given what we're seeing. Nothing definitive, slightly to the short side. I mean, very, very barely. We'll leave that one up until about, once it gets closer to 9:30, the questions for the first 15 minutes. And we'll see if that actually gets any kind of a lead. So I'd say slightly the shorts are winning, but only barely so.
All right, good poll there. Yeah, make sure no matter what you're watching on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, wherever we're streaming, make sure you do hit it. It attaches to all of your accounts. So make sure you do hit it and you can vote there and get it going. We'll look at that again like at 9:15 or so and see if we've changed any of our opinion, because right now, yeah, it's hard to have
50-50.
one. As we wait for more news to hit the market. It's a pretty slow news day to start with, but there's a lot of covers that we need to take here. Bitcoin's going to be a good one as well. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about oil, probably some silver and gold coming through. Tesla's one of the top stories there today as well. So let's get back over the desk and start our rundown.
I was just reading a note here from Citigroup as well, now pushing their expectation for the first cut out to September. Was June. There went all the way out to September with that. It's worth noting today, however, dollar downside 2 days in a row. We have yields downslide, kind of a little bit. It's been 2 days in a row of chop on the long end anyways, the 10-year and the 30-year back in the red, which should theoretically help overall for the market anyways. I mean, Citigroup didn't move on that, but it's worth noting banks a little bit stronger than the overall market heading into the weekend back on Thursday as well. If you haven't done so, watch list link is below in the description. I think it's a second link down below. We'll get you to the sign up page there. All you need is your email address, and you can have that for free. Has everything you need to know that's moving around in the pre-market on it every single day. And then you come join us at 8 o'clock. Tesla, top of the list here this morning. Couple of notes. There were 2 or 3 analyst notes on this morning. A couple of initiations on the positive side for Tesla, a couple of price target increases. I mean, it's been back and forth. We had a really bad day on Thursday, not Friday, Thursday, going back to that deliveries number. If you missed it, quarterly deliveries number, huge miss. I think it was expected, but I mean, it did come in a little bit worse than it was expected.
Yeah, I think that we were expecting that, Brando. We also had, as you mentioned, deliveries. We had the TSA also this morning as well, too, down 27% off of the highs. It's been a little bit of a rough ride for Tesla, but I think with this name, we just remain forward-looking. $30,000 for the robo-taxi. I think a lot of people are going to want to get their hands on it. The robotic side of things via Optimus, obviously. So it's been a tough run. I think we're putting everything to the side with the EV aspect of things and just going to remain forward-looking. And hopefully he starts mass producing and hit some of these deadlines that he's mentioned with the production of robo-taxi, and we can start spitting these things out.
I read a really interesting article. It was on X on the weekend. It's a different take on the robotics side, and it was going back to the Artemis mission and the moon, essentially. And they were essentially saying, can Tesla make enough robots that they can send the robots to the moon to set up the entire operation of whatever it's going to be on the moon, to bring back the rare earths, because apparently there's a ton of rare earths up on the moon. So that would be step number one. I saw somebody in the chat actually mentioning earlier, can Tesla robots make Nike shoes for Nike in the US at a cost basis that actually makes sense?
Well, we know the mechanics of these things aren't the best yet. The brain is there. If you look at some of these Chinese robots, they're doing kung fu and they're fighting all these crazy stuff, right? And we're still struggling to get into the kitchen and figuring out where the kitchen is moving. Pick up a fork on this side here. But I think eventually if we get there, I wouldn't be surprised. Elon would most definitely be sending his robots to space.
You make a good point. I mean, those Chinese videos, or the videos of the robots, they seem like they're like there or thereabouts, like ready to go.
They're leagues ahead, essentially, from the movement, the mechanical movement of the robot.
We shall see. That continues to be the narrative, however. We are leaking, to say the least, right now. Still positive, guys, but on the way back down here in a hurry.
Oh, hearing you guys talk about the advancements with the robots, I find it's a little bit frightening, because you start to get Optimus with expert timing, and we could be in some serious trouble for sure. Because again, kicks be fast as lightning, everybody. We'll get to some Tesla, but we have an important message first.
Yeah, we do. Here's a biotech and life science company to put on your radar. It's Medicus Pharma. The ticker is MDCS. Medicus focuses on accelerating the clinical development of novel and potentially disruptive therapeutic assets that serve large target markets. Right now, they have 2 portfolio companies, SkinJect, which is developing a non-invasive regime to treat skin cancer, and Antev, which is developing Teverlix for acute urinary retention and cardiovascular high prostate cancer. What's interesting is Medicus looks to advance therapies through phase 2 studies while pursuing licensing or strategic partnerships with larger pharmaceutical companies that can then move these therapies through late-stage development and commercialization. It's a collaborative and very capital-efficient development model. As clinical studies become more complex, Medicus provides the structure and support needed to help bring these innovative therapies to patients who are waiting. It's definitely a company to watch. MDCX, Medicus Pharma. So thank you for that sponsorship of this segment. Yeah, you mentioned Tesla there. I mean, it is starting to move around a little bit here. A little bit better than the market, up 0.71. But as Brendan said, starting to get it, into the downside. I've always thought that when Tesla breaks pre-market levels, it has a good tendency to continue to follow that trend. So there goes Tesla right now, breaking through 363.50. So I think that, although early I was debating, I'm going to get this note out right now, was debating the long there on Tesla. I think I'm going to go short now. We've actually broken through some of these pre-market levels. It doesn't mean I'm just going to go short immediately, but I think the momentum here, downside on Tesla, it's only down $1. That could easily change. So we can now look at, I would favor the short because of this move. It's only 9:05. We could be all the way back here before 9:30 hits, but I like the short, especially if we can get back to VWAP, which we'll probably do. And then, where do you get out? It's about as easy of an out as possible. The high is 365. We just punch out if it breaks 365. I mean, it's a pretty easy go there to get out of this name. And if you look back to where we were, and I'll pass over to Neil for some of his analysis, but if you look back to where we were there on Friday, it's a nice drop basically from this 365. I mean, if you are going to extend it out and you do like the short idea, we could not break since noon there 366.50. So this 366.50 seems like something there from the afternoon. So if you're looking short, I think that could be your out. And yeah, this looks like a pretty decent high area as well. The lows before this break happening right there, 365. So I think that's a good short for me on TSLA. However, most of my ideas are long looks, just waiting for the market to fall back in and give me a long. But I think Tesla for now can be shorted back to zeros, and then we see what winds up happening. Still right now up 0.64.
Yeah, I'm not much different. I wrote 370 is the only thing I wrote down for Tesla. And we were talking about this channel from before. Like, it's channel down. So story, no story. This one is pretty clean in terms of its trend, and revisiting the bottom makes a little bit of sense. You had that 370 top before. You basically had a fail above it on Wednesday, all that good stuff. And before we throw it back to the desk and talk a little bit about oil, I'm a little disappointed in the chat. Because up at the desk, Joe said kung fu fighting. Okay. Before we threw to the ad, I threw in both like expert timing and fast as lightning, and nobody got the kung fu fighting song reference.
Wow.
It's like that.
These people.
That's all I'm saying. It's like that. Okay. I see. Apparently we'll have to dig a little bit deeper. You guys don't know the song.
I just heard Brad say he doesn't. We gotta do kung fu fighting. We are fast as lightning.
Come on, man.
Oh my God, you guys are too much over there. All right, well, let's go back over there and start singing some YMCA then, boys.
Ramin's job is done for the day.
She has her clips.
Yeah. No, still don't get it. Visual for the overall market here. I mean, it kind of explains where we're at anyways. If you're wondering, anyways, historically, if you go back far enough, what April is like as a month, it's actually not bad. Typically 1.5 or average anyways return, 1.5%. The median return for April, 1.1%. What's the best month, you ask? July and then November going into the end of the year. We were talking about on a midterm type election cycle year. It's typically November. So towards the end of the year, once we get a little more certainty in the future of politics in the US. Let's go to energy stocks here. Back to the downside for Oil initially this morning after, man, what a weekend it was with back and forth rhetoric. Had oil initially 112. WTI came in this morning 112. We're coming off that pretty quickly here, but this is just the XLE. I mean, you can pull up some of these producers. They're looking similar.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Donald Trump with another deadline here, Tuesday, 8 p.m. He's saying you need to have a deal done. We need to open it up. Again, he's prepared to do whatever he has to do, essentially. But it's been a lot of back and forth here. We know last week at 9 o'clock he was speaking. We had that massive spike in oil. And throughout the intraday sessions as well, too, guys, we're still seeing those volatility spikes. But with each specific news headline and just being us really sensitive, we're starting to see that start to cool down a little bit. The street not taking it as literal. But I think it's the same thing with the NVDA chips. We're back and forth. And I'm going to take it the exact same way. Until we get a deal done, everything is status quo.
Yeah, and it's headline driven. As you said, volatility is the name of the game here. We've faded off early positive moves here 2 days in a row, guys, for XLE.
Yeah, look, we're basically inside the range of Friday for most of the day. Just go to the actual like open breakdown level on USO here. It's like 138 top, and the afternoon range was a 136. So you're very much inside. So I'm looking at Boyle again, and very clearly this one was so, I don't know, distinct Thursday and Friday. Like Thursday and Friday were basically the same charts for Boyle, and it's a little different today. We're up 4 points. You have neck S maybe a little bit stronger. So I think it's an easy over/under at the 16. Like if this breaks 16, wait 17, fade. If it holds 16, then the range from the last couple of sessions to give you that, the 80 to 90 cent range has been pretty good. And so that'll be, I think, like relatively simple. It's just looking at prior levels from Thursday and Friday, well, Tuesday and Wednesday, I should say, not Thursday, Friday, Tuesday and Wednesday. But as far as USO goes, if we break 136 down, if you lose that support, then I just want to be thinking bullish on the markets. If we stay inside, better have some relative strength like a Netflix where it kind of stands on its own a little bit. But if, like, I'm already a little skeptical of that 70,000 level on Bitcoin. But if we start breaking down through 136 and are trending to the downside early, then I got to respect that and be looking for some, maybe bounce plays, especially elsewhere other than Netflix. Like Netflix is really the one that stands out for me as a bit of a long. And if oil's weak, I kind of like this one regardless, but if oil's weak, that certainly strengthens it. So we lose 136, I think that just strengthens the case for the longs. But USO not doing much of anything early. So I think you got to be a little bit patient, keep ear to the ground. And when there's those big trend breaks on USO, understand whatever you're in or doing can get really irrelevant when we get one of those spikes and you get to the news right away to be able to reassess.
All right, here we go, man. Gersond? Yeah, Gerson. I'm here since 2020. Okay. Oops, I don't have my. Hit the bang, Neil. Hit something here. I gotta get my.
There we go.
I gotta get the stream deck going on there. All right, show has changed. Okay, but the show has changed. Back then, 8:10, the trades were surgical and in the right direction. But now, so much maybe the market has changed. I'm still a big fan. Hold on a second. So the show has changed. Back then, 8 to 10.
The trades were
8 to 10 o'clock. You mean 8 to 10 o'clock? Maybe the trades were surgical and in the right direction. But now not so much. Maybe the market has changed. I'm still a big fan. So I think
there's less pre-market trading because I think when we started the show in 2020. Oh, I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah.
I know that I trade less in the first 10, 15 minutes because the market has changed. When we first started the show in 2020. It was during the meme craze and after COVID, and you had so many small cap and gappers where you would spend the entire day for the first couple of years, or at least for the first year in the show, and you wouldn't even necessarily look at Mag 7. You wouldn't even care sometimes if you're trading, you wouldn't care what the market was doing. What's GME doing? What's the latest gapper doing? That's where the volume tended to be. So it is a little bit different because you get your indicators from those types of stocks sometimes 6, 7 a.m. in the morning. And you don't have to wait till the open to find definitive direction. It's been a little bit different. I look at something like last week where some of the biggest opportunities come after oil has made its move. And if it hasn't done anything, or when it recovers, like USO, when it recovers from that big drop, when it recovers from that big drop on Friday, like that was at 10:30, it made that bump. Then you get some distinct direction. That actually leads to like the next wave in the market. So unless you happen to already have been like sitting in, or if you're in that short, you're waiting for that reversion. And it is a difference in the market. It fills in the gap, you wait patiently for it to fill in the gap, and then we get a little bit of a turn. Or you let something set up that's relative strength or relative weakness. You know, like when USO was going back to the highs and bull held a lower high, like that ended up being like a reshort. Like those types of things are going to be out there. It is a different market than when we first came on. You know, the meme craze was a weird time to have started to look at the markets, because you might have got accustomed to things in 2020, 2021, which aren't normal. You know, now we are looking at what the futures are doing a little bit more. We are looking at the VIX and energy prices. Those are all things you were unconcerned with in 2020. You were just led by whatever happened to be doing the volume, and sometimes you knew what the trend was sitting at 8 o'clock or 8:30 in the morning. I think that's much different here in today's market. Hopefully we're getting a crypto bounce. I think everyone would be, well, most people will be happy to see it. Although if we don't break 70,000, this guy remains skeptical.
Yeah, we're coming back in on some of these crypto names. There's IBIT right now, nice gap to the upside, almost got to 40 up here before we turn around here so far this morning. A little bit of testing the water potentially here for some of these crypto names this week, maybe?
Yeah, I think, Brendo, so historically speaking, we're in year 2 of this halving cycle, typically bearish, right? And that's when we see those deeper pullbacks. We have Bitcoin down 40+% off of its highs. So, I mean, if we're going the strategy route, then absolutely we look to grab a little bit more here. But I'm a little bit cautious on potentially more downside. We're just not seeing buyers engage like they have before, considering during the IPO here for IBIT, and then it now becoming optionable as well too, there's a little weird activity going on, and I didn't think that we would see this type of volatility step into the asset class, but that hasn't been the case. So I'm not sure if buyers are 100% ready to get fully engaged. We had those mass liquidation events as well too in October. So I think the trader, the average retail individual, a little bit hesitant right now to get involved.
Feels different, definitely. The tone has changed when it comes to this trade in general. But IBIT, guys, looking pretty good here so far this morning.
It's gapped up, but as mentioned, you know, I'll continue to be a little bit skeptical. I'm going to zoom the daily chart here for Bitcoin. And remember this little channel, we failed this top, little bit of a trend break and then trend resistance level, but we failed that high, at least for now at the 70,000 mark. So I have 38.8 as a level that I think, you know, 38.8 and then into 39 is places that we can dip into. When we sit down, like and we're now farther under VWAP there. I thought there might be a pop and fade, like a fail of the pre-market high would be a way to go here. Now, that hasn't happened. It would have to do a little bit of work to get to that point. But until we're down at 38.8 or maybe even testing 39, that's where I would look for a bounce, and otherwise it's going to start looking short first. Although the pop of the pre-market high for a fail break, it's like 1% away from that. Maybe we don't get that big of a move. So I have to be patient. Maybe VWAP could end up being the play here on IBIT. I will have eyes on BMNR, but BMNR is a little relatively strong here today. So if we break that 70,000, I look over, BMNR is up 3 points. I know hasn't been like the best stock in the world for a lot of people, but I found in the up days when crypto gets going, this one tends to do pretty well. So I would look at it in case we actually break 70,000 today and hold over. I'd probably pop over for a breakout on BMNR instead.
Okay, I'm looking right here at, that was still, I have IBIT up. I was looking at my notes here because I wrote down here for IBIT to be approximately right into here for this 38.50 long. So we could get into there. I mean, I was looking for a pullback into sort of Thursday's levels there for IBIT. So it's obviously it's all the way up. If you scroll back down in here, this is 38.50 right into here. So just looking to see if we get some clump up action into this level. We'll see if it wants to take a bid from there. It's a move down, so I'm not sure if that's what's going to happen here today or not. But if I'm going to be trading IBIT, it's being patient, sitting on my hands for the first couple couple minutes and then waiting to see if that trend is lower. If it's not, then we can try to wait to see where the bid is developed. But for right now, it's up 3.5%. I like the story here with IBIT. MSTR is in there buying with Michael Saylor, obviously. So, excuse me, we'll see if it can withstand this little dip buy potential now. It was up about 4%, now up 3.5%. So, you know, coming back into 39.30s, we'll see if we can wind up holding for IBIT. But yeah, I'm liking the long. It is a top idea for myself today. So I'm going to be sitting on the bid somewhere for IBIT.
The tech stocks here back higher 3 days in a row potentially for this group. Anyways, just brought up XLK. Going back to that graphic that Michael Noss had, however, still relatively weak versus a lot of the other sectors right across the entire market. However, we are holding up a little bit better than most this morning, which could be beneficial here to some. You had a couple of ideas on these.
Yeah. So what I was looking at this week's expiration here, guys, we're going to take a look at some of the options activity on NVDA and why particularly this name. As Brendo just mentioned, we've seen a little bit of an uptick. This name's bounced off of that 163 low roughly. We're 10 points higher from that, but it seems like we're not ready to break down just yet. And with that being said, are we accumulating for a potential leg higher? It's usually one of the last Mag 7 names to report, but something that I found extremely interesting, and what we do when we're looking at some of these options contracts is look at where the largest amount of participants are laying, and on expiring this Friday, that's gonna be at that $190 mark. I know we're a little ways away from that, but 36,000 still current open contracts, volume on Thursday's session, 11,900, and a relatively tight bid and ask here, guys, but the at-the-money IV, a slight uptick considering we had a couple of those sell days, but not as high as we've seen in the past. So what I'm thinking here is maybe this week, if we end up with the bullish momentum, we can get a little bit move higher, closer to that 190 mark here in NVDA in the near time.
Yeah, let's see how things play out here for some of these. We touched on Tesla, guys. We touched on some of the other tech names as well. It's worth noting, I mentioned Citigroup revising their forecast on rate cuts. Wells Fargo just coming out doing exactly the same thing here, now expecting no rate cuts for the remainder of 2026. Remember, Citigroup went from 2 to 1 going out to September. Wells Fargo now saying we'll top that and just say, forget it. They're going to wait until next year.
Yeah, if you look at, I mean, even the Fed funds tool, you go out to December, it's 77% chance that we're exactly the same, and then spread out the rest up or down is almost 50-50, slightly better odds at like 12% or 13% if you add it up, that rates are going to be lower. And as for April, I can't remember the last time we were like 3 weeks away from a Fed rate decision and it was already 99.5%. 99.5%. Rates are going absolutely nowhere. Let's be real. They're not. NVIDIA is also going absolutely nowhere, although with USO just popping back through 138 and going green, so 136 obviously is holding. It's not boding well early on for the markets here. NVIDIA wasn't moving in the first place, but that 177 was a double top. I think you lose that and you're in a bit of trouble. I never thought this was the strong name out of the chips to be looking at. AMD was a little bit better. AMD was breaking out on the daily chart here, holding the 200 period and breaking away from the 50 period SMA on Friday. Unfortunately, like with that little move up in USO, I think we are headed for a bit of a pullback. So yes, AMD does have a bit of a top. It's like a 221. Here, I'll show you there, 221 breakout level. I think we're more likely to come in and retest some of the bids. At least that's what oil is telling us. And you got to be able to respect that. So, you know, the pullback, you got 214 and 216 are the pretty key levels here for AMD both. That said, I feel a little bit better about maybe looking at that hundo or the gap fill on Netflix, especially if we're going to have some oil fluctuations. I feel like Netflix will probably be less bothered by fluctuations in energy than most of the rest of the tech names. I'll probably look there first, but then AMD after.
Yeah, I almost put Netflix on the board. I mean, I really do like it, but I like Intel. Intel 50 long, huge news back here. Huge move back here to 50 would get me long. But this is just a key level. Big trend break last week, higher through that level. It's really had quite an aggressive move. Shout out to Trader 6 there saying, doctor's note there with this sticky note. But here's Intel. So it's just been so super strong, right? I mean, over the last couple days. So there's the breakthrough of $50. Here's that little level that we thought we were going to run into. And now today you're busting through it. So yeah, man, the momentum here for Intel is along. So I'm going to be sitting here looking for pullbacks into $50 to see if that's possible there for INTC. Could it happen right away? Yes, it could, especially with the way this market is trying to drop down a little bit here now. So I'm also looking to short the NASDAQ if we can get up here. So there's a few ideas that we have written down on here, either a pre-market break or a pre-market fail of the TQQs. So with just a couple minutes left, let's throw it back to the desk for our last story. But it does look like right now, the level that I wrote down was 43.65 for the breakdown short on the Qs. It looks like we're getting that right now into the open. So 5 minutes to go. Let's throw it back to the boys, and then we'll get ready to trade this open.
Yeah, potentially extending the recovery here for some of these metal-related stocks, or if you want to just look at the ETFs in general, here's SLV. If you remember going all the way back to Thursday, feels like quite some time ago now, we had that huge gap down on some more negative headlines and risk-off, type of environment as we came in on Thursday. We did nothing but absolutely rally straight out of the open for all of these going into the long weekend. We are holding that level right now for SLV. Gold is about the same, a little bit less volume, a little bit less interest, but this thing specifically, from that perspective that we're just seeing right there, definitely looking like a downtrend well in place.
Yeah, with silver, I mean, we're still off of those highs. Last year in the latter half, 144%, right? So you see some profit taking. Again, a big time liquidation in silver. You had that 20% down day, a lot of liquidations that day as well, too. So it was all fun and games for quite some time, Brendo, but then when things start to cool off, the trade isn't as hot, but maybe you get somewhat of a rebound here.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, if we do get some positive momentum, we do get some positive headlines, some sort of talk about a resolution here, or as we said earlier this morning, more ships being able to go through the Strait of Hormuz, more traffic, more oil getting back out into the market. Maybe we see a little bit of a bounce here, guys.
Yeah, unfortunately, still having USO bounce a little bit higher. You saw a sell and bounce on Intel of 450,000. It's not gigantic, but it's not nothing. Mara, small sell. Marvell, small buy of 175,000. So far, it's pretty light on the locator, but unfortunately for, why is that not on the AMEX? There we go. Unfortunately for SLV, it looks like we've lost that prior resistance, like Friday's resistance level, which ideally could have turned into support, has not, and that's corresponding pretty much exactly with the move up in USO. So as long as that trends, as long as this trends higher, then silver back, SLV, I get it, shouldn't say silver, should say SLV, back into 65, the afternoon support. If we get an inside day in oil futures and we kind of crest up at that top, then expect the bounces. Support levels for the metals where resistance is on USO is going to be the first look, at least for myself here, but a little further away. I think I'll probably look at Bitcoin before we look at SLV early on, but that's been par for the course lately. Sometimes the bigger moves happen a little bit later on in the day there. Still nothing too crazy. In about a minute or so, we'll get a few other names probably popping in on the imbalance locator here. Intel was the only one that stood out. And even then, like 400,000 shares did cause, a slight push down. Like it would drop like 20, maybe 30 cents in here on Intel on that imbalance. Probably gets paired off pretty easily. Intel's done like 5 times this pre-market volume.
Yeah, I'm still bidding. I had Intel as a bid, so I'm going to wait to see if we can get that near that $50 mark, and then we'll deal with it then. It may come in almost immediately there off open, so we will look to see if that one hits. We did talk about Tesla breaking through some of the bottom prices there, and there's the bounce off of your 200 period clean there for Tesla. So despite the market moving back in a little bit, Tesla starting to go back there to the upside. So that's nice to see right now. And then we have Palantir was the other name that we looked at, that I'm looking at today. We still have 2 minutes to go, so we don't need to panic about this. But look at this drop in there for PLTR, potentially again on the imbalance locator right quick here, PLTR. No, I don't see Palantir
that's right.
on there right now. But I wrote down here 147 for Palantir. The Friday low to see if we can get into some support there for PLTR. So it's not the complete I mean, Friday's low. I mean, we were all the way down into here, but it's this little level right there for Palantir that we're looking at. It looks like that's coming in pretty hot fire right now as well. I'm not going to sit on the bid of Palantir. I will sit on the bid of Intel, so I'm there for 50. We just talked about that. See, INTC. Here it is. So we'll have a look there. So we're sitting on the bid there at 50. IBIT, I do like 38.50, so I'm sitting there. That's not going to hit. And then the TQQs, as we had mentioned earlier, I don't know what kind of a day this is going to be, but I did have some kind of feel for, breaking this pre-market low and then just kind of using the pre-market high maybe as one of our stop areas. So if you go all the way back to 7 o'clock, the pre-market high there is about $44, and the pre-market low right now, 43.60, just got broken. So I'm thinking short now on the TQs, but I would have liked to have hit that short rather than it hitting right now as we open up. So only now 30 seconds to go. Thank you everybody for watching. Make sure you hit that like and that subscribe. And thank you to everybody watching all over the world there, including TikTok. So we want to thank all of you guys for that. Go over to your YouTube page. That's where you can find all of our videos. Some good shorts been out recently. Some of the stuff that Neil and I have been doing in the PM have been hitting. So we want to thank you all for looking over there as well. But yeah, my mind really early is just going to be on Intel and IBIT for now. And then we'll wait to see what the market does, along with oil, of course.
Yeah, oil probably just to see where the market is going to be led by oil prices as we ring the opening bell on this full week of trade. That's right, Europe can be closed, but it's not here, so ring it right about now. And first things first, USO already looking like it's trying to tick a little bit higher. Nothing too crazy, but
wow,
it's holding
kaboom.
some of those highs as the market goes bye-bye.
Yeah, the market goes boom on that. I don't know why
well,
they did that, but that's fine.
Netflix, let's just cancel the 100 bid. That came 101.5 on Netflix already. That just went boom in the night. What did Bitcoin do? Nothing. Does not.
No, Bitcoin doesn't really matter when the market opens.
Usually they don't tend to care what's going on. Quick look at silver here. Not too much action happening over there. Nvidia and some of the chip names. Nvidia to the downside at the lows when that initial spike. AMD, however, AMD doesn't dip. Yeah, of course. When the market was going down, we're like, okay, AMD dip in the prior low. AMD decides to just break out and say, who cares? We're going to 223. 2.5% now for advanced micro devices. Maybe that's, what else is going? Micron, no, Micron down. Micron down 2%. It was up 3.5. Now we're underneath 2% here on Micron. So a little bit surprising. AMD showing strength, which we expected, but not so much in the memory chip names.
No, Robinhood down to $69. Yeah, I was just trying to find out something that the TQs do make its move back into 44. Like, I'm almost thinking that this could be a short area right now. But, we had this sort of thought last time, and, it didn't necessarily work out as the momentum continued to go higher there right off the open. It's only 931 right now, so don't need to run into anything. Tesla is gone to the upside. That was an idea that we had on the watch list today as one of the top stories that we had talked about. There goes Tesla right now up here, I'll move this over, up 1.35% right now, trying to take out some of those highs, and there it goes. Look at this market really trying to extend out. The long that I liked was Intel. That's gone. I mean, the low was when we first looked at it there at $50.80 right off the open, and then Rip City up $1 there for Intel. Wow, the momentum carrying through. I'm just going to assume Marvell has also taken 110. No, it hasn't. It came close to doing that. That's a decent level there. 110 possibly breaking out on MRVL. That could be, one hell of a trade too. On the long side, we saw Netflix holding above that 100 marker, 101.20, coming back in right now. It got up to 102.50 there. There comes the market just pulling back. So again, our ears are to the ground here on this market. We do have, all the news wires up and ready to go. So the minute we see or hear something, we'll get that to you right now. But here comes the market just back in a little bit into pre-market highs one more time. Let's see if it can hold. Maybe some small cappers running around. Palantir, and then we'll go back to Neil. Yeah, okay, well, we get that 147.80. That was, again, that dip that we were talking about, and then boom, right to the upside. I was looking for 147 long. No, says Palantir, up 1%. This market looks like it's cooking despite it coming back in just a bit.
Yeah, it's really like individual name dependent. Like some of those chips are incredibly strong, with the exception of was Nvidia and Micron. Bitcoin is holding underneath the up. If we get to the highs, if we get up to the highs in the NASDAQ and we're not breaking VWAP, I'll take my first shot fading on BTC. But USO and watching oil, they're just holding the same range. We basically bounced up a couple of bucks here and then just holding the top of the range and not doing anything, which does lead me over to that Boyle short. Because nat gas was gapped up. Sorry, is gapped up. I shouldn't say was. It's still up right now. And holding some of these tops. If USO goes absolutely nowhere, I do like this. It was Wednesday, Thursday resistance up here in front of 19. No, I don't want sticky keys.
Oh, you don't? Okay. Yeah, don't watch out for that. Okay, so there goes.
You never want to hear that sound.
No, there goes the TQs right back in. Yeah, sticky keys are a disaster, especially if you're there trading with your keyboard. You don't want that. Bitcoin rebounding, but still not breaking through that 70,000 there. Nasdaq still holding out near some of those highs, and it's kind of like we said that we'd be sitting on our hands a little bit here early. Look at USO. Not doing a whole heck of a lot. Does make that high into 139. That was a high there from Friday as well. So trading over the weekend, we didn't see too much action, considering you're coming in and seeing USO and oil, CL with the K behind it there. Light sweet crude right here up to 112 and just hovering again, not doing a whole heck of a lot there on CL unit, only 0.61. Names that we looked at, CrowdStrike maybe, they had a CRWD, they had their increased $500 million there on their buyback, so it went from 1 billion to 1.5 billion. They're still down a little bit off of that story, but relatively flat there. And honestly, guys, I wish IBIT or something was moving around to get into something, but it's just doing this. So I think we got to watch out for this market. It is at some of those pre-market high levels there, and maybe we're going to fade off right here. We have some ISM at 10. That's 40. I mean, I might go short against this high right now, but I'm not really seeing anything that I'm absolutely in love with. Keep it going on the chat, and maybe Neil and I can figure out a trade here.
The only thing I'm watching right now is Bitcoin is IBIT basically holding under VWAP. The market continues to press higher. So as long as we continue to press higher and this is not going, any push into the top here, when I say the market, I'm looking at the NASDAQ, but the ES is close on its heels. If we do turn and fail that top, I'll look at, so far relative weakness is the best way to put it in IBIT. I know it's gapped up and gapped up more than the overall market is, but the initial move up is very underwhelming. And I just heard ASTS, Space Mobile. Remember, all of these space names, you've got the Artemis flyby at 3 o'clock. Hopefully we'll get some fantastic stories there. And then remember, in addition to that, you're gonna have the SpaceX IPO last week. All the space names, Planet Labs, ASTS, Rocket Labs, all in play. Those are all looking very, very good. But I'm not completely convinced about this Bitcoin yet, so I'm going to take my first shot here. It's closing under the volume-weighted average price. So there won't be any pop and fade at the pre-market high because it hasn't gotten there.
Yeah, silver might be a short. I mean, the market just went down. I kind of feel like, I don't feel like we missed it, but we talked about that high there and starting to break a little lower right now. I'm gonna try a silver short right now. The market's now red on SLV, and that doesn't necessarily, I mean, we could look at the strong or weak US dollar, and I don't want to go short the very bottom like a maximum trade here or anything like that. I was sort of hoping that we could potentially start to use the 50 period here, as that's been the top, and we've really sort of absorbed that all the way down in. So here it comes back up just a little bit. Let's take a few more. Let's take a few more shares here at 70, and then I honestly don't want to go too much far back on this name. Like if we break back above 66, I think that's enough to get me out right now. So let's wait to see if we can get something else here around 66.90 or so for SLV. Let's just put an offer there. If it comes up and gets us, then booyaka, and if not, then we don't have to worry about it. Let's put our stop right now, 66.06. Give it a little bit of room there, back up to the upside. First trade of the day for me will be short silver. And again, the reason why, we break through the low of the day there. The market obviously is testing those lows. We should have been short up there. We were talking about it, we didn't do it, fine. So let's just try to see if silver wants to go. Down already on the day. The market's trying to get into the red zone right now. We can have a quick little look. I do like to look at the dollar versus silver as well. We've, but when we've been trading silver, we've seen the correlation here. So let's, okay, well, dollar's not doing anything. So for right now, that's not going to be part of the story. So we'll have to wait, although the dollar trending down should be okay.
Well, USO bouncing is probably going to help.
USO bouncing, okay.
Well, hurt things, I should say.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. I'm looking to see what the dollar does, but at the same time, a break of 66 gets me out. So first trade here on the dollar is, on silver is a short.
Yeah, and IBIT, same thing. USO just broke the local highs here, so energy is going higher at the current moment, and you come into 140 on USO, and that'll be Thursday's highs. That's where we ended the week, so I think that could be a spot to bounce. I'm gonna reload in front of VWAP on IBIT. We briefly and for a split second broke the pre-market lows, but we're still dancing around here. Like the Nasdaq's right on the bottom. Anyways, the market's right on the bottom. For some reason, I was typing in markets because I keep saying it over again. I see it in my note there. No, like we're holding the bottom end of the range on the Q, so I'd expect IBIT could do the same thing while USO figures itself out. Unfortunately for Netflix, like the 100 bounce happened right at the open and went to 102.5. Great. That's come and gone. It now needs to show me after a failed break of the high. That is a failed break of the top, one way or another. If it puts in a lower high, that long has come and gone. And I got to look somewhere else for sure. It's not going to be there as well. And one more before, this is a name that we did not talk about too much. Nike, not doing much of anything. I said 45 was a bit of a fade zone for a continuation. Not sure we have enough strength to even get there out there on Nike. So yeah, not too much when it comes to oil. IBIT is going to get a reload if we can and try and play this one as just a trend trade down. As long as we hold an uptrend in oil futures, I feel like that's going to make some sense holding under VWAP here.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really know. I'm just waiting to make a trade. Well, we're in silver, but we already have that plan of action, so we'll hang out. There, look at this pullback, right? Tesla, what goes up? Definitely trying to come back in right now. There goes Tesla up to 368. Now a very strong pullback. Down now $4 off the highs are Tesla, 368 and change, down to 364 and change right now. 367 high, sorry, didn't get to 368. Right back into 364 low. So here we go on Tesla.
Swarmer's gonna halt.
Swarmer's halting the other way?
Well, it's close.
Our silver trade still, so we just went down into the 60s again. I'm only short at 67, so giving that move up to 66s now. I'm not going to cover for 10 cents. So let's give this a little bit more room. We still like the short over there. Let's check out its brother in arms here with gold. And I was trying to watch a US dollar. Normally you do have that inverse relationship. So I'd rather see US dollar strength, which is trying to happen right now. This is the DXY. So if this can strengthen up just a little bit, then potentially silver will head back down. That's been the historical look over there. But gold kind of flattish right now. That's not going to help out my silver trade. But hi-ho, man, we're getting back up to the upside. I'm looking to short more right now at 90, so I'm sitting there. And the thing about silver is if you guys are trading here on a prop floor, you don't have to use any gateway other than the one that would pay you the most on the rebate. It just, you can sit there, it won't even fill you. Unless it rips through you. So you might as well get a rebate there. I was still waiting for 90s. I'll take a little fill here at 79 if we can get it and just average in a little bit just because it's kind of floating around here. Maybe we don't get the 90s, but I'm still at 90 with a stop of 66. If it breaks the high, it breaks the high. I'm trying silver long right now. Short. Just for everyone out there that is mentioning that Swarmer stock, the big time gapper and runner from last week that made all the dreams come true, drone play that came to market with an IPO. It's down 19%. Did not hit looks like it did not quite get to the halt band early and halt, but I'd say it was pretty darn close. It got really close to the band. Still trending down and looking incredibly weak, unfortunately. There is FCUV, which is halted on over 20 million shares of volume through the high of the day. The tap here right now is saying 891, which would be a fresh high for FCUV. A couple of small cappers out there that are running. Only for you-know-whats and giggles. AMC, for reasons unknown, is up 11%. Anything come out this weekend that was that crazy? I mean, we know. No, nothing. I didn't. But that's not really a movie theater story.
I don't know. I didn't really see anything that would cause that kind of a move. But for what it's worth, it's bouncing off $1. Sometimes the dollar can be psychological level. As the NASDAQ comes back, I'm noticing Bitcoin not going, so I still like that one to the south side. But Netflix is disappointing here. Netflix, the initial breakout, great, to 102.5. It's back under 100. No green candles in sight. Going to need to see a trend break. And if to go long, because it's trending down, that's a setup for not a long, obviously. If we pull back into prior highs, then looking for a bit of a trend break here on Netflix. It's got a couple of dollars to go till we get to that support level. Oh yeah, the Mario movie came out.
Yeah, okay, but
you know what's weird? Like my daughter wasn't even asking about it. It was Easter, so you're too busy over Easter.
yeah, we were thinking about going to see some movies, but we were
forgot all
just
about
way too rammed.
Yeah, it's Easter long weekend. Like people just fan.
All right, here we go. Yeah, good look there on AMC and a good talk. Thank you everybody for the Mario. It's a Mario. Yeah, right there, 65.90. So we'll go short right now, and this is the trade that we wanted here on silver. We should have just been a little more patient with it, but you never know what prices you're going to wind up getting. So we don't have the best price there, which we only had 65.90s, and then we'd be covering here for that more than 1-to-1. But we're short at 80s. Remember, our stop is going to be a break of 66. That came and went, but we could test one more time. I'm bidding now 71 just to get out of a little bit if we can make a move down. I'll get out of less than 10% if that move does happen, and then we'll wait. I mean, it's just bounced off completely. I wasn't going to do it, and then we just bounced off 70 right there. So I do have a bid right now, and then I'm going to put, I don't have one, so I better put it another bid a little bit lower here into the low 60s. We'll see there. See what I'm saying? Like I'm bidding 71. Look at the size there. There was like literally 100 shares. There we go. So we do get that fill as it breaks back down in. Here we go, man. So we've got half our daily goal. It's not a huge goal right here, but we're going to wait to see if this does float back in and give us that low print right now on silver. Hi ho, man. I hope you guys are with me on this one. Here it goes. Yes, sir. We're doing it now again there. One trade today. It's the silver short. It's 15 cents in the money, now giving us roughly that 1-to-1. Let's put some more on the bid. We get a 63 there, or 64, sorry. There we go, and a 62. All right, now let's see if we could diamond hand this one. There it is, man. There it goes. That's our #1 trade of the day right there. Shout out to Brendo. We are now at our daily goal there with silver and going lower. So far so good here with this early look on SLV short.
Yeah, and that's with the market going higher, which is what I like to see. Well, I like to see the markets go up, but also Bitcoin, which is trending right, IBIT, which is trending right back into the lows. I'm just not a believer if you can't get the 70K. You're seeing the NASDAQ power higher, which is a good thing, especially considering it's able to do this with USO going higher as well. But with no break of the high, I simply reloaded at the same area under VWAP. They were able to get IBIT. Nothing has really changed there. As I said, USO is still trending higher. And if this breaks the trend, this market could explode. Right? Like we're doing this bounce, at least early on, with USO clearly trending up. That's going to bring me to Boyle, because I said if this breaks trend, I like that Boyle in front of 16. Of course, that's going to be nat gas. Already under the volume-weighted average price and breaking down. So I might have to, yeah, I should have just maybe been short this one at the actual high, but I was looking for the turn in USO. It's here now, so I'm going to try and get into Boyle as USO is trying to make its a little bit of a curl. Netflix, still incredibly disappointing, everybody. It doesn't seem to want to get back to that 100 level. And if you're looking at the chip names for a little bit of strength, and I know we have a super chat we'll get to, you got NVIDIA. That's not a bad candle right here. Reversal candle here on NVIDIA, trying to creep back up through VWAP. That may be a little something on NVIDIA. Micron as well. Micron already breaking out the high. So yeah, the market is looking really pretty strong here. Let's see if USO can continue that downtrend. I got to get into that Boyle short. And Willis Addison with the super chat. Took son and 2 of his pals see the new Super Mario movie. Okay, well, perfect. Let us know how it was.
Yeah, how was it? It's probably pretty good. We'll probably take my kids. They really like that. I like watching it.
And we have another super chat. Mopar, good morning. Calm down, SoFi. If it's going up, then no. How about it doesn't calm down?
You never, ever calm down.
Jinx. Why is it, I wish I had seen this chart when it was to the upside, but it's not. It's already pulling back in. SoFi up 2%. Above $16 is a good thing, but it has a lot of work to do. It's still cut in half from the highs, almost.
Yeah, poor SoFi. That sucks. Yeah, I mean, I hope it comes back in. Obviously, very, very long SoFi. Wouldn't mind that to come back in. Okay, so we did have a move back up there pretty decently on silver. I did take another 70 fill there, as well as a 65-60 fill. So we just took one near the lows, one near the highs of that most recent move. Now let's just sit down here and take another fill down by the low, and still trying to respect this break of 66. I don't mind getting a little shorter if we do get back up, but it needs to get a lot closer, almost like where we were before. So if we can get another 90, then maybe I would short that. But right here, you could see this is 3-to-1. We talked about our bigger position being put on there. We said that this early was just a start. So if this continued to fall down, we take like half a unit there, about another 1 or 1.5 units there, then 3 more up here, giving me this average price. And here comes silver right now. Now a day and a half worth of gains on this one trade. And if we get 51s, it'll be even better. I'm bidding 51 right now on SLV. So the other idea I had was Neil's in IBIT, so whatever, we'll forget about that. I had the long a little bit lower than that, so we'll wait for 38.50. Of course, I mean, if you don't always get the prices you want, so sometimes you got to step in. All right, Intel, same type of ways, right? We wanted to dip by these bids. I mean, this is what we wrote down here. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, I just sort of reference the sticky note, and that was just right into there. Intel long, trying to buy dips, right? As we gap higher is what we talked about. We could have a look at Palantir as well, but there's the dip. So it went into the 200 period, went into the 200 period, and I just was obviously sitting here with silver and missed it, but that was a good take right there on Intel. So we'll see if we can dip back into $51 again over there. And you had sort of said that AMD, I hadn't looked at it, but it was hot to begin with. Yeah, and still, like some of these names, man, here goes AMD, up 3%, 4%, hello, right now for advanced micro devices.
The space names are breaking out. ASTS is now up 5%, breaking 97.5. Rocket Lab, I mean, Planet Labs was already going. Rocket Labs is maybe trailing a little bit, but I feel like if ASTS and that's going to go, this has a chance to double top breakout.
Oh, here we go.
So, yeah, the market's pretty much at those highs. AMD is absolutely flying. Netflix just does not want to get going here. It's trying to catch a bit of a bid, but it just won't break this downward trend yet. Like I said, it's been disappointing, I think, for Netflix. Very disappointing for Netflix. And the other thing is, yeah, Nike just broke the low of the day. I don't want to chase this. I'm not punching the low LOD here on Nike for that continuation since earnings, but the next available pop, going to try to short Nike, maybe into VWAP. Try to get it after that little fail. So no matter how strong the market is, some of these, well, I shouldn't say some of these. A lot of retail isn't that bad. Nike making another fresh low. They're just not doing it. It's just, there's a short till it's not on this one.
All right, so I'm now out of 40% of silver, so let's go spin it right there. It's a big trade. It's a big trade. So that was a good one there for SLV. You know, I don't mind trading, obviously, these contracts, or you can see it here, we're using IBIT to get to Bitcoin, we're using SLV to get to silver. You could use, you know, GLD to get to gold. And these are just what we trade here on the show. We more comfortable trading the actual equity than looking at futures. So that's that. And then for the NASDAQ futures on a whole, I like to look at the TQs, which are now breaking highs. So there we go, man. The NASDAQ right now breaking back through highs. We had said maybe looking at the short. It's now 950, so potentially. But all we've done is hold the 200 period moving average. I think it would be a little silly for me to look over here and really think aggressively about the short there. Like what we're really doing is, and silver's bouncing back to the high side. So I'm glad that we're getting out a little bit here of silver. I want dollar strength. And right now, dollar's not doing anything. If anything, maybe it's getting a little weaker right now. So a weaker dollar would help us, you know, sorry about this, guys, get lifted in the NASDAQ, right? A weaker US dollar does help some of these mega cap names. So you look at the MAGs or anything like that, and you'll see a strong move higher. And that's why the TQs and the NASDAQ continue to see pump away up there. But yeah, good move down. I'm gonna take another fill here. Just at 67, I'll bid it. Maybe we get it, maybe we don't, but I'm just gonna take out again like 2% here. I think I'm just gonna start to ease out a little bit. That was a pretty aggressive move back up there for silver, and we don't wanna make our only trade of the day. And again, we're not giving anything back here, but we've given back unrealized profits. Funny when Joe mentioned that about how Michael Saylor there, what was the unrealized position up there at 125. But right now, Bitcoin.
But he's never realizing anything.
Yeah, he doesn't need to. It's not an unrealized situation for him, of course. But yeah, there it goes. Right now, back up is silver. So we can watch out to see what Bitcoin winds up doing, but it looks like silver getting a little aggressive, almost too much so right now. VWAP at 66, that's my stop. I'd hate to go run almost flat on this if we get stopped out, but hey, man, I'm trying to go short right now on SLV.
It's still 10 o'clock.
Yeah, it's still
sorry. It's still not even 10 o'clock is what I meant to say. It's not 10 o'clock yet. We still have 7 minutes to go.
We good.
So I don't think anything is terribly changed. If we end up breaking out VWAP here, on IBIT, which it's trying to do. Like our last short is pretty much on the line at the volume weighted average price. If we break it out, then fine. Then that short turns into a loser, and I'm okay with that. The opening range is held, at least for now. We've got the NASDAQ holding the high, at least temporarily. There's a wick top through the overnight highs, the early morning highs. So as long as that's going to be the case, I don't see Bitcoin breaking out without the NASDAQ holding over that top. So that's going to be, that is what it is. Netflix is making a bit of a turn into the upside. Finally, can it get above the volume weighted average price? Netflix did get it. It was Goldman Sachs, I believe.
Oh, was it upgraded
with an
somewhere?
upgrade
Okay.
of Netflix. I don't think we did the upgrades. Did we get to them?
No.
It doesn't really matter. But they did get an upgrade today. In addition to the fact that it's breaking through $100 and all that good stuff, and the market is slightly higher, Netflix does have some news, but it's kind of rejecting the volume-weighted average price. This is still profiling like a false breakout until you start putting in some higher lows here for Netflix. AMD does not want to do much of a dip. It's pulled into VWAP a couple times, but with the market at the highs and it's on the pullback, I'd be a little bit concerned that this could. It's putting in these higher lows. If this breaks the trend and the market fails to top, AMD I can see filling the gap in here. One of the strongest chip names out there, up 3.3%. Yeah. Definitely not as good of a look here for NVIDIA. NVIDIA is in the red right now.
What?
Like this market, are we really gonna hold these tops if NVIDIA can't go green today? Or at least early? So I'd say big time disappointment there. USO is turning the corner, but not enough to have gotten me into boil. Once again, we have a situation where oil futures moved more in the minutes leading to the open than they are after the open. Again, like the only thing I've done is reload Bitcoin, and Nike won't pop for a fade, and USO's not really moving enough to get the energy trade going. So I think we still got to be patient. We'll see this 15-minute candle close in 5 minutes. Also, we're going to get these ISM numbers in 5 minutes as well. So we do have the economic data coming in 5 minutes, which could give us a little bit of an indication more distinctly where we're heading, because we can't seem to break out this top yet. And if you don't break the top, there's a hold if you don't break the low, there's only one place to go. I don't really have one for the top. I need something that rhymes with that. Like if you don't break the top, then the move has to stop. I don't know. I got nothing for.
That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not in the move.
It's not as good as if it doesn't break the low. There's only one place to go.
If there's no top.
Like that one just works.
Yeah, if there's no top, then it must stop. Yeah, I don't know. You're onto something there. Okay, we can look out for that. You have Mars bars for us, says Marine? Yeah, I'm gonna spit some bars for everybody later. Don't worry about it. But right now, yeah, I got to get those all lined up. You know, I'm supposed to have certain breaks and everything in the rhymes. Okay, so I actually just remembering now that we have ISM, this is going to be a dangerous play to be an SLV, because we did talk about here how SLV will monitor and sort of try to watch out for the DXY. So, I don't mind a stronger dollar, but, that's with ISM manufacturing coming out. Is it just manufacturing? Hold on a second.
It's also prices.
Let me just check out. I'm going to check out our note here. Make sure you do grab our Trader TV Live morning note. It's the morning watch list right now. And here's the economic events. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit so you guys can see it. So this is what we're expecting. The link, of course, is in your bio, so make sure you go in our bio. Go check that out right now in the description. You can go grab that. Expected right now, 55s versus 56. Businesses as well, 59 and change, 51 and 8. So we've got a whole bunch of numbers coming through here. 0 prior 63, that must be a misprint. But right into here, we're going to figure out what's going on with ISM services, manufacturing coming out very, very soon at 10 a.m. Go grab that link, of course, in the description, and you can go grab that right now and see what's going on. But we're going to stop out on silver, man, if it takes VWAP, which is 66. So all the way up right now. We did have a profitable trade on it, and now we do not. So bye-bye silver as we wait for it. We did take a couple fills since we got that last one. We got an 83 and an 81 right there. So maybe if we dip down, we can get aggressive play right here on silver. But I think I might be stopped out before that even happens. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, just oopsies. That's not FNMA. Here's FNMA right here. Not doing a whole heck of a lot. These were busy last week. It's down 3% right here again now today. So I just want to talk that to your opinion, to people's attentions. If we do break lower on Fannie Mae, I'll be looking over there. That's 650. right there, looking to break through that level, down now 3 1/3.
Here's a beast.
Yeah, go Apple. Apple's a monster, man. I love Apple stock.
Yeah, Apple's really starting to go. You're looking. I know we're looking at the chip name, but this is a legit breakout happening here on Apple on the daily.
Yep.
Through what is it? 257, I guess would have been last week. 56 would have been last week's high. Oh goodness, that's a good looking chart. Apple wins, and you know what? Apple doesn't have to worry about all that spending as well. This is a great looking chart here for Apple. I feel like if the market's not going to break the highs and we pull back, Apple's the one, right? It's not the chip names. It's barely Netflix at this point. That one looks a little bit better. Remember we talked about AMD losing the volume weighted average price? It's hard for me to. The break already happened. Like if you had the break early, that trade is gone. It's starting to lose a bit of trend here on AMD, especially if we lose the 222.5. So as I said, the only thing, I'm still only in IBIT. Netflix is looking better, but not perfect. And I just saw Salmon in the chat asking about Intel. We can go through another chip name as well. Intel underneath VWAP, gapped up. Yes, the early move, fantastic on Intel. It went like $1.50 on Intel. That's 3%. It already went up. And we're already back underneath that volume weighted average price. So I see the strength over there in Apple. Let's quickly double check the memory names. Micron, still good, still up 4%, above some of these. Yeah, it's doing a little bit better than some of the other chip names. I don't want to say all of them, but I've got the eyeballs right now. Like you have USO threatening that it could bust through VWAP. If this breaks down, if oil breaks down here, it's hard to imagine a world where we're not going to see some strength flow over into the NASDAQ. If that does, I suspect I'll probably get out of IBIT, but as long as we're holding the line, holding VWAP on an uptrend means the uptrend is intact, so I'm going to continue to short pops. But I'm holding for this to break down. Like I'm not really even scalping out of it because we're not necessarily moving yet, big time yet here for. I just don't see us being this quiet on oil futures, knowing that the president has to come at 1 o'clock and knowing we're about to get ISM in about 5 seconds or so. So that number could shock the markets a little bit here. As we get it, should be in the wires any second now.
54, much higher.
54 is
there. So we'll get all these numbers to you. I'll put them on the screen if and when they show up. But right now, services employment 45, spot 2, lower than the forecast. There goes silver. So we did cover a little bit there into this move. So we did get some 80s. We did get, I believe, a 75 or so print. Sorry, an 80. 80 and 82 is the best we got. And we're going to get blown out right here, breaking back above 60. Here it is, breaking back above 66.
Don't have the number.
Goes. Yeah, it's not on the screen right yet, but there it goes. So we'll hit the fail on the last piece of this SLV trade, but nice move higher there as the dollar goes. And we had sort of, look, there it goes, right into the downside, right there goes the dollar.
Back.
So unfortunately, that is going to be a little bit of a problem there for this SLV trade. But we just took it out. I'm going to try it again here on SLV because I don't want to just get stopped out completely right off of that open, of the move. So I'm going to go back into there. Well, let's use 66.20 now as our short for SLV. We're back into it right now. Short silver one more time as we just got stopped out there into the move. So it's okay. I'm fine with it, but that's a risk that we just took right there on SLV. One more shot until we break that level, the 200 period. I'm not sure why it just ripped right up into that, but that's a level that I like to look at. So stopped out of our bigger piece there, and now we'll put on a smaller one and see if we can get it back to the downside here and hold just for a bit. Right now, silver looking pretty good to the upside, that's for sure. I really like that Apple move, though. Hoping for a pullback in Apple. Maybe we can grab that.
Yeah, lately these markets have been incredibly active, Sean, and for traders, that environment creates opportunity. Big moves mean more setups and more momentum. But to really take advantage of these conditions, you need two things. You need discipline and you need access to capital. That's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account. No moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what is called limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now and get 10% off. I want to thank Trade the Pool for sponsoring this portion of the show there. So Yeah, we had non-manufacturing PMI was 54 versus 54.8. So it was not huge the other direction. Manufacturing prices for March, 70 versus 63, so a bit of a bump up there for pricing. I got wicked out when we broke through the volume-weighted average price on IBIT. I did pop back in. Look, an economic number comes out, sometimes you trend, you're going to have a stop, and that's going to happen. But as we come back to the downside, the NASDAQ is reversing this move off of the highs after that ISM number. USO was bouncing off of VWAP, so you jump right back, and it's almost like we had a little bit of a hiccup, and then we're back to regularly scheduled programming, which was the market failing some of those highs. So we're trying to come back in, going to continue to reload this one off of the volume-weighted average price, and USO just does not seem to want to go yet. Am I getting Boyle fill? Nah, Boyle's not really bouncing with USO. USO's bouncing, but Boyle is not. So as long as that trend continues, we get back to the highs, I'll just short Boyle probably at VWAP. I don't think we're getting back into the high HOD here.
Oh, yeah. We're back to big time positive now. Like, what a crazy, by the way, Tesla making moves lower right there. I don't know, but we are right back into this trade on SLV. We get, being in something at a number, it is pretty risky, obviously, and did not really expect that kind of a move higher, but what are we going to do? That's why we stop out. There's the VWAP take back down in. Now we go lower, so we're covering, and now we are back. We're only up half now on our daily goal. So hopefully we get a little bit lower here. We can get back to where we were before. Like, I'm talking about, like, I'm still lower than where we were when the market was down here, right? Even though we take that hit, and now now we're about back to where we need to be. So good short there on silver. Let's see if we can hold it. We're out of just over half. We put on 5 more. We had 6 units. We put on 5 more right there back to the downside. So stopped out. So we had 6 units at the top. Now we only have 5, and the thing is that by the time that broke through, we had about 3.5 units left. Remember, we said we got out of 40%. So net, it's about a flat. We're up now. We're up quite nicely, but I'm just going to start to get out a little bit more there. I wish we obviously held the full boat, but that's okay. That's good. All right, Marvell, man, one of my good friends there. Wow, got to 112. That is where the players dwell. And then it made a move right back in now into 107. This market is really losing the bid now, as you can see what's happening. And hallelujah, this sort of silver to dollar trade now starting to work out here. As we talked about, we'd like to see a little bit of a stronger US dollar in order for our SLV trade to start to print right now. I'm going to put another bid on right here, as we have unrealized right now in the account. We have about our goal, but we need to realize it in order for it to actually be in our pocket. So we'll take another bid out there at 60s, and now we'll wait for a 50 move lower there. High oil prices, yeah, well, triggering a recession. I don't think it's if we get, did it say if we have oil prices? Oh, warns.
It's warns.
Okay, because we have high oil prices, and I believe Mr. Jamie Dimon on that one.
I would tend to agree with him here, and it's not.
Wow, silver.
Not looking very good. You're seeing us absolutely wreck back into the downside here. The Nasdaq is going to trend back in at the lows at this point, so everything is looking pretty bad. We're up so much. We're right back in the lows. That's what happens when you get stopped. But we're going to try to continue to play the shorts. I'm actually looking over an AMD, which was a breakout long. That's reversed that trend. It's no longer looking like any kind of a long trade. Nike, I know I said Nike was a short, but if you're shorting pops, this really has not had any kind of a pop. It's not at the low from Thursday yet, but it's getting pretty darn close, and I don't want to be short at the bottom. Nike should not be SSR. It's making its first bounce here since the number, so I'm going to take this one back into the volume-weighted average price. If we can hopefully get something other than Bitcoin. Everything is looking pretty bad except for Apple, I think. Apple's holding up pretty well. Obviously, if you're in USO, that's at the high of the day. So energy prices, good. Apple holding up some strength. Not too much else looking positive here for us, unless you're maybe looking at a couple of small cappers. We did have some gappers this morning that maybe we'll get to. It was an FCUV was one of them.
Mm-hmm. We're give me 41s. We just got the low of the day. If we can get it again right now, then this will be huge for the silver trade. We almost have the high and the low. I mean, we got stopped out pretty much at the high, at the 200. Okay, we get 41s again. No, I'm bidding 41s, and then we'll let this thing go. And you might be wondering, like, how low can we go here on silver? Like, there we go, we get 41s. All right, so just so you know, I'm out of 50% left, so still a big piece left. Yeah, so this is where we're getting out right now at 40, so no surprise here that this is the new low of the day. Right now for silver as it comes back, or for SLV, as it comes into this 40 marker. So now the next area down for the support would be right around 65.15s, 65.20s. So I'm gonna put a bid right there at 65.30, and we'll see if we can get a fill there, and then we'll put another bid a little lower into the teens and see, of course, if we can get another fill down there. So that's what we're trying to break lower right now on SLV as the US dollar continues to creep just a little bit higher right now. So we can go back and check. We had that poll up. Maybe we can get a new poll. 69.2. So yeah, obviously IBIT going short now.
It was exactly 50-50.
It's 50-50, okay. So that was whether or not the market was going to bounce or not off the open, I believe, wasn't it? And it does make a nice move there off the open, bounces into the low of the day, creates a new high, breaks through on the ISM net number, and now comes right back in. We do have a Dara back with us, I believe, on Wednesday. And unfortunately...
tomorrow, I thought.
Is it tomorrow? Okay, great.
Yeah,
so more news being read there. We are looking, man. We have our own news screeners. We have the Twitter machine up. We've got everything going on, our own news wires, the Benzinga platform and everything. So we will get you guys any sort of stories that come through. And maybe or maybe not, Sia will be here at some point today.
I just saw a headline for the Trump account.
Okay, good. Yeah, let's go.
Oh, that's way too long. Sorry, if you throw these ones up, sometimes they're like way too long. Treasury Department just announced that it has designated the Bank of New York Mellon as the financial agent to manage the initial Trump accounts for American newborns. BNY is partnering with Robinhood to tap its design and technology know-how to develop Trump accounts, app, and provide customer service. Is Robinhood getting any kind of...
Yeah, it's trying.
Yeah, apologies to New York Bank, to New York Mellon. It's probably Hood, I think, that we care a little bit more about if it's going to make any kind of move. It's still at $70. That's good. Hey, this is actually relatively strong here, Robinhood. That's not so bad. That's not so bad, Hood. Hood breaking trend, taking this story positively. I own Robinhood. Hasn't been that great the last couple of weeks, but no real breakout on the daily. A close over 70.25 on the 15-minute would look a little bit bullish. So maybe that story is enough to have that continue its relative strength to the markets. I did finally get in Nike. It's a bit of a chase, but it's a stair step down. And the latest step under here was like 43.75, and there's still some room into the low of the day as Nike continues to hold trend. So I'll just give this one to the prior resistance level, as we're not quite at the volume weighted average price. But Nike was always going to be a short till it ain't after their guidance miss, big time guidance disappointment for Nike.
Suck.
Anytime I remember, I was listening to I guess on CBC they were talking about the call, and they're just like, they should just get out of the guidance business. Sometimes it's bad.
I know.
Sometimes it's bad enough.
They don't have to guide.
No, they talk so much about uncertainties and this and that. It's like, well, if you're so uncertain, then just don't give guidance at all if you're so uncertain. So that super chat up here, if we can, Andre. Cater, SMX, new production, tokenization of real-world assets.
Like which real-world assets,
yes.
I wonder.
Which in particular?
Yeah, I mean, are they going to tokenize gold, silver, things like that? No, SM.
SMX.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that a stock? I haven't looked at that yet today.
It's a small capper.
Oh, wow, okay.
If you're looking for strength, it better be in a small capper. Let's be real. Or Apple, because everything else is looking incredibly weak. Especially given the fact that we're up today. Like the market's still actually in the green despite failing some of that top. SMX, that's a squeeze. But remember, habitual line steppers are what they are. And this has, reverse split, done you dirty multiple times. So these things are around for a good time, not a long time. That's Shree's saying, and I think it's an apt one when you talk about some of these squeeze plays.
Right. Yeah, we should be in Sharif back this week as well. Yeah, here's Bank of New York Mellon, so BK, starting to go higher a little bit on that news. I thought it would have been a little bit higher than this. So I'm thinking that there was probably some rumors or something about Bank of New York Mellon. They're getting those Trump accounts to begin with. Nice move higher over the last couple of days here on this spot. So yeah, it doesn't makes sense to me why we continue to climb here on BK. And look, what a good couple days. Obviously, the market's also recovered, but that looking like a good little bottom there. I think, you know what? I mean, look, the stock market is obviously a wealth generator over time. And if we can get those accounts going, I think it just sparks more education. I really, shout out to Michael Dell and company there for getting that going, and President Trump as well, obviously for these aforementioned or aforenamed Trump accounts. I think that's great. So I like BK, and if that solidifies sort of their market share on some of those investment platforms, and especially dealing with Robinhood, I'm not sure exactly what the sort of tie-up would be there, but I like it for BK more than Robinhood, but I still like the fact that Robinhood's name is sloshed around in there. So that's definitely something to think about there for Robinhood investors. Good story, so that should be fine. Better than saying like not having their name involved. We'll take that 10 times out of 10. Okay, so here we go, man. I did want Intel down near $50. Silver's holding the day for me today. I mean, we've got our daily goal there on silver right now if we were to flatten it out. So I'm going to wait for a little lower. I do think that with more uncertainties in this world, I don't mind looking for a stronger US dollar and a weaker spot in gold and in silver and in USO. So hopefully that can all get going. USO stronger though, actually, I think. Is it?
No, it's breaking back down.
Breaking back down right now. Okay, so so maybe that we might have to look at silver and potentially get out. But Intel's still a good look. I don't want to go short. It is breaking the low. I want to have a look if this gets to $50. So I like it down into there. That's sort of Friday's zone where we closed at $50. We did break a little bit through it. It didn't have a whole bunch of booming action off of that 50 because we actually got into that around noon or even before that, 10 o'clock, and then faded back and sort of just got back into there at the open. So let's wait to see at the close, sorry. Let's wait to see if $50, does come into play here for USO. For Intel, thinking too much about oil there. So yeah, so there goes the move back in silver. I only have 40% left. We sort of showed you that area of supply that was back into there, and at this point, would be demand rather than supply, but back into 65.40. So that's where a lot of our cover happened. We still have 40% left as it's getting back up to those upsides. So yeah, remember I mentioned to you, if you want to cover when you hit certain levels, that's not a horrible time. We could have covered twice down there for silver and reloaded it. So although we've been good on the reload got us back to Greensville. And that's what trading is, right? We don't have that crystal ball. Like if I knew that it would stop down there, I just would have got out of it all and reloaded it basically at any point is better than holding it. So we'll get some more out here if we do dip down. But I really do like Apple for strength let it come back in. If it does do that, watch out for your 50 period at 258.50. Would love to get a 258.50 fill there on Apple right now. That's $1.50 lower. And then the other name I wanted to look at was Marvell. It went down to 07s. Is it bouncing on some strength? Yeah, it got down to 06. So on market strength, I think Marvell also appreciates back to the north side. So a couple ideas I'm working with right there. And that SMX also was a pretty strong name, up 45%.
Yeah, good look at that SMX, and thank you for the super chat there. We'll get to the poll in a quick little second, but as I was sort of saying right before we went back over, you have USO back into VWAP. This is like that tripping point. If we hold here and break down, I think you make another leg up. Until that happens, Bitcoin came back into the volume weighted average price, so I got the reload. The order was already out. Not going to let this get. We're stretched enough past the volume weighted average price that letting it get up that far to the prior high is not going to be the jam. So I have to tighten it up closer to VWAP here. But if the plan of action was to be short in front of VWAP, then we're here now. Nike basically doing the same thing, but Netflix for the first time today is starting to look good at that $100 level. Unless you took the initial breakout. We've got higher lows finally going into that 100 level and lower highs as well. So you have a bit of a wedge pattern forming for a potential breakout over 100 here. Hasn't happened yet, but it's getting pretty close, and I'm not getting into Netflix unless it shows me the strength over, not under that $100 level. And now that we're open for a while, the other poll was 50-50, exactly 50-50. I'm kind of hoping we'll have some better sense here and not have to go to the crystal ball as you were joking around with Sean. Will the SPY hold green today? The NASDAQ, sorry, the SPY is up 1/3%, but I'm just talking hold on to these gains. Like so far, you failed the top and come back in. The NASDAQ's a little bit higher, but it hasn't felt too bullish. So we'll go ones are gonna be yes, and then twos are no. So get into the chat, type what you think. It's very simple, just a 1 or a 2 and keep it simple. Looks like people are liking the green a little bit better. And as I say that, it goes back to 50-50. It was literally 65% for a couple of seconds there. And now the no's are starting to come in. Now the no's are taking the lead. Yeah, it's about as definitive as it was in the pre-market, everybody. We're back to the whole 50-50. And so keep the votes coming in here. Let's see if we get any distinct direction. I feel, you know what, that just sums up this market for now. All we have done since we sat down here this morning is run the lows, run the highs, revisit the lows. So why would anybody be optimistic that we're going to bust it out here today? But it's skewed towards green. I even gave you a little bit of a just hold on to the gains here. So you'd think there would have been more excitement for the upside when I basically gave you guys a crutch. All we have to do is hold green in this case, and we're still at 50-50.
Yeah, so here's this SMX. I mean, SMX, I can't, unfortunately, we don't really have anything that I can call it up. It's not on our newsreader here yet. But SMX, a leader in digital molecular marketing and blockchain-backed digital infrastructure, announces today that they are going to have a new program out here, the DMPP, which will allow them to verify, trace, tradable digital assets, as well as real-world physical assets and materials can become financial instruments here. So this is a very interesting idea for SMX, and I think something that they've been working on. So, you know, congratulations to SMX shareholders, as it looks like it's going to be a very, very good trade here today, especially if you got that story earlier enough in the morning there. Short float of only 3%. Again, security matters. Definitely today, it looks like it's trying to get going. There it is, man, 850 up to 1450. SMX right now, float of only 2.5 million shares done, almost 2.5 million shares right now. So this story, this may just be going now, getting going. So I think SMX, something to look at. If we do sort of zoom back out, we have a couple reverse splits here, I believe, for SMX, because our charts generally, yeah, look like that when that, yeah, here. So let me just show you e-signal, and then at any point, by the way, Mr. Andre, you can throw up that super chat at any time. So we do, okay, yeah, we have so many splits, it's ridiculous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 splits going all the way back to 24. Yeah, July 24, 7 splits right here. The high of Security Matters, I don't even know what this price is. 850 million, I think. There for
is it 84? It doesn't. I'm literally
853, 84. No, it's 85 million. $85 million for SMX. So the good news, okay, we'll go over there. Yeah, I can see the market's getting higher here as USO going down, so that sucks for my oil. But SMX, with an $85 million high, this one has room to run. Okay, thank you, Randy, for the reload. We're reloaded. On coffee, yeah. Well, it is number 3, but as you can see here, this is still. No, we didn't drink too much of that. All right, thank you, Randy. We are reloaded. I'm reloaded. All right, thank you for that. And Randy, you can buy some SMX here. It's $15. It has a high of 85 million.
Or
so
maybe not.
About retiring a little earlier. You know, I mean, if this thing goes back to its highs, Neil.
Oh, this was a super chat from VWAP. Oh. VWAP that. As
what?
Trader TV Live. Hey, how does a Trader TV Live private equity firm sound? Judging by roughly 7,500 daily users, there's a second.
Yes,
we have many more. Focus on one ticket resulting in it. No, we're not.
Yeah, let's. We're not going to be doing anything like that.
That's not how we roll.
But we do want to thank everybody for watching.
Yeah, we appreciate, and we definitely want to thank everyone for watching and tuning in. The idea is
you have the option to like and subscribe. This
I like that.
Has unlimited upside.
There you go.
I like that, Joey Options. Joe's in the hood over there. What is it with the hood? First of all,
Yeah, man, he's just chilling out, man.
By the way, the market is now screaming back to the upside. So first things first, like I'll quickly update. Got out at VWAP through IBIT. The whole time, it's like this one will turn red because I have not really been covering except for at the low of the day. But that move in USO has really shifted. There's the breakdown in USO. I'll slap a gigantic fail for not shorting Boyle. I never got into this one, and it was hindsight will be 2020. It was gapped up. It certainly held that resistance level. It even gave you the consolidation off of VWAP. But with USO heading back into the downside, it looks like it's going to be all systems go. So if you voted one, to me, you're right at this particular point.
Yeah.
But it's still early. You have to hold on to the gains. The NASDAQ and the ES trading right back into some of those highs. Unfortunately, though, Netflix is not yet breaking out higher off that wedge. It's still inside the pattern, but there hasn't been the breakout yet on Netflix. So I'll be patient with it. Netflix, you want it to hold the 100 level, and if you're wondering why does 100 matter outside of being a fat round number, well, $100 was the prior high back in the beginning of March, and I want to see it have buyers above $100. That would be pretty key as well. Medical Marinera is talking about Intel is going. That makes some sense to me. Probably AMD as well. Markets back to the highs.
Medical Marinera, that's great. Okay, so I was just looking.
I love that name.
Yeah, no, that's a great name. I was actually looking at this SMX here. Yeah, I mean,
Intel's not bad.
that story, like this is just getting going. Like this is just 850 right down here. Sure, it's up 80%, obviously understood. But it's kind of absorbed this VWAP a couple times. So want to watch it. Let's see if it gets back into $13, $14 maybe, something like that for SMX. I think if you're a trader of that, you might as well hold. We got some couple super chats there saying SMX maybe as the retirement trade. I was just joking about this going to $85 million. Obviously, you got to watch out for how many times this name has gone back and forth, right? And so just be careful with it. Back into $13, $13.50. There it is, right? What's up, Cater? I think you might be, it's a great trade so far here. And if you got that story early, there's the bounce on SMX back in right now. So definitely a look on that one right now. So this is from Financial Juice. I'm going to send this. There's a fear and greed index indicator right now. It's at 22 out of 100, which means that there's extreme fear in the market right now. So we'll clear that out. And I think if you're going to look at like UVXY, this is the volatility here for the VIX. You're going to see this one starting to get escalated. I mean, today it's fine. It's downside, but we've seen it sort of take off here. So I'm surprised that it's still at that sort of level there, according to Financial Juice. I don't know if that's true or not. But also the crypto here, they also have this. I've actually never seen this one. The crypto fear index right now, 13 out of 100 right now. So they're not really loving the market right now, but the market's come back in the last couple of days.
That far
for VIX.
You think the other way?
That's exactly it. It's like when there's blood in the streets, you sometimes want to think almost oppo. And for me on Bitcoin, I've been going up, not going oppo. I only bought one time at 66 flat. I just sat there. I used IBIT. And the reason why I talk about 66 is I remember I was waiting for it. As soon as it got to 66, I just went in and bought IBIT. I can't remember what exactly the price is here. Look at the dollar, man. I can't win on this silver trade if this is what's going to happen. But I'm still waiting right now for.
So too.
Yeah, I know it's all happening at once, but I did not reload it. So my reload was going to be at 66.10. So I'm actually waiting for that exact price. I'm trying to be a little bit greedy. Not greedy, I guess the word's not greedy, it's patient. I'm trying to be patient with that. And then if it breaks, then we can give it about 10 cents to the upside. And if this little whoosh happens one more time, fine. I'm now out of I have about 35% left. So we're out of 65% of this, and a lot of it, man, like we waited for this move. So a lot of it out right where we wanted to at the lows of the day and at a level that paired off with what we had seen on Thursday. I keep saying Friday, on Thursday. All right, so these bottoms right there is where we sort of emptied out. We did get stopped out once on ISM manufacturing numbers. We talked about, or services, I think it was. We did look at that, but we got back in there. It did work out for the fade side back in there on SLV. So we'll have to see if that continues to work. And I was looking for an
it was
NVIDIA
both.
short.
There was ISM manufacturing and services numbers came out. Services was basically flat.
And NVIDIA, I should have shorted there at 177. This was a trade that I was actually thinking about. I did not do it, obviously, or you would have seen me tell you guys. But that's not a bad level. So what about looking at NVIDIA if it does come back up into here, 177? I think that's under, I mean, we'd be above VWAP, but we would come right back in, try to absorb that underneath the 200 period. I mean, the better trade might be 177.50 if you really want to wait for it, but that's not horrible. I don't mind a 177 take. They're short against 177.15s, like 15 cents worth of risk there to see if you can catch a monster on, or at least not a monster, but maybe 4 or 5 to 1 back into there. So I think that's a good possibility there for NVIDIA. So something to look forward to.
Random oddities. I'll get to your AMD question because I do have a response for what was that AMD move this morning. I think it was technical, but Nike does not hold trend. It was holding on the 15-minute. There's your false break. Join the trend on the break at the low of the day. And again, just like I did, like I was holding this for to fill the gap. Like I wanted that to go $1 to the downside off of that 43.75 mark. But once it breaks the prior bar in the 15-minute, that's the out. And so we're going to take that every single time. As far as AMD, I think it was a technical break on AMD. And then for now, it looks like we're just reversing the move. Go all the way back here. AMD was trend up, pretty strong on Friday. You have the markets bouncing off the lows. And once we got through 221, good to go. But it's failed that breakout now on AMD. Failed the breakout, making lower lows, making lower highs in addition to that. So with this, you know what, I really don't like that one to the long side if it doesn't hold the 221. I'm going to jump back over to USO because we can rectify a mistake if this actually bounces. So USO is trying to get back higher. We went into the red, from green to red. We went red to green, and then now green to red on oil futures, but it hasn't been more than like a point in either direction. Throughout that entire time, just like last week, oil has been a dog and relatively weak. Gave up all of its gap gains. So any bounce, like next available bounce, is going to continue to be the player. As long as I see USO trending down, there's still room to the bottom. It's got 2% till it gets to the actual low of the day. So I think this one going red makes a little bit of sense. It's just incredibly weak here when it comes to oil. Nat gas hasn't been able to get off the schneid. And then remember, we have the president at 1 o'clock, or around 1 o'clock. We're expecting the president to speak. I would suspect that it should be a little bit market moving, right? With not too long until this recent deadline is going to be up tomorrow. And given the language that we got over the weekend, I would suspect you're going to see the oil futures probably move around a little bit here. But for now, they're looking a little bit weak. As long as USO pops, I want to try to get into that boil. Netflix does not want to break higher. So thankfully, we're not forcing that one either. You had to have Netflix at the open. That was the only long available. This one looks like it's trying to fill in that gap. And as I said earlier, until it gets down to fill in the gap at the bottom, I don't even want that bounce play on Netflix. Looking too weak.
Yeah, oh, Netflix is not bouncing, okay.
It's still green, but it's at the low of the day. And the market's at VWAP.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to give this one a little bit of room. We're going to try to go short here around that 177 marker on NVDA. We're still short silver. We don't have our reload there yet. Here comes NVIDIA trying to make a move back up. Let me just explain what I'm trying to do here on NVIDIA. So I was just thinking about these tops. I mean, I feel like we've topped out a little bit. It is underneath. The NASDAQ is pretty strong. If the NASDAQ wants to run back up to the top, I'd actually take that NVIDIA short and just see if it wants to break higher. This is the 50-period moving average right now. We're underneath it. This is why I'm going short. You know, we've been underneath right here. That's 177.40. I don't want to give it that high. I'm just going to give it to like a 177.20 or so, Phil. But if we can get a short around 177, which it's there now, then that's going to be something I'm going to take and see if we have some pressure on the market and get back down in there. It's obviously, this is just a channel that we're stuck in right now between 177.50 and 176, but we're closer to the top than we are to the lows. I think I'm going to try to go short right now. Although the market, I'm surprised NVIDIA is this weak. So I'm just going to try the short. I think it's there. We'll have a look at that. We are going to get more short at 66.10 on silver, and then we'll wait to see. You know, if Intel's going to be weak today, it's still up 1%, but it's, you know, just trying to bounce off the lows. So I think we did pretty good looking for this long around 50, but maybe we were just a little too low there on that. I mean, it is a nice pullback. It does get into 50-50s, and we're looking for 50 again just because that's where we closed. There's some decent levels there. And even if it gets into 50, like, are you going to stop out? Like, that's 49 is where your 200 period moving average is right there. So that could be a look also, which kind of matches, you know, if we're right and NVIDIA does come down, I mean, I'm almost short. I'm waiting for 177 break, then we'll get short on NVIDIA. If that works and the market comes in, also looking to maybe buy some Intel in and around that 50 and looking at 49 again there. We had, let's look at some other spots here. It's 10:31. We do have the midday show coming with Obi and Joe, so that should be a lot of fun for you guys as well. You get a couple different styles of trade happening other than Neil and I. All right, so here it is. Silver, my position, but this is what the market looks like in a pretty good day overall. So I would say pretty... you know, depending where you are, I mean, some of the energy space is going to be low today, but you can't complain in the energy patch if you're long anything over there. You had a great couple days and couple weeks, couple months on energy, so we'll wait to see if ExxonMobil can get back going. Broadcom down, so that's funny. I mean, Marvell was upside. We can have a look at some of those ASICs later. JP Morgan and some of the financials trying to, as if, man, NVIDIA kind of goes right to 177 and comes back. Now it's at 176.70. We could have hit that as well. Capital One, some of the financials there. JP Morgan coming next week, the 14th. So that should be exciting to hit there for JPM next week as bank season kicks off, or the big earnings season kicks off. We have Delta this week, and I believe Levi Strauss this week. So not too much going on here. We got a super chat about TJX and some of the, there's Ross stores as well. Walmart's upside. I don't see, there's Target up 1.25. Yeah, Target 120. Yes, 121.50s right there for Target. We like that play there as well. Carvana continues to go downside a little bit off of splitting action there for Carvana. But yeah, silver not doing a whole heck of a lot right now. I'm just kind of sitting on this trade here with SLV. Well, now it's starting to go downside. See, we did not reload it. We could have. We're waiting at 66.10, guys. It got to 66.08. So missed it by a couple of cents. And then our NVIDIA trade was at 177.05. It gets to a little bit, you know, not that close, 176.95. So a couple trades working out so far there. Sharif is back. I don't know if Wednesday or...
Let me double check. I thought it was end of the week. Looks like Thursday he'll be back. And Darius should be back tomorrow, I believe. So all systems go. And thank you guys for all of your questions. And people think, well, where's the news? Where's it there? There haven't been too many headlines that we've been able to see here. Look, we did have a couple. We sort of talked about the CrowdStrike, and that was kind of a minor story. Robinhood, the Trump accounts, that was a bit of a minor story as well, not really moving the market. And I think the president's going to be a bigger deal come 10 o'clock, or sorry, come 1 o'clock. It's already well past 1 o'clock. I think that'll be a big deal. Intel, you were mentioning Intel. This just feels like a false breakout. It's a false breakout with a lower high. I was putting that one into the chat. So if this gets to VWAP first, that's going to set up. And a lot of people were mentioning MSTR and BMNR, like strategy and BMNR have been incredibly strong relative to what's going on in crypto. Like, you're barely breaking out. Like, since I got out of the short in Bitcoin, it's barely even broken that top, only by a couple of pennies. So I would still maintain we're relatively weak compared to some of these treasury names. These are really starting to extend higher as that and BMNR go. But if we're not breaking out the highs, and Bitcoin's at 69.6, we're not breaking 70,000. We're holding resistance under 70,000. If we can't take out that top, these start to look like reversion plays to me. The longer we hold that trend without anything too crazy happening in crypto, like, that is a very distinct upward trend on BMNR. So thank you guys for pointing it out. At least as in terms of preparation, I just double checked. I'm going to go pay for locates in case we get a trend break here on BMNR. 7.5% up, almost double what we're seeing in some of the underlying without us taking out any highs. I think that looks like a good trend break, but we'll have to go pay for some locates on BMNR. Here. Something about
Intel, right? Yeah, Intel with Google or something. I don't know. Normally when we get those highlights, we don't see this kind of action, not doing anything. So we'll wait to see about a story from Intel coming through here. Right now we'll check our news sources and get that going for you again. So silver there, we do get our 10s, a little bit of a fill here. We'll see if we can get a little bit more out, maybe at 66. We got 10s, it came back, I actually took 5s, and then we took some 10s as well. And we were gonna get stopped out at 20s. So I was like, okay, well, if we could take out 5%, This was actually 10% there at 66. We'll do that. I'll do it again right now for less this time, but we'll see if we get some more there at 66. Just trying to go 1-to-1 here. There it goes on SLV because we haven't necessarily been right here, right? It's been sort of moving higher against us as this day goes on. So we'll take, I'm bidding 95s. Maybe we can get out another piece right here. We're still well in the pocket. I mean, we're still up nicely here on SLV and on some of our ideas there today as we will wait for a bid to come in on SLV. Still not seeing anything on that Intel story, but we did hear about it, and I'm not sure if it's really doing anything.
Intelligence talks with Google and Amazon.
Okay.
They're over advanced semiconductor packaging service deals, citing sources. That's coming from Wired. So we heard the same thing, Darwin. I'd put it up. I haven't seen it in print, though.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like it's moving Intel all that much. It's bouncing a little bit here. The first thing was, oh, well, do I still want to short this one off these lower highs if it gets into VWAP? I'd say so. That news doesn't seem to be moving yet, but you're getting a bit of a delayed reaction, so maybe let's see if it can press it a little bit higher. So that or BMNR is likely to be next for myself. We just made a fresh high over there on Bitcoin, but we're still at 69.7. It's been a very distinct trend here. I just heard that Iran is given a response via Pakistan. We'll see. Again, the president's due in a couple of hours here, and let's see if the language is just as harsh. And if it is, I can't really see us breaking out highs if the rhetoric remains the same.
All right, guys, another one, another 2-to-1 trade over here. Hopefully you guys are able to take that. We're now getting, yes, go, Silver. All right, man, there it is. Here we go. So that was a good trade here on SLV. You can see the quotes are a little bit everywhere right now. So we do take some bids. There we go. We get some bids in the 80s now as Silver's just dancing around. There's an 84 again, 83s. We are now close to the high of the day right now for my account anyways on this trade. As down comes Silver, we take it perfectly at the 200. Yes. Holy shit, Neil. This is a good one right now as we go bearish on Yes. Okay. Iran rejecting the ceasefire right now. So President Trump also apparently did not agree to anything like this. So more to come on this. But there it goes right now. And holy crap, did we ever get lucky right there? We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. How about that reload right there? I hope you guys are part of the chicken dinner winner family because that was a monster right there. We waited for 66.10. We talked about it. Now this trade, we gave this trade to you 66.10, right? For 10 cents worth of a hit. It's now 35 in the money. We just cover on that news to the downside right there. And again, looky, man. I have this up. I might just put this up somewhere. I'm trying to find some more screen room, but there goes that boom right there to the upside. So we'll figure it out, but there it goes, man. Nice move up on the DXY. And yeah, there it goes. So that was a good one there. As we'll just cover a little bit more on this, right? We don't need to be sitting here and getting too greedy with this trade as headlines are flying through right now. We are now out of half of this trade. I'm going to bid again, just because, again, a little nervous. So we'll put a bid there at 79, see if we can get that fill, and then we'll just wait for a little bit of a lower bid, maybe again into these 60s and 50s. But there it goes, man. An absolute monster there to get us back to where we need to be on our day for SLV. Just one trade for me today. Just kept on shorting, man. Kept on sticking with the rhetoric that we had, shorting on silver, and it definitely pays off to the short side.
Absolutely, and as you see, rejecting that ceasefire. So if you're waiting for a trend break, the market just broke. We broke VWAP in there, and I don't know. We'll see in about 2 hours how much this is going to end up mattering. But rejecting the ceasefire, I can imagine it is going to look a little bit nasty when the president gets word of that. But BMNR, we're waiting for it. It broke the trend on that headline. I'll look for the volume weighted average price here if we're able to get it. Intel also came back in. That's the other one here for us. So basically put in the lower high. As long as it holds this lower high, I think we're good to go and play this one trend into the downside. Obviously, I was saying with BMNR, Bitcoin also broke trend pretty heavily in there, but I was looking at BMNR in that particular moment. So rejecting the ceasefire, you know that's going to cause the spike up in oil prices, but they got to VWAP and are already coming back in. So we've seen this before. We get a big time headline, or let's call it a relatively big headline, and then we get a big spike in oil futures, and then it travels back in. But you know what? We were at 137 when the news hit. You went to 138. You're back to 137. So that support post-headline seems like it can hold a little bit here. That would be the reload spot if we can get anything back in BMNR, but that's not bouncing back to our entry just yet. So keep an eye on 137 on USO. That's where we're sitting when this news hit, or when this headline dropped, I should say, more importantly. Iran, oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just dropping all
demanding, also including reconstruction and lifting of sanctions. Well, they were already asking for that, right?
Yeah, they wanted all rebuilt back up and everything. Caterpillar. So just be careful. Yeah.
Caterpillar.
Michael Noss mentioned Caterpillar.
Well, I'm just saying, it's like, who do you think gets to rebuild all these?
Yeah, but we don't have to whisper, right?
They will be.
Okay, so yeah, I do like Caterpillar. I like all of those guys as well. So I'm just getting out of silver. I mean, forget this, man. On this news, we're going to make sure that we do have enough here, in the quiver if this market moves against or the other way. But there's another cover at O's. I'm going to get another cover at 95, and then we can let the rest roll, and I'll have 25%. And then if it breaks higher, I just want to make sure the math is mathing, right? I mean, I don't want to hold the whole thing right back to get shut down. We had a 3-to-1 trade. We did cover a bunch of it there. I was waiting for lower. You never know where the news is going to take this market. So we'll wait for that and then hopefully get a 95. And hey, man, now if we get stopped out on a break of 20, then we get stopped out on a break of 20. We can now, safely hold on to that trade. Yeah, so Meta's had there we go. Yes. All right, Meta, yeah, not good for Meta. Yeah, one more time, Joe. There goes Meta to the downside here as we keep on, I don't know, Ramin, I don't know who did that. Oh, thanks, Andre. Andre liking that one there. As there it goes, now Meta going back to zeros as well, as that's now near the day's low. That's not what we're celebrating for, but we always talk about how closing prices very key, and right there on Meta, you're seeing it come right back into 574. This is what all of those are for, because there it comes right again as we get VWAP again at 90s. They're for silver. So once again, another 2-to-1 trade going on. Look, man, I'm well in the green today just on one trade. I know you only have 2 or 3 symbols yourself, so it's been very specific. We actually got that super chat about being specific with the trading and everything like that. Oh. So that's what we do, and that's what I do today, and it's been one heck of a day, needless to say. We did write down just on one trade, though. I mean, I'm hoping it can go lower. Maybe it won't. Palantir there, 147 was what I was looking at. It's bounced off a couple times at 147.80. Is it just hilarious? Like, we sit here and just blow all this smoke and waste all this energy and all this time, and the futures are almost right back to where we started. We're right back at VWAP again for the futures and the NASDAQ. And yeah, here's where we opened up, I guess, down here near the lows. But there's that initial pop, and that's right where we are right now. After the first minute of trading, you go up, we go down and make a new low, then a brand new high on ISM right there, stopping out of our only red silver trade right there. Got back in, right back up to highs, and right in the middle again. So stuck in the middle is the market. And here we go, man. We are going to continue to hold on to this trade. Now 25 cents in the money. It's SLV, and it's what I have. Now, Sia should be in today, as far as we know, at noon.
Oh, so welcome back, Sia.
Yeah, more news stories coming through there.
Glad to see her come back. And you talked about the market being in the same spot. Well, USO is in the same spot as well. So that 137 to 138, it's still playing by those rules. And as long as we hold, so the headline came out, which was Iran rejecting the ceasefire. It was holding 137 at USO. That's continuing to hold very well. Once it breaks through VWAP, I think that's when you can maybe retest some of these lows of the day. Unfortunately, holding that 137 is not going to be great for the market. Even Apple, strongest of the Mag 7 names this morning, I'm pretty sure, at least from what I've seen, it's the strongest of the Mag 7.
Oh, that NVIDIA
That's really starting to break down here. So it's losing the upward trend. Intel, which, Intel's a disappointing one. This one fills in the gap at about 50 1/3, I believe. So it's like 50, the prior close was 50.38 or something. So if it gets down there, respect the fact that that was a double top on Thursday, and that will be the target, because we're a little bit late to that trade. And then BMNR and Bitcoin, as long as Bitcoin holds under VWAP, I think this trend break gets to VWAP, so simple trend break, and then play it into the volume weighted average price. But the reversal, it really just matters whether we hold this range in oil and break higher above 138. That's the continuation play for shorts. But if we don't do that, then it's another one of those like nothing burger headlines that just spikes us a little bit. You get a little bit of a trend up, and then we resume what it was doing before. Because remember, USO was dropping for the last 40 minutes or so, or the last 30 minutes or so going into that headline. So about 15 minutes, and we ship you guys to the midday. Remember the president speaking at 1 o'clock. If you're watching the space names, that Artemis flyby isn't until 3.
Yeah, I just put this up. Yeah,
Expect
so
to see some good news.
yeah, I think that's gonna be great. I mean, watching the space
It's
names
so cool, man.
might be something. I just asked, did anybody get 177? And Trader 6, man, you're listening to me too much, but I do appreciate it. I love that. Right there, you said you were waiting for 177, same as me, man. I was at 177.05. You know, it went to 176.95, and there's the push down there in NVIDIA. So I think we did well by well spotted. There, but we did not pull the shoot over there on that name. So, you know, my bad over there, but not my bad over here, Trader 6. I hope you do have this one as well. We'll clear that as there it goes. Yeah, I am. Yo, what's up, Taylor? I just want to tell you right here, I am also long NVIDIA literally forever. I am never selling my NVIDIA shares until I retire. I feel like. So yeah, I'm with you on that one. I love some NVIDIA there. We're just, of course, Neil and I are sitting on a prop floor, so we go in and out of trades pretty much all day. And for me, it's been a very, very simple trade today. Short silver, as you can tell. Hi-ho. There. We only have, and that's our stop out right there on ISM. And of course, it bounces right to the 200. And I say, haha, fool me once. And then we just absolutely destroy it on the backside. I'll take another 80 fill. We just took an 81 fill. I'm not sure how, there we go, we got 80. I'm not sure how low this will go. We do have some fills at 70. I really do want to wait for down here and see if this will develop into something. Apple maybe on the comeback downside right now. So, you know, into VWAP, 259.50. Can't hate on that one. With all this news going through on USO, it's not really doing anything. Too much, just kind of bouncing back and forth. Yeah, so VWAP is 259.60 there on Apple. Nothing wrong with that, because you're not going to get the 200 period. So sometimes it's about waiting for certain things to come through, and this does not look like this is going to come through right now, unless the market really craps, right? And if it does, then we're already laughing all the way to the freaking bank. This is, again, another 3-to-1 trade. Hopefully you guys are following some of these trades, man. We've been doing it last week. We've been doing it for quite a while now, putting on some of these bigger ones. We got stopped out when stop outs are there, but for right now, all good. If we have 2 super chats, Andre, then let's roll them, because it's almost what's for lunch.
I haven't even seen it.
No trusting these markets. Still short BTC. Yeah, I mean,
What's the OBJ?
What's up, JK Premium Hunter? So I just wanted to say, yeah, good look on that one, right? I mean, if you do like the short there on Bitcoin, we did talk about that bouncing off of 70 could be a trade. I don't mind it. I haven't bought any Bitcoin except for 66, so maybe that would be a good reload level. Congratulations on that short. Probably a couple $100 in the money, depending on when you took it.
Leroy
Fly.
Chandler with Fly, and why not for Firefly Aerospace? I guess, look, hot sector lately for sure. It's been okay. I mean, it's a good move. I guess you said you sold some today. Why not? I mean, sometimes it's just about ringing the register and feeling good about it when you do so. So this one, pretty clean, very clean off the 50 period on the daily. I think we talked. I forget which guest mentioned this one last week, but somebody did. It wasn't one of us, I don't think, off this 50 period, but a good little breakout happening on Fly. It's a bit of a W pattern if you squint hard enough, or if I do that, like really condense it, there's your W, and it's breaking out that top here at about 35 even. So Firefly in the midst of a break, but when you get to a spot like that, I never mind. I'm one of those that has no issues taking profit at some of those highs. So congratulations, that one's working for you. All right, Intel's trying to break through the low. Once it fills the gap, I want to jump out, tighten the stop in to break even now that it's retested that low. And for BM&R, as long as Bitcoin does not break the low of the day, I'm still thinking this is a VWAP play. And that came close enough to that dreaded line. It's just a line on a chart. VWAP is nothing more than a line on a chart.
Wow.
Well, it's an important indicator, but just because I think it's headed all the way down there, I should also respect this is strong and this is holding trend. So 1, 2, trend, hold, which means I do need to jump out if it breaks higher, but I can add to this or actually just get back into the trade if it ends up breaking the trend line. the all-day trend line is more important than this little trend line here. One more super chat, or another super chat, I should say, from VWAP. Again, that you know what. Good morning, gents. Do you mind having a quick look at AAOI? Is it pumped full of air and just hasn't burst and sunk yet, or is it for real? AAOI. I mean, that's kind of a
optoelectronics
there. Like, is it pumped full of air? I'm not here to give you a fundamental play
Helium?
on something. Technically, I can, because we actually, I've called this one up because it was obviously a bit of a runner recently. Here's what I see. Regardless of what you call this pattern, call it like a flag or pennant or whatever it is. Like, you've got a bullish chart with like this like declining lows and declining highs. Well, last I checked, usually that means you buy the support on the bullish move, which is a 50 period. But if it can break out of this channel upside, and this is a daily chart, so it has to show something on the daily, not just sort of wicked on the daily. It needs to close above and open tomorrow. You've got a bit of a breakout pattern, but that's above the top of the channel. It's literally hit the top of that channel and respected it today. And sometimes you see that happen where you've got resistance and the daily chart's showing you the resistance. That's exactly where it topped out. Am I saying it's going all the way back to the bottom? No, I'm just showing you that's what the pattern has been in the past for AAOI. So fundamentally, you have to make your own fundamental decisions. All I can do is look at the chart.
Okay, Obi just out beside us. We're getting ready for Obi and Joe on the midday, so get ready for that. C will be in at noon. Lots of fun stuff. They'll get some polls up. Maybe the Stone Cold music might hit at sometimes there during the... Stone Cold's getting ready in the back. It's Stone Cold, getting ready back there. But we're gonna right now figure out, Stone Cold needs to eat. You gotta put something down that gullet if you're just gonna be smashing beers all day. So shout out to everybody doing that hopefully not on a midday on a Monday, but.
Well, it's 5 o'clock.
To each their own. It is wine o'clock somewhere, as my wife likes to say as well. Right there, okay. So today's lunch. All right, the flag is a good one. It's a US flag.
So
the U.S. flag has led to fried chicken in the past with sides of mac and cheese.
Fried chicken.
For God, that's it. That is.
You know what? It had to happen eventually. We had a good run without it. It's been a while. It had to happen eventually.
Today's meal with the American flag. Garlic buttered baked tilapia. Roasted veg, Cajun. This is why the American flag.
Yeah, I see you're trying to bring this back.
This is the American flag aspect. We're going down south. Cajun roasted. It's funny because have we not had Cajun tilapia before, I believe?
Yes, and and it was a different flag when we had it.
So this time we're choosing garlic butter baked tilapia with the Cajun roast potatoes and a garden salad. Hallelujah, your boy is on the salmon.
What the hell is even that?
Yeah, so I'm on the salmon, so we'll have that today, but thank you to the caterers, but it's a U.S. flag, so today we say, oh, Canada, because it was salmon last time, the fish for Canada, and today the U.S. gets farm-raised tilapia, so shout out to that one. And,
at least it's farm-raised. That makes it.
It doesn't say that, but I'm going to assume it's not fresh tilapia. Okay, so that's that. And welcome everybody to the show where we also discuss what's for lunch. And that's what that was. What's for lunch today? Garlic buttered baked tilapia. You know what? I bet you it's going to be one of the best tilapias of your life, Neil.
You know what?
And
probably not,
think
but you do have to think positively. The markets are trying to think positively, and despite did we hold on? Let's see how the poll's doing. I don't think I actually closed it. Now that I think about it.
Brendan just ran to the kitchen. He wants to get 2 pieces before everybody
where'd the poll go?
Oh no, you have a poll. By the way, oil's SLV's coming back a little bit.
Yeah, we're bouncing off the lows, but I'll end the voting right now. Again, it's just 50-50. This has been really indicative of all of our. Anytime we ask about the market, we're not getting any decisive action here. 52% say we hold on to gains, and 47% say no. So we're still. I don't know what to tell you, we're still bucking that 50-50 trend. The market's bouncing off the bottom. That's probably enough of a gap fill. So I'll respect the fact that this is as far as we're going. Here's the NASDAQ bouncing off the lows, is to quickly give you an indication of why I'm sort of punching out. And you're seeing the same thing in USO. USO just keeps bouncing 137 to 138. So I feel like when it gets back up to the highs, that's probably a spot to look for reloads on the shorts. And when it's at that 37, I guess bounce out. BMNR broke that initial trend, got close to VWAP without breaking it. Now I'm looking for the all-day trend break, which could happen. But that'll be, I think that's the next trade for me. If we get another short to pop in Intel, fair enough. But BMNR seems like breaking the all-day trend will be the next play. For sure. Stock Ed, where's the lobster for lunch?
Exactly.
That would be.
I had lobster. I had some lobster.
I don't think we're ever getting
week.
lobster. Let's be real. We're not getting lobster from the caterer.
No. We gotta get some super chats together. We can order.
That is
some
not
lobster.
happening.
I had some lobster last week. It was very tasty. Okay, just real quickly here. We are about to go over to the midday show. More outs there on SLV. It really absorbed the 50-period moving average, so we'll fly out of that one. We're still waiting for lower. I mean, if we get it, great. I'm not sure that's going to happen. Our stop still remains at 66.20. Because I'm going to scramble, we'll come back after the gym and relook at it. I'm not going to take NVIDIA right now, but it's making its move back higher. If anything, and it does look a lot like some of the other charts we've seen here, where we've made that early low, came back and retested again, and now higher. So I actually think that potentially that short, you guys judge it for yourself, almost like this short better right now with Intel. Intel's got really excited early and popped through to 52.50. Now you're down $2 from that. That's down 4%. You know, down $2 on 50 is 4%. So you're down now 4% from its intraday high. That's not necessarily like a recipe for success here for Intel. Like, why would it be down? There was some sort of a story there about Google, and I don't know exactly. Trump was just making comments, and there's nothing. Apparently, he was at an Easter egg event. So that's cute. I don't think he's talking about anything right now about that. There is a prepared remarks coming from him at 1 p.m. So Joe and Obi will be all over that one. Sia should be here to talk about that with you guys as well. But what about Intel? Still trying to bleed a little lower here into the close of this show into the next. So watch out, guys. Obi and Joe, watch out for Intel. That could be a decent look there as well. And then just for something else, this is maybe an Obi trade. Meta has made a move back in. Watch out for retracement back up here into VWAP. I actually would really like this short between 78 and 79. So a little bit of a move up there for Meta, I think gets me short right into a decent level, supported by some key levels with VWAP and the 200-period moving average. So just a couple ideas, and then nothing hit for me on IBIT. You could see now Bitcoin starting to go. I wrote down the long for IBIT, but I wrote down 38.50. We didn't even get to 39. So that trade gets squashed. Silver, we're still in. And then Palantir, I like to dip into 47s, but that level didn't happen either. That went to 47.50. So it was one trade for me, and we make our daily goal on it, and that was silver. So successful morning. We'll just wait to see what brings this afternoon.
Yeah, especially after the president speaks.
Yeah.
You know, I'm expecting after you get that headline of Iran ignoring or rejecting the truth and sort of doubling down on their terms, at least that's what we're hearing. We'll get the president's response, and I think that's the next move for USO. And obviously that's the biggest real volume shock we had was that headline, and all we did is go $1 in USO, less than 1% of a move, and we're still inside the same range. So if this ends up breaking out, I think that's going to bode well, obviously, for the shorts. I'm already looking at that BMNR trend down, and if this breaks trend up, then I'll be short BMNR. And it is 11, and I know we had this thing where we try to throw over at Joe's request as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it's over 20 seconds over.
We're 20 seconds over. Let's go. You got Obi and Joey options. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Good luck, everybody.
Yo.
A bunch of punctual individuals once again, right on time, man. You gotta be sure. Of being punctual, Obi, we will be sure to end things 5 minutes early because that's when you're supposed to typically show up, right? A little bit early,
Yeah,
15 minutes early.
15. Yeah, that's what I was told.
So
I was
hopefully
told
the boys
you guys show up 15 minutes
ready
early.
by 1:45.
So that's completely fine. I mean, me and Neil are down for going on early. It's just we need to. These people weren't privy to the discussions. Like, Joe wants as much airtime as possible.
He's been asking for it every day.
So Joe, has something changed in this request, or?
This is wild. You know, no, nothing's changed, brother. I'm just making. I know you guys want equally as much airtime as
No. We're publicly saying the floor is yours, Joe. We are.
Did you?
No.
Email.
Neil and I, being the elderly statesmen around here, we need our midday naps. We need as much rest time as possible.
I gotta eat.
We gotta eat. Neil's got to have a couple of portions of tilapia.
So 2 hours and 45 minutes is what I heard you guys exactly need, and then you're going to be right on time for what?
Yeah, Joe, we can rework the salary and figure that out, and get it back into the right.
For who?
You want to put in on this?
Let me guess. Cut my mic now. Okay.
Get this guy out of here.
Joe, lots of fun. See ya, get me out of here.
Welcome, guys. I hope everyone had a fantastic holiday weekend.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, a lot going on. Hopefully you didn't indulge in too much chocolate and have to burn it off at the gym. Nonetheless, even if you are going to do that, I hope you had a fantastic time with family, eating plenty of food. Here in Toronto, it was 27 degrees, it felt like, on Friday. And then the next day, it dropped down to like 8 degrees. Absolutely insanity and bipolar type weather here in the city, Obi. Yep. Once again, joining me for a couple more days. Happy to have him. How was the weekend? What are you looking at here today?
Weekend was pretty good. Honestly, I'm recovering, man. I had a bachelor party on Friday and Saturday. I'm still recovering from that.
Yo, that's what happens.
Yeah, no, I know. It was crazy, wild times. A lot of good fun with good friends as well. So
nice.
Busy weekend for me. Didn't really get out too much. Yeah, high school friends.
Nice.
It was really nice. We had some nice dinner at the place. Shout out to the chef, man. He was just cooking
it up.
He was just cooking fresh. It was like a tapa style type of thing.
Okay.
So like, we were getting food all night long.
Nice, man.
It was pretty solid. Great food there.
You know what we didn't do here, Obi?
What's up?
It's
What did we
roll
not do?
call.
Oh, okay, all right.
We
Let's
got
who's
Dan
in the
and
room.
Darwin always in the chat. Others in Blackhawk. We have Bot Ricks. I don't know why I tell them it's a bot. Joshua Langren. What up, Pizza Gang? Boom. Tony, Mike Peter Ryder, Jody Mills. What's going on? I hope you have a fantastic weekend. Christmas. We got Michael P. Roger Noonan, Durant Gordon, Cool Brochet, Mike Peter Ryder in the chat a whole lot as he typically is. Trader64, Jay Sione, and who else? We got a couple more here, guys. Tony, my guy, what's going on? Gorev, Los Pollos, Hermanos, Hangry Wife, Lemon's family. Who else? One more in AT&D, my boy Stevenson, ATN. Once again, I hope everyone's had a fantastic morning. Hope you're ready to rock and roll. I hope you're game planning. I hope you have your notes. You did a little due diligence over the weekend. And then you come in bright and early Monday morning. Last week was a shortened one. And you come in ready to rock and roll. The boys next to us clearly were. You had the Katina Man short on silver. There you go. He's just riding that. The cash cow himself. What are you doing in the middle of April there, Katina, man? I'm curious. I wouldn't know or anything. If you could bring us a little more information on that one. SLV, and then you had Neil rocking and rolling. What's going on with the Blue Jays, my friend? I don't know. These guys dropped like 5 straight or something like that, 4 straight. Not too good of a look. Aside from that, guys, a little bit more of a quiet one. NASDAQ still relatively choppy here today. We have Tesla still sliding. Not too good of a look. For Tesla, we tried a couple of longs. NVDA has yet to pick a definitive up or down direction. We're moving sideways there, but there's plenty of time left in the session. But first and foremost, we want to hear what Obi has on his radar, what he's looking at, and then we'll go over what we got going on. Then Joey Notebooks.
Nice, good stuff, man. I really like that. Yeah, I remember there was I got like notebooks and notebooks stacked of just like, notes I've been taking through the day and stuff like that. Don't really do too much of that anymore. But it was definitely good.
Yeah, you do everything.
It's good practice. Yeah, I do. I write stuff on my Notion now.
Yeah.
Today I haven't really taken a single fill, to be honest. I've just been observing, watching, and waiting for the right opportunity. Apple gave us a nice opportunity there, a bit of a miss, but it's okay. It wasn't really, A++. So I've just been observing, to be honest, for the most part, waiting for maybe potentially some of these some news to hit there. We know that Trump's making some remarks at around 1 o'clock, so we'll see if that brings in any sort of volatility into this here market. Obviously, have eyes on USO there at the same time. That's holding this 135. We're holding well above 135s now, trading in 137s. Just kind of sideways consolidating. We're still seems like we're still continuing that stair step up as tensions in and around the Strait of Hormuz continue to fluctuate. So that's really all I have on watch. But you guys let me know, what else are you watching in this market? What do you think is in play on a day like today? It was a relatively quiet morning, nothing too crazy. I was watching, the only reason why I was watching Apple was the relative strength on Apple this morning was crazy. All the way from 256s to 262s, it was the strongest Mag 7 out of all the names. I think one of the strongest in all of tech as well. Yeah. So that's a good reversion that's coming in. I guess the opening drive was there as well, but I like my reversions. They gave you a couple chances there to get in pretty decently. And you can see here at the top too, you got those nice inverse hammers kind of telling you, giving us the signal that, yeah, that buying, that aggressive buying, while the rest of the market isn't necessarily following in step, is pulling back pretty decently. And then you can see once that starts to exhaust, we've came all the way back down into VWAP, 259s now. And market's not really doing anything too crazy. We're still trading within the opening range here, both on the NASDAQ and the SPY. Let's see what you guys are saying. PFSA. Okay, we can take a look at some of these stocks here. PFSA, Proprietary. I don't really. Okay, all right, cool. Yeah. No, definitely small caps are going to be more of a watch today because I'm not really seeing anything too crazy in terms of large caps here. Here we have Proprietary, some decent relative volume. Wow, 40,000, above 40,000 in the pre-market session and continuing to give us about 10 to 15,000 times relative volume in the open session. $2 stock got a high of 225. Today, what do these guys do? Financial conglomerates, okay, cool. Engages in the biofeedback for chronic disease management and healthy living services. So getting some interesting volume here on the day today. Let me know in the chat, are you guys going long? Are you guys going short? What's the action here? I think in the morning, you can see, it seems like just based off of how it's behaving, every pop gets sold off, and then the break of every kind of downtrend gives us the next pop there as well. So it seems like both ways were pretty decent opportunities in the pre-market session, and it seems like the shorts are a little bit more on the winning side in the open session as of right now. Some people saying short. Frank McDowell saying short. Yeah, no, I definitely see the short there on that one. Tesla long solid saying Tony SRX. Okay, Tesla. Take a look at that. Whoa, all right. I don't know about I think sellers are definitely in charge on the day today, but maybe that's what you're looking for. Maybe you're looking for a potential long after these sellers have kind of exhausted themselves today. Pre-market low, I guess. Pre-market high didn't break. Pre-market low definitely broke off of the open, but that's swiped up as well. And then the opening range low is, look at that breakdown, man. Absolutely clean. That was probably one of the cleanest breakdowns on the day today here on this name, past prior day's close and prior day's lows as well. We know that today was not earnings, but deliveries day number 2 for Tesla. And we saw that initial reaction there was not well taken by the market either, breaking down that all-day consolidation low going into the end of the day. And then we're getting that continuation happening here on Tesla today, once again on day 2. So we'll see. We'll see what Tesla has in store for us. Meta is going up apparently. Says lunch 911. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I see a little bit of that as well. Holding prior day's levels here on the pullback we just had on Meta. But other than that, I don't really have too much else going on. What do you got going on? What have you been involved with today?
Yeah, man, let's get right into things. I mean, we took 2 attempts here on the long, just nice and steady. We're in a good position. As soon as we put on a quality trade, it's just like bang, back to Greensville, USA. So we're going to kick things off here, guys, with NVDL to start. I was actually testing out a hotkey on this one. It worked, apparently, but the trade did not. So that wasn't too bad, guys. NVDL, you stop at the break of this structure right here. here, you get out of dodge. And then we take one attempt here on TSLL, risking 10 cents on the trade, and then yeah, it's just continuously bleeding here. So you might want to just, if we're looking for the bottom, we're gonna have to be extremely patient on this, and then wait for those indecision prints. But if we look at the daily, absolutely disastrous on Tesla. You're down a couple percentage points here now, or almost anyways, 1 and a bit essentially on Tesla, and then we're down 28% now off of that previous all-time high. With the NASDAQ and the SPY still only down respectively around 7 to 8%, which isn't bad whatsoever. We're leading into earnings season. We're going to start things off with the big banks as we typically do, and then once the tech names start rolling, we have to pay attention to a couple key metrics, I think, leading into the earnings report. That's going to obviously be the CapEx. Are they going to be increasing it? Are they going to remain the same? And then also, are we starting to become a little bit more efficient? How are we going to be able to recognize and pick that out? Well, it's margins. We already had Block CEO lay off a bunch of individuals, so that's a name that you can potentially look at as well too. Amazon laying off a bunch of employees. And then we have also Oracle doing the exact same thing. But Oracle's situation, in my opinion, is slightly different. And I think Adara would agree. They need to sell some assets, and they need to really shore up costs here to pay for their RPO, the remaining performance obligations that are essentially all correlated and connected to Sam Altman's OpenAI. So we have to pay a lot of attention. There's going to be a lot going on. The king of the chips, NVIDIA, Jensen Huang and company, typically one of the later names. They're at the tail end of earnings season, which is totally fine and could be a massive teller. But one thing that I'm going to be keeping an eye out on is Apple. I think Apple is probably going to come out with a nice solid quarter. Amazon, considering they're laying off a bunch of individuals, right? With that being said, is the forward guides, you might see a little bit of an uptick, but CapEx is also going to be a major metric that we need to keep our eyes on just in case. So other than that, guys, 2 trades, slower start to Monday, but 1 trade away from going to Greensville, USA. And I'm thinking, what are we doing here on today's session? It's been quite a while, and we've been consolidating. If you break things down, NVDA has been trading within a tight range, and so has the SPY and the TQQQs. So once it breaks, you just want to wait for maybe some volume to step in, and if it does, patience, wait for that pullback, and then see if you're going to continue in that specific direction. That could be a solid setup. And I mean, it's 11:13 right now. I bet you, so Donald Trump speaking at 1 o'clock. I think in between then we get a volatility spike regarding what's going on in the Middle East, right? Like, if I'm going to put my money anywhere, it's probably that you're going to see a couple more headlines, the market being extremely headline sensitive, and then sure enough, it's like you have that extra spike. We had ISM this morning. You've seen a little bit of a volatility move there, and what we had on Thursday, the final day of the session of the week, you had a big time move higher. And now we haven't really specifically picked a direction other than eastbound, and shout out to Kenny Powers, down, eastbound and down. So a lot of people just chilling in the chat. And I like that, right? So that's good. If you don't see anything, then by all means, don't put anything on, right? And I'm waiting for a potential move in Tesla. There's no reason for me to abandon a potential move back towards the volume-weighted average price just yet. But if we continuously sell off, then maybe as time goes on, and I'm not talking about a couple minutes, I'm talking maybe half an hour, 45 minutes, a couple hours, to the point where we're not getting any form of a rebound, then we might not have a potential retracement play here in TSLL. Netflix, inverted up here, pop up to 102. And the way that I was looking at this from a daily, I was like, oh, okay, at this point, we're bound to break through. You punch, and then you get that pullback through. So all the breakout traders get a couple of points, and then now you're starting to come back in to Thursday's close. The T-Trips, Tesla, SLV in the corner of my eye, and then also NVDA and Tesla OB.
Nice. Yeah, I think Trump is actually making comments right now. I have it on my news feed here. It's basically just saying that the most recent comments were, if Iran doesn't yield, won't have bridges and power plants. And Trump is also said that if it were up to me, I would take the oil. He's also saying that where was it? Gotta scroll a little bit lower. Reiterates that they cannot have a nuclear weapon. He was saying that people talking for Iran are more reasonable now. As well. So yeah, U.S. is negotiating, it says people U.S. is negotiating with are reasonable and not as radicalized. So yeah, he's still making comments as of right now. So I'm watching oil here. I'm watching the markets as well. Nothing too crazy here on USO. We got a little bit of a volume spike there that pushed us back into 138s, but nothing crazy. We're not really seeing something like earlier at around 1038. You can see strong volume brought us all the way right back up to VWAP. Not really seeing any sort of significant volatility here. He's continued to talk here saying, I've seen every proposal. Interesting. Nothing that's market shaking as of right now. But yeah, let me know in the chat, what are you guys trading? We can take a look at some more of those small caps that I know you guys love, and take a look at a volume gainer screener here as well. So we might catch some of those here at the same time. SLNO, I think this one is a takeover bid, a buyout here. I was watching this one in the morning at the same time. Pretty decent craziness here. You can see in the pre-market session all the way down from 46s, and I guess it took some time for this to come in and digest, because it gave us that strong spike off the open. But I guess off of the open, I do sometimes like just going with the pre-market trend. And guess what? That pre-market trend has been to the downside. And I was watching this right here, this 52.20s. When that bid broke, slammed down, you got 5 pennies on something like this that's really extremely thick. That's a pretty decent move on a breakdown, 5 pennies to the downside. But other than that, I didn't really see anything too crazy, other than maybe just sitting short on this one, maybe collecting some fees as well. But yeah, first day buyout, decent SLNO move there as well. FCUV. It's the first time I'm seeing this one, but decent relative volume here. Over 160,000 times relative volume in the pre-market. So I guess this doesn't really do that much volume to begin with. Yeah, post-split runner here as well. When was this split? On February 9th, it would seem. Okay, cool. FCUV, I didn't see anybody mention FCUV at all in the chat. We know that Sean was talking about Intel here. Intel was on my radar as well, with a little bit of relative volume in the pre-market session here. Been only selling off since the open. Plug Power, wow, I haven't seen this one in a while, but doing some decent relative volume this morning as well. Saw a question in there about Fubo, Obi, do you see, so Chris Arthur in the chat saying, Obi, do you see a reversion on Fubo, up 22% on a reverse split? I don't know, let's take a quick look at Fubo. I do like reversions, don't get me wrong. And wow, okay, so this is another one right here, 3.5 times relative volume, all day trend. I guess you did have a bit of a reversion here, right? So the first one that I see is right here, the one that came in off of the bid off of the open. So this is a 3-minute chart. You can see, yeah, sure, we don't really establish trend till about you get 1 or 2 points here on that line, and you can see on the pullback, you hold it a few more times, and when that pattern is broken, you get some sellers and a reversion back down into VWAP for a bit of a pull-in, and that was, I like to measure these sometimes, so that was roughly about a 5% pullback there on Fubo. It seems like it's taking another leg for high day. Decent volume on that push right there, but yeah, hammer, inverse hammer, I guess maybe some supply coming in on this one here, but it's holding up. It's holding up quite well, so I wouldn't say that, if I look at something like this, I'm not going to be like, okay, it's coming all the way back down to opening range lows. Maybe I could be thinking that here as it pulls back into VWAP, but the sustain on VWAP and a pull back in towards those highs kind of, writes that idea off for me at the very least. So Fubo, good look there on that one. Reversion, I think we've had a decent reversion there. This is on the 1021 3-minute candle, and you can see here continuation through the upside at the same time. So nothing too crazy here. ZSL, isn't that one from last week? I think, yeah, ZSL, no, never mind. This is silver, okay, cool. Yeah, no, SL, so instead of ZSL, let's take a look at silver, SLV, Silver Trade, iShares Silver Trust is the one here, and yeah, kind of. I know it was on people's radar over the last week, over this morning as well, but nothing too crazy. Holding VWAP here on the day. Sellers potentially in charge as it trades below VWAP and it cannot get above, even though it's tried multiple times on the day today. Trump on Iran, more comments coming in saying that hopefully it'll be over with quickly. We could leave right now, but I want to finish it up. That's what he's saying. So oil with a slow and steady bid coming in, potentially towards high a day there. 139s and some change is where that's sitting at. I wonder if we can get to 140. Right, bigger picture. We've been following this one for what, over a month now. And USO is just doing that bit of a stair step up, consolidating higher, coming into almost every week. Last week we had that strong gap up into Thursday, going into the end of the week, and then today we're sustaining some of those levels at the same time. So it seems like price acceptance is definitely there at higher levels relative to the aggressive bid that we did get. I think it was on March 9th here as well. So that was kind of day one of where I thought, volatility is starting to become a little bit nicer on this name here, and we've only been getting good opportunities on oil as it's started to step up over the past couple of weeks here. So good look there. Nice call outs on some of those small caps in the chat. We'll continue doing that. We'll continue watching over some of these as we go forward, but I'm not really seeing anything too crazy. I'm waiting for that 1 o'clock drop.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking forward to that as well, too. I mean, we're going to be looking at the same names a lot here today. So a quiet one. The market is still bleeding, and Tesla is a complete sell program. And nor am I going to try to talk myself out of this trade. I'm prepared when the prints and the signals display themselves that, hey, we might be ready to turn around or have a little bit of a pullback, that I'm going to look to engage on it. We just have to be patient enough and wait for 2% to the downside here on Tesla, roughly, as TSLA is down 3.9%, guys. So keep an eye out on that one. Good stuff to hear. Adam James in the house, Mike Peter Ryder as well, too. So glad to have you guys in here. And what is everyone else looking at? What are you trading? Which direction we think of the market is the market going to head? Because, I mean, NVDA hasn't done too much here today. It's starting to form somewhat of a wedge, if you ask me. You can pull it up here and take a look. And we were talking a little bit about the options chain this morning as well. Okay, so there it is. We can take into consideration those higher lows, and then we can also take into consideration this flat top. So that wedge price really starting to compress, and if it decides to pick a direction, considering how the TQQQs have been trading for the duration of this session, it's most likely going to follow. Tesla's really tanking. Netflix has been selling pretty aggressively. And I haven't even gone over the other Mag 7 names, considering. We talked about Microsoft being down a staggering 33% off of its highs. That's insane. And the fact that the SPY and the Qs are only down 7-8%, I think that's pretty good, especially come earnings season, which is only around the corner. These names can really drive the market and help it recover, and hopefully some of the other larger participants decide that they want to recover as well. Obviously, the heavily weighted names is which I'm referring to. So we'll be patient. We'll wait for some high-quality opportunities. Let's head over to our options chain and just run through the Mag 7. And what ideally we want to do here is just look for where the bigger participants and the larger traders are laying. Where are they placing their bets? What are they up to? And how can we base trades off of it? There goes the NASDAQ heading a little bit lower there, guys. We're going to kick things off here with Apple, and we're going to go to this week's expiration cycle. Now that this is expiring today, like, this isn't crazy that you have the 2 DTEs on the Mag 7. You can see some positioning here at that 260 mark. Now we're trading south of that, still collecting $39 per short contract, not horrible. Also, our delta gauge, our Greek metric, saying that there's only a 65% chance that this contract by the end of the day is going to expire in the money. Obviously, that can change throughout the session. Moving forward, let's take a look at this other name that we were talking about earlier this morning on the morning show about a specific zone at 190, and we're going to go to that April 10th expiration cycle, because when I was going through this, it had the most size, but that has changed since. You can see this 182.5 level really coming into play. 60,000 contracts. I think we might be in a little bit of trouble breaking through this supply zone just due to the current market sentiment, right? If we're not that strong, then there might not be participants across the board that are willing to absorb this liquidity, and then that leads to that 177.5. we're south of both of these strike prices, okay? And if we continuously knock on the door, like we can gauge here pretty easily in the pre-market, 178, but where has our high been from the intraday session? As soon as the open comes in, oh, 177.36. That's no coincidence that it's almost at that 177.5 strike price. Like, I mean, we go over these things time and time again and look for the high quality opportunities. Let's take a look at the next name. And that's going to be a name I tried to go long on earlier this morning, and that's going to be Tesla. We'll head over to the 10th of April expiration cycle, and then sure enough, there's nothing substantial. So what I would typically do is just go up and down the chain to see something that's eye-popping. Like, where are the largest participants laying? Where is that most amount of open interest? Where is that positive gamma laying, so we can base something off of that, all right? And the good thing about the options chain data is that over the weekend, it doesn't reset until, I believe, 9 or 10 p.m., which is good. So you can go over it on the weekend. You can write down your levels. If we run into this, how is price going to react around that specific zone? And are we going to find a potential bounce? And just due to the fact that I didn't see any substantial size here on Tesla, I thought, hey, we have the opportunity and we may have the ability to find somewhat of a sustained move or sustained pop back into the volume weighted average price, and then maybe even north of that. Moving forward, let's take a look at who we do. We did Apple, NVIDIA, Tesla, and then now we're going to take a look at goggles. Let's see what's up with Google here, guys. Alphabet, we're going to head over to the April 8th expiration cycle, that $300 mark. We're $3 below that, roughly $2.50 to be exact. And then sure enough, here it is on the April 10th expiration this Friday, guys. 310, some size there. Not the most active, but you'll still find some open interest and some volume. But what's really catching my interest is this $300 mark, as the market looked like it wanted to slide a little bit, but still holding south of that specific zone. And here's the price compression that I was talking about not too long ago on NVDA. We're still chopping around that, that ascending triangle, Obi, and we've yet to pick a definitive direction.
Yeah, I think you know, Trump continuing to make some of these comments here, and as I was mentioning before, oil is just slowly, or USO is slowly just creeping back up towards that 139 area, 138.90s as of right now here, and the market is taking a little bit of a trip to the downside as well. You can see the past few bars. Sure, we're still within the opening ranges, but the past few bars just you know, red, back-to-back reds here on both the ES and the NASDAQ. Sure, you have some green in the middle there, but trending slowly to the downside here, just hovering above that 24,200 on the NASDAQ. Tesla continues to sell off still, so I guess the sellers are still not done with this one, as you know, this is, I keep saying earnings day 2, but deliveries day 2. Is what we're looking at here on Tesla. So decent, clean trend to the downside. I'm watching this even closer now because I do think it's starting to get a little bit overextended. I'll just come in here, maybe draw some trend line. You can see here roughly holding, maybe not the best. It's not a clean one, but it's holding quite well. Let's start from here, I guess. So yeah, holding pretty decently as of right now. Sustained volume as well, right, Joe? So I don't think, unless I really see some sort of like capitulation or any sort of like you know, a blowout, I'm not really going to get involved with this one. But it is one on my radar as of right now. Keeping a very close eye on this. If it starts to act in the way that I like, then maybe potentially I will get involved on this one.
I like that you pointed that out, though, Obi, with the Tesla. It's just like, hey, basic trend line, like starting of trading 101. Make that trend line. If it breaks, if it sits on the back side of it, then you can find an opportunity maybe to go.
Oh, of course, man. Like I you know, I like my trend lines, right?
Yeah.
Trend lines are pretty solid. It's just a what do you call it? A trend indicator, right? You can use your moving averages. You can use trend lines. You can use whatever you really want. But yeah, no, it's really, sometimes you got to keep it simple, right? You got to keep it basic. Over time, I've learned which trend lines to draw and which ones not to draw as well. That's a big difference, right? That'll make the difference, I would say. But yeah, certain trend lines that are weighted a lot more for me versus other trend lines based off of what they do. I like this one a little bit here because you can see this is the only bid that came in after we broke the opening range low, and we've had sustained selling after an attempt back up. So there is a story being told here, and that's why this trend line might be a little bit more meaningful. That's why I changed it as well. I was like, okay, well, this is not really that clean, even though VWAP rejection is quite solid there. But yeah, there's a few different ways you can kind of measure the story, see how things are going. You can do an anchored here as well, strong volume on the breakdown. So that's an event, the breakdown of the day low. You can see here still that we attempt to kind of balance out, revert to some sort of a mean, and then we start expanding away from, or start carrying away from that, extending away from that as well. So yeah, I have closed eyes on this one as of right now, but nothing too crazy going on in terms of any other of the Mag 7s that are really selling off. Tesla's the only one that is the relative, it has relative weakness, I guess, if you want to say, to the downside. Meta, one I don't have eyes on right now. Nothing too crazy. Wow, Sean was talking about this one right before we got on. Look at that reversion coming in. So this is kind of what I'm looking for. Maybe potentially on Tesla as well, where yeah, it's broken the opening range low. We've traveled a little bit lower. Maybe start to get a little overextended, and then you get that nice little reversion back towards VWAP right here. And Meta seems like it's had seller dominance there since the open. We attempt to kind of hold VWAP on a couple attempts, and then doesn't really happen, no real follow through. So is that VWAP once, twice, and then once again here coming into 1130. So good stuff there on Meta. And again, you had market tailwind on your side as well. The past few 15-minute candles on, as I mentioned before, on the NASDAQ have been red to the downside, coming back into that opening range low. USO still hovering just shy of 139, so nothing too crazy, even though Trump was making some comments. So let's see, just now Israel's prime minister saying we destroyed today the largest petrochemical factory in Iran. Okay, yeah, no real market reaction on any of that stuff just yet, but maybe it's already priced in. Who knows?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're going to take one more attempt here, guys. Slow curl over, a couple of indecision prints, a little bit of anticipation, 10 cents here to see if this is going to work for somewhat of a bounce. We're going to try to hold to a 2-to-1, but first things first, you need the trade to work. As the market is sliding, you're starting to see a little bit more of a continuous slide, but I feel like I'm catching relatively close to as low as we can go. Or I mean, not as low as we can go substantially lower, but as for a risk to reward standpoint is that, hey, if it breaks this, we head over to 82 cents. We're at a dodge, but if not, I can pull this back all the way in to approximately the volume weighted average price. That could be 40 cents right there. It's still extremely weak, no confirmation yet. I know I've seen some indecisions as it's continuing to head lower. This trend is like really, really waterfall. So, I mean, well, if we take the stop out, we take it. We're giving it plenty of room and not going too heavy considering, right? There's a couple of indecision prints off the lows. The market looked like it wanted to break through that support system. So we have a structure right here, and we keep bouncing off it. So it's continuous lower highs. So there might be a trade to be had on the short side, especially at the break of that 43.59 mark. But again, 10 cents, a little bit of a feeler to see if we're really in a sell program. I mean, if it hasn't displayed that enough, I know, Steven, don't worry, it's all right, it's okay. Like, we have to take the opportunities. If I see something, even though we're not on the backside of this trend, I have my risk measures in place. It's okay. It's not the end of the world, right? If you take the loss, you take the loss. So be it. But I also want to see where can I maximize my risk to reward. I'm risking 10 cents for a move back towards the volume weighted average price. That's around 40 cents for me to risk 10 cents. Okay, so I'm okay with that risk to reward ratio. So we'll be patient. It's either there's literally two outcomes. All right. It's either it's going to work or it's not. It's that simple, and if you can come easy with that, then I understand that. I'm very aware of what we got going on, but I think it is, yeah, see, it's weak, right? And if you guys are right, you're right. I'm not going to complain about it whatsoever. You've warned me, but also we have to make our own decisions as well, too. If the market decides that it really wants to get selling, then by all means, the trade is not going to work whatsoever. But if we slowly start to curl around a steady downtrend, down 2% plus here in Tesla, I mean, there it is. It's 10 cents, right? Like, put on the risk, see if you can get that move back to VWAP. If it continues to sell, then guess what? We get out when we're supposed to, and then we look for that other opportunity to engage if there is going to be one. Price compression pattern in NVDA still in full effect. We're holding up the support levels here on the TQQs, right? Like, this is a big support level. If this continues to hold, you have participants step in, then you might be all right. So NVDA right here as well too, guys. A lot of ebb and flow within this one. And then this is essentially what I'm going long off of. I understand. It's like, okay, boom, boom, boom. But the buying pressure is extremely weak. Risk to reward is there for me. I like it. We're going to take the opportunity to see if we can get a little bit of a pop there, Obi. And if we get stopped out, then we get stopped out at 82 cents.
Yeah, no, for sure, man. I'm watching for the bounce as well, but I think I'm going to be a little bit more patient. The thing is, it's showing that sellers have been in charge pretty much all day long, right? It hasn't really shown us any other new pieces of information just yet, and that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for the chart to tell me that, hey, buyers are here now, then I can maybe participate and get alongside with some of those buyers. But sustained volume on the sell-off as it continues to sell down, I'm going to be a little bit more patient. You have market tailwind as well on your side. If you are looking at this short, right, you've had multiple breakdowns, and again, this is still fresh. I would say still relatively fresh news. Day 2 of deliveries, and you can see right away on the initial reaction of that catalyst, sellers kind of showed their hand. They showed you that, okay, we're in charge. We broke down all-day consolidation here at 364s, and then broke down as well, kind of really hammering it in that, yeah, no, sellers are definitely in charge on this name. So you got to be a little bit wary of that as we get that continuation on day 2. Sustained volume is the biggest thing here that I am watching, and that's gonna be a little bit important for me as well. Any sort of increased volume to the buy side then might signal that, yeah, okay, buyers are finally here. Don't really want to gamble on that until they show themselves, but we'll wait and see what other opportunities may or may not show up here. 139s finally on USO, so that's coming into day highs as the market creeps lower and lower here as well. And this is something that I'm talking about. This is the kind of capitulation, because you can see we had that strength of sellers pull USO right back in, and take a look at that volume signature right there as price was pretty much absorbed at 136s. So this is kind of the pattern that I want to be looking for on something like a Tesla. Post-selling, sure, you can say there was sustained selling there. You can see back-to-back red volume bars, and all of a sudden, boom, you get that aggressive volume candle, you get that aggressive move, and now buyers have been in charge since that occurrence. So definitely the chart saying a lot of things here as USO pulling right back up. And we're sustaining levels from last week's gap up as well, right? On Thursday coming in, we had that gap up, pushed all the way to 140.75s in the pre-market, and then pulls back in. You know what I didn't look at today, Joe, or yesterday was USO in the Blue Ocean session, because I was still recovering from my the bachelor party on Saturday, and yeah, pretty much all day yesterday, and I'm still recovering right now as well. But all good, all good fun.
It's like with 33, it takes a lot longer. It's not 23.
Yeah, exactly. We're not in our 20s, early 20s anymore. So yeah, no, it definitely takes a couple of days. But okay, so 142 highs on USO in the overnight session. So I was watching this in the beginning, didn't really partake in a lot of the trading, didn't really do too much there. But you can see it's had some decent opportunity on multiple nights. Wednesday night, remember, Trump was coming in at 9 p.m. and dropping some comments there, and that was some decent volatility on that. And we're sustaining levels past that, right? We're sustaining levels and continuing to push up higher, holding as well. So let's see, is that some volume coming in potentially? Yeah, okay, so supply coming in here once again at a place where it was there very clearly in the morning, right? 139s and some change. So if we do get a pullback from here, I wouldn't really be that surprised, but we'll see if the situation's really changed here. Buyers, very aggressive since that 1036 3-minute candle here. You can see that very distinct kind of pattern on the chart. Let's see what is happening here. The White House is seeking $152 million to reopen Alcatraz into an active prison. Okay, interesting. Hear some stories about that place. Wasn't that the prison from that movie? Or am I thinking something else? The one with Leo. You know what movie I'm talking about?
Which one?
Where he's kind of like a prisoner in a mental.
Shutter Island.
Shutter Island. Yeah. That's that wasn't Alcatraz, was it? I don't think so. But that's what that story got me thinking about here as well. But not really watching anything else. Waiting for that 1 p.m. We still have about an hour and 20 minutes until some of those comments are dropped. But again, Trump is talking throughout the day. It seems that he's still kind of saying things here and there. The White House is still making remarks as well. So the Rock with Connery was Alcatraz saying, Mr. Laley. Okay, so I don't think I've seen that one. The Rock with Nick Cage and Sean Connery had it. So nice. What do you got going on?
Same thing, man. We're sitting in this trade, starting to form a little bit of a base here. Slight rebound in the market. We'll hold on to this. Again, it's simple. One or two outcomes: 82 stop out, or we get that move back towards the volume-weighted average price, okay? So we'll sit in this. I do believe I'm a little bit early. As you can see, sellers just step right back in. Day 2 deliveries, you mentioned that as well, too, Obi. Yeah. So there may not be that opportunity, right? So we have to be prepared to also just step away and walk away from the trade if it doesn't pan out after a couple attempts, right? So I'm willing to give this my 3-strike rule. And then that's it. No base, miss on deliveries. There's a lot of negative things, but that doesn't mean the stock can't pull back at some point. So, I mean, we're not sitting in a horrible position, but if it breaks down, we're prepared to get out when we have to. It's literally that simple. NVDA is still doing the price compression. We'll head over to our watch list and see what we got going on over there. NVDA, boom, nice little breakout. Volume on the lower time frames really started to pick up, which is good. This is what you want to see. You want to see the volume increase as you head towards a key resistance zone. This was that slight uptick, and then it didn't stair step up like you would typically want to see, but that's totally fine. I mean, if it's sustained and you get on this continued movement, then you might find somewhat of a rebound here in the overall market, guys, as it's doing the exact same thing, but almost inverse of what NVDA is doing. Ascending wedge, right? Higher lows, lower highs. So if it breaks through, be prepared for a potential breakout in this market. Headline sensitive as well, too, so anything can happen at any given moment. And just be prepared to get out when you're supposed to. Amazon, what has it been up to? Both like relatively strong here this morning, Obi. Opening drive, pretty strong. You double top up here almost, and even those wicks are relatively close, and then you bounce off a view up, and then you get that continuation to the top side. Meta, how's it been performing here today? Relatively choppy as well. Tesla definitely the weakest one. So, I mean, the more that we talk about it, it's just like, all right, we take our couple of attempts. It's either it's going to work or it's not, but that is a tough sell program that I'm going against here. Full disclosure, and I'll even tell you guys, I'm okay with that. I made the decision, and we live with it, right? So we look for that next sign of strength, if there is going to be any. BMNR, I see Neil pull up Bitmine Immersion, super strong here today. Nice pullback, bounces, test that high, double top right there. So let's see if you get another rebound there in BMNR. So with that being said, how's Ethereum been performing? Okay, so Bitmine Immersion, a little bit stronger, it seems, than what we got going on in the actual underlying. Where is my IBIT? How come this thing always gets scrambled? IBIT, not too bad of a look. I thought at some point we were going to start to fill this gap from over the weekend. A nice move higher, consolidation, you break up, and it looks like we might even go and test this 39.85 high. Be prepared for that, all right? So not too bad of a look in the crypto space. This name had a headline as well too, TWLO, not very liquid, right? So we'll take that into consideration. And also CrowdStrike, 500 million more in their buyback. I believe they already purchased back around 413,000 shares. More power to the company. And this name has been down 20+% as well too, off of its previous pivot highs. CrowdStrike, and same with the whole cybersecurity space. Been pretty weak. Zscaler has been the worst out of all of them. I think this thing was down 60%. Like, this is absolutely disastrous. 58% from peak to trough there. So, I mean, a really tough look in Zscaler. Excuse me. Reddit, not too bad, but not great either, considering it's what I find curious is just all of these names are so weak. Like, it's so hard to find relative strength. And I mean, if we go to XLI, the industrials haven't been horrible, energy hasn't been horrible, but if you go across the board in tech, it's been absolutely disastrous, if you ask me, with the exception of Apple, all essentially hitting bear market territory. So it's been a tougher look in the tech space without any question. And it's usually typically your best performer, but then at times it can be your worst performer as well too. OB Staples, XLP, I mean, I was hot for a bit, and I thought we would see a little bit more of a rotation into this trade if we were stepping out of tech, but it more or less has been the energy trade, some industrials, and aside from that, not really much.
Yeah, no, I think there was a bit of a shift that did happen going into, I guess, the middle or late last year, where we started to see, you know, a lot of volatility in commodities. Right? Yeah. Start off with some of the metals, right? And then it got into precious metals as well. You know, funny enough, there was, I think it was sometime last year, like cocoa was going crazy as well. Some decent volume there. I think wheat futures maybe got a little bit of that wind as well. But right now, it's all about energies. Right? It's all about energies, right now. And I think that's really been leading. We looked at that XLE just last week there as well. Kind of one of the strongest sectors in the market right now. So yeah, maybe tech is taking a little bit of a breather here. I'm watching when it comes to things that maybe potentially taking a breather. I'm watching Micron, and there's a lot of talk about, you know, some of this DDR5 and RAM prices potentially coming down. But you know, I've been checking stock periodically. I haven't really seen a big difference in price just yet. But you know, Micron giving us a bit of a recovery after that aggressive pullback that we had just a few weeks ago, right? When was that at? That was I guess since the middle of March, we've been selling off pretty decently. We had a bit of a gap down, aggressive selling here on the 30th of March, and since then, the beginning of this month, we've been kind of recovering not too bad on Micron. But I want to go to a higher time frame on this one to really emphasize the potential of where we can be. This was something that was aggressively bid up. You can see here that 156 breakout that we got in September of last year gave us that nice strong increase volume, kind of sustained volume run, and then we've been taking a sideways consolidation here since the beginning of this year. So you can see multiple weeks of just sideways range here. We attempt to break the highs, we pull back in, we attempt to break some of the year lows, we pull back in here as well. So Micron, the chart is showing that the bid is starting to get a little bit weaker, especially when you're going to consolidate sideways for over, 56 days, 8 bars roughly, maybe a little bit more than that. Increasing volume as well, that scooped it up last week. Look at that hammer candle right there. Buyers really stepping in, closing that bar, going from red to green there. But we'll see if there's continuation. We'll see if the buyers are really totally done with this. I'm watching SNDK in the space here as well. This one, a little bit different because, yeah, sure, we got a bit of slowing down, but we're still holding pretty decently relative to those all-time highs here on SNDK. Again, this is a weekly chart. So I like the sustained volume here. I also like the sustained price with the sustained volume. This chart does look distinctly different to me than the Micron chart. Maybe has some more room. 77760 is the all-time high on this one. WDC, again, one of the maybe other names in this in the memory sector or the storage sector. You can see how strong this one has been. Again, hard drives. Talking about data centers, even though a lot of those data centers, the plans for them just got sacked, you know, a lot of them not really living up to the plans that some of these companies had for the year. So we'll wait and see how the sector ends up going into the end of 2026. But I'm gonna be a little bit more patient. I was saying I want to buy some SSDs and maybe some RAM as well, but I am going to be a little bit more patient. Those prices haven't really.
You're going to sell that?
No, for personal
yeah,
use.
no,
For personal
okay,
use, yeah. No. No, I was, funny enough, I was building gaming computers and flipping them during COVID.
Oh,
in and
yeah?
around those. Yeah. So
Nice,
I built, I think, I've always loved, building PCs or working with PCs. I think I made like 10 in total.
Really?
Roughly, yeah.
Nice.
Something like that.
Nice.
Some for a few friends.
I have I built mine in 22. Still runs like a charm.
Yep.
I got a new graphics card when I purchased it. It was like custom, so I got the Ryzen 5, and then 1 terabyte. I believe with SSD is it or RAM. Yeah, right. And then I forget that was about it. But then I put in a new graphics card so that I could have more screens, obviously. So, yeah, nice little custom computer there. Yeah, it's a glass case. It's not like Wayner's or anything, but it's still running nice.
Yeah. Oh, you saw the white one?
Yeah.
Yeah, we built that one together. Yeah. That was fun too. Yeah. No, that I had that case that he has. I had that was like leftover inventory that I had from when I was doing the whole PC thing. So I was just like, yeah, you can use this case here. I have it just sitting around. But Leon Lee makes some of the most beautiful PC cases in the world, in my opinion. And yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful case. There, if you guys know what I'm talking about, it's the 011 Mini, and now they have one that's all glass from like 3 sides? Yeah, 3 sides. The top, the side panel, and the front panel. Pure glass, and that's also I think that's called the 011 Vision. Beautiful case, that one there. But yeah, see Leon Lee Vision. Yeah, people know exactly what I'm talking about there in the chat. Yeah, they make amazing cases. Some of their fans get a little bit pricey too, but I like my Corsair fans. That's what I use at home. But yeah, no, fun stuff.
I got the Red Dragon keyboard too, so it's nice.
Yeah,
nice. Dude, it was actually pretty cheap. To be honest with you, and it lasted a long time. Milo chewed through my old mouse, so I had to get a new one. Yeah, as a puppy. Oh my God! On the weekend,
how's he doing?
He's good, man. We're out. So we're out on yesterday. Yeah. You chewed the wire of the mouse. Yeah. So we're out on Sunday. Throw the ball with him, right? I like to spend like time, get him exercise and get him running around, burning some of that energy that he has all built up. And anyways, there's this retaining wall by the park where we played. It was windy, it was a little bit rainy, so I'm throwing it under the bridge of the Gardner Expressway, right? Because there's like a little park there that you can hang out with, and there's a retaining wall. It's about like up to my shoulders, and you have to take into consideration Milo is 6 inches tall, right?
Okay.
Bro, Superman's off of the retaining wall into like I'm like, as soon as he did that, I'm like, no.
That's scary,
but yeah, bro, just like boom, boom, Superman's. I'm like, oh.
And then you had the Superman behind him, right?
Yo, man. I was already on the lower end, right? Like for me, it's just like a step down.
Yeah.
Even though I wouldn't do it right now with my knee, but this guy, boom, boom, Superman's off the thing, and I'm like, what a guy, man. But aside from that, guys, slowly starting to work out here. We'll be patient on this one. We got to wait at least, considering we want to hold, a wiener dog, a Dashin. So yeah, there it is, guys. Slowly starting to work. That trend line may have been broken for now, Obi. With that being said, slight uptick here. No, he's a Dashin. Or you call it Dachshund or whatever you would like to call it, a wiener dog. He's literally like this tall, man. He's not very big, and weighs 10 pounds.
I mean, he's still pretty young, right?
He's 1 and a bit now.
Yeah. So how big do that breed
he's
get?
fully grown now.
Okay.
Man. Yeah, he ain't getting any bigger. So, yeah, you didn't know that, Jesse. But also, Jesse, we're starting to work out there. So hopefully. And hold on to that. But I mean, we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves anyways. This is starting to work. Slight uptick on the top side. If we can continue this momentum, the downtrend from the waterfall type PA has now been broken. You have that breakout of the top end of this range on NVDA, and then also the same thing with this wedge here on the NASDAQ. So we might be able to find somewhat of a bounce here. Can you take a look at plug power? Move above 266? Absolutely. I forget. These guys do like, what do they like hydrogen cells?
Yeah, chargers.
Yeah. I mean, this name, I remember talking about this name, it was like 69 cents. It wasn't performing very well. I had a high of around 458 late last year, still holding. I mean, at this pace, I think that you might break through there, but also be prepared for the next couple of days for a retest of that zone on plug power. But the way that it's looking, it's not horrible whatsoever. It will be, to be honest with you. Nice little uptick in TSLA. Let's see if we can get rocking and rolling.
Yeah, I think it's coming in now. You can see the market bouncing off of its lows here as well. We did get a break in trend. I do like that, but no real kind of volume spike just yet. And it doesn't necessarily even have to do that, right? Some of the best reversions, they come with that volume signature. And as of late, I've been a lot more patient with my trading, just waiting for specific setups to come in. Otherwise, it's just a lot of it's just like sitting on my hands, watching, and being patient here. As well. Apple coming in below its VWAP right here. So as the market bounces, a little distinct difference here. A lot of buying in the morning on Apple, and now we're getting a bit of continuation, a hold of that VWAP area as well. But you can see here, the first time we did pull back in the morning after an aggressive bid, this is where we found some buyers, right? So that was in and around that 259 area here. Multiple bars of consolidation for the past over 30 minutes here on Apple, still holding that 259 support, but now underneath the VWAP. So I do have this one on close watch now as well for a potential continuation. We'll see if there's still sellers on this one here, but a breakdown of this 259 might give us some more information. It was quite a nice reversion, to say the least, from off of those highs as well. There goes Tesla, man. Nice prior bar break on the 15-minute happening now. Buyers definitely stepping in with the market here on TSLA. So what am I looking at here? 15-minute. You can see here, we didn't really break the 15-minute with any sort of distinction until now, with about 2.5 minutes left. You can see here, what was that prior bar high? 353 halves, and we're getting pretty aggressive now with some buying, 354.30. So I'm going to wait till this 15-minute candle closes and see if the market continues to catch a potential bid here off of this 24,300 level. But we still have an hour roughly until Trump makes his comments. But the funny thing is, he's making comments as we speak right now. So yeah, he's saying we haven't signed any ceasefire. Saying I've given them chances and they haven't taken them. Let's see what else he's saying. Yeah, this is coming in literally like, 20, 30 seconds ago. So yeah, pretty fresh stuff here. See, Witkoff and Kushner are talking. Vance could also be talking. See, Iran would like to have a ceasefire because they're getting obliterated. Okay, cool. And market maybe catching a bit on that, but it doesn't really look like anything convincing here, unless and until USO gets that spike in volume and volatility. Might not really get involved with this one here at all today. But you guys let me know. What are you guys trading on a day like today when I definitely think it's a little slow, it's a little quiet. There isn't really any earnings names that are happening. I think any sort of large catalyst as of recent, in the Mag 7, it's only been really Tesla. Apple was technically in play for me today as well, but off of no news. So not really doing any sort of relative volume on that crazy bid there. Shane Holla with the super chat here. I think this one's for you, Joe. He's saying, I'm long on TSLL. What's your target?
The ideal target, so we're risking 10 cents. What you want to hold part of your position for is the volume weighted average price. It's on a drastic downtrend. There is an uptick on the volume on the lower time frames, but essentially here, ideally, you want to look for how we react around that 357 level. Obi was talking about this last week, is just that you have that elastic effect. We were steady down. Now, how aggressive is this bounce going to be? If you have larger participants really start to cover and head into that cover rally type mode, then you can see a little bit more of a sustained move back into the volume weighted average price. But right now, I'm just essentially focused on, can I potentially get to a 1.5 or 2 to 1 risk to reward? So my first out would be around 1102 here, and then next at 1112s, and then leave a little bit of a runner, maybe 30% or so, to see if we're fortunate enough to get into that 1125. But with the market, if it doesn't bounce aggressively, it's going to be a lot more difficult here in Tesla. You can see we're almost at a 1-to-1, and it pulls back aggressively. So it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes of climbing higher, engulfed by one selling candle here, right? So it's just really, really weak, and you have to be prepared that, hey, if it comes to a 1-to-1 and then comes back to your entry price, you have to be prepared. In my opinion, the way I would run my system is if we get stopped out break even. If I get to that 1105 mark, I don't want to take anything off there, but if it sells aggressively, then I'll get out. So primary target is going to be that 1112 mark. Then my secondary is going to be the volume weighted average price, and I don't know if we go any north of that. Jesse Martinez, before we sit down, I appreciate that, my boy. I have taken a few positions against your trades. Usually works feels bad though. Boy, dude, do what you got to do, man. Especially like March and April. I mean, that's probably the more ideal time to do it. Haven't been the hottest of the hot, but things are, at least your honesty, I appreciate it. Other than that, I wouldn't do that right now, unless we get a curl over here in Tesla. But we're ready. We have the utmost confidence. We're going to send it off to Neil with his lesson of the day. No Adara today, guys.
Thank you there, Joe. And the lesson is, I always say don't fall into traps. It's pretty obvious that, a lot of times you can have a signal or you can have an idea, and then everything seems like it's lining up, but it's a complete obvious. Today was kind of easy in terms of not falling for the initial longs. I mean, on my note, I had a couple, but that I thought were looking pretty strong in Netflix and AMD. And obviously, if you took those ones right away and you were into the whole let's just immediately go breakout story, that is what it is. 100 held on Netflix very, very cleanly. It actually bounced before the open. So, if you take the 100 trade, fair enough. I was looking post-open, and it went all the way to 102.5. Their move has already happened. And then AMD, very similar story. Like, yeah, if you had the initial breakout trade, and I was looking dip and rip, fair enough. This didn't happen. NVIDIA came down, and AMD decided not to. But once you saw that initial move higher, you have to reassess, right? Like, you can't be of the mind that, oh, okay, well, the first thing that happened was we held $100 and we're going higher, so therefore this is going to be a good long no matter what. We were asked a question, or someone made a comment. It wasn't really a question. It was more of a comment. They've been watching the show since like 2020, and going back to then, there was like more trading or better trading or something to that effect between 8 and 10 o'clock, like starting earlier. And if you remember back in the meme craze during that time, it was so often where if you had something gap and break out like this, to pull back in, regardless of what happened, the pull back into VWAP and continuation was just so much better because you had so much more momentum in some of these gapper type names. I find right now we're in a market where these false breakouts at the open are not clean pullbacks into VWAP. And there's an easy tell between the two. Now, I ended up going short when I saw these reversals off the high early, and that is what it is. But there's a big difference between Netflix and AMD. Now, ultimately, AMD does also break trend. So I think staying away from that one ultimately was good, but it was a little better than Netflix. And when you look at this Netflix trade, breaking 100, look at the size of that topping tail candle. And then this little rejection here. It's such an obvious, like that long tail on a 3-minute, and the inability almost instantly to hold higher. That is the textbook false breakout. And when you have a big resistance level, oh, I guess I got to do this because it's not split adjustable. We'll zoom in for you. When you have a big resistance level, breakouts, fine. If it holds above, lots of opportunity. But if you weren't happy with a couple of dollars, it's just a big time reversal candle that is really setting up a short and a continuation short. And when you see that happen, you've got to work away from it. And sometimes it's as simple as, okay, Netflix was a long idea. I didn't get the break off the open. The best trade is not to trade it or look for shorts. Now, did I look short at Netflix? Maybe not. But you can find other false breakouts. Remember Intel? Intel was looking strong. Intel was gapped up with everything else. There it sets your trap with the false breakout, the lower high, eventually turning into the short trade. The false break is one of those ones where you've got like multiple things going for you if you short and a couple of things working against you if you try to take that, buy the long back in. The first one is there's a couple of different types of exits that are coming in here. One, on a stock like Intel, look at the last 3 sessions on this. It's trend up, rocket ship up, rocket ship up. There are longs from the back end of last week that are seeing this continuation where it was huge breakout and follow through, huge breakout and follow through. Uh-oh, we failed a breakout. What do you think the longs from the end of the week are doing? Ringing the register at over a 10% gain if they got first day, second day, or even here, this breakout was 46.5. That's still 10%. As that breaks back underneath. You've got those exits. Then on top of that, you've got the pre-market gap traders that are like, okay, well, every time it's gone, uh-oh, this time it's not going, got to get out. So you have a couple of layers of short-term traders that are looking for that exit. And it's the same thing with Netflix too. Now, maybe it doesn't have as strong of a last 3 days as Intel, but look at the move into 100. Where everyone can see the resistance. You're not just dealing with the longs that punched in the pre-market or that punched at the open and are looking for the return. You've also got these swing trade types that will also be taking profit out as they possibly trail out. And that can lead to that kind of a downside move. Sometimes if you miss that initial 930, or in this case, Netflix 929 breakout, you just have to live with it. Did I want this long through 100? Of course I did. But once I'm late, that's it. Like you can't cry over spilt milk. Well, you can cry over spilt milk if you really want to. I don't know where it's going to get you. It's not going to get you a heck of a lot of anything if you choose to. What you can do is just avoid the trap, look for something at the pop and fade trade, and then move on. And before I go back and mention, I made a huge mistake for myself that I'm just going to throw into the lesson of the day here. And that is, if you have a pattern that is working for you, day in, day out, it should be one of the first things you lean on. Last week, I'm pretty sure I was in Boyle Wednesday and Thursday very early, just because it was showing relative weakness to USO, but then it was also showing a very obvious top. Look at that. Support, resistance, resistance. Look at the charts, how identical from top to bottom. And then again here today, and I had Boyle short on my list. But I don't even go short until it bounces off the low and gives me a lower high to work with. If you see this 2 days in a row and it's like, well, I was short both of these days all the way and reloading and all that stuff and basically holding it and reloading and all day trading for 2 days in a row, and it does the exact same move, how could I not have the top? Is how you should be asking yourself. Now, it doesn't matter if I end up on Boyle or not. This is where you'll see me grade myself not based on whether I'm green or red on the stock. Am I green on Boyle? Yes. Does that mean I traded Boyle well? Absolutely not. Same top. We were short. We didn't short this one today. You've got to be a little bit more critical of yourself sometimes. If you're a trader, hold yourself to a higher standard. If something was in what to you was an easy setup and you don't do anything with it, that's a fail. I don't care if you made money on it. Did you make as much as you should have? Can I reasonably answer that question? Yes. Of course I cannot answer that question yes, because it showed me the exact same range as 2 days in a row, and I decided not to, for whatever reason, to do anything with it. So that was a bit of a fail. And it happens, and you've got to be able to recognize that your ability to execute efficiently is just as important as having a solid plan of action. I didn't execute that plan on Boyle well enough. I will give you guys the update on the tilapia. Okay, so it's actually not as bad as usual. So I'm gonna throw like a 5.7 for it. I can't go underneath 5 because relative to the usual tilapia, it's actually not that bad. And there's like a healthy amount of vegetables on the plate here. Oh, there's a shot. Healthy amount of vegetables on the plate, which kind of brings it up a little bit. But the tilapia itself, we'll give it a 5.7. The whole thing is brought up by all the vegetables on the plate and on the salad, like big chunks, which is pretty good. But it's hard for me to grade the tilapia very well. Good luck, everybody. And lots of color on the plate, as pointed out by Anon in the chat. So that'll bring the grade up on the tilapia, but it's still pretty meh in my books. Good luck in your trading for the rest of the day. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. I feel like we're going to have more than this inside day, but remains to be seen.
Thank you very much, Neil. Some solid kneelage, as we like to call it, being dropped there, for sure. Yeah, no, it's kind of the worst feeling sometimes when you have your setup, everything's setting up, and then you don't even take it. Yeah. And it's just like, well, what am I doing if I'm not taking my my own setups there as well? So, all right. So Shane Holla with the super chat here. I'm gonna throw that up, saying, what's the probability, Shane Holiday, what's the probability oil continues to go up? Amen. I don't know if I can put a number on it, but we can do like a 50 over/under, right? Over/under. I think it's on its way up right now. Yeah. It's continuing to step up. We've seen the story that's being built around this USO. Now, of course, if the conflict somehow magically ends overnight, you ask yourself what the probability of that actually happening is. I think that's where you might have your answer there. But in terms of price, you can see what we did, right? Just looking at USO as an example, you had this, somewhat of a capitulatory action in April of 2020, right? Since then, we have, what's the other significant piece of information right here? For multiple months, over a few different years, you have this sideways consolidation where oil cannot get above this 84 area, maybe even this 90, 91 area on the extreme, right? And then all of a sudden, you have stocks like Chevron going at all-time highs, XOM kind of pushing up there as well. So you have oil-related names that are very strong. We have an energy sector that's very strong as well. And then you get a bit of conflict in the world that's directly related to oil. And look at that expanding volume and the push and the breakout of USO. Now, I think if this trend continues, we were just talking about, trading with the trend or being aware of what the trend actually is. Buyers are very, very dominant on this thing. Even last week, while I'm trading this intraday, you can almost feel every single drop getting absorbed over the past couple of weeks, right? So every single drop got bought right back up. The mean reversions have been amazing in that sense, in terms of volatility. Either both ways, you either kind of, getting short before some of this or getting long on the reversal of some of those drops. But every drop has been bought up, and we're stepping up on top of prior ranges. I drew some of these ranges in or over the past couple of weeks. You can see here, March 9th, I find was a bit significant. You had that gap up day. Sure, we were already running up into that breakout level coming into March 9th, but I think relative volume-wise, March 9th had a decent chunk of volume, so that's why I'm using those days as ranges to really mark off key levels that I think might be important to me. You can see here what happened. You had the pullback, you had the correction of a crazy kind of initial move, and once price was accepted, it continues to get accepted at with higher highs and higher lows. So it is definitely in an uptrend here on USO. And again, I don't know, what is the probability? I think the probability is that, yeah, maybe, unless and until something drastically changes in the whole situation, they continue to keep talking about, we're working on things, we're negotiating, we're doing this, we're doing that. And then last week, Trump comes in and says that, we're gonna send them back to the Stone Age if they don't agree with some of our terms. And I'm just like, all right, cool. Well, I think he's made his intention very clear, and continuously we're noticing and hearing that talks are not going as well. There's a lot of flip-flop being posted, and attempts at what really looked like keeping the price of oil down. Any sort of catalyst that came out with that sort of intention, the price was bought right back up. The market participants kind of placed their bets, and you saw it happening live, especially if you've been trading something like a CL or a USO, where aggressive sells were bought right back up. So I think if you want to take all of that into consideration, I think the probability of us staying in trend right now, the trend is to the upside. I think it's pretty decent. So unless and until the situation changes, which I don't think is going to happen overnight. So.
I mean, at one point it will happen overnight, but I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon.
Exactly. We'll see. I mean, we talked about this last week, where price precedes news. You hear Neil say it sometimes as well. Chart don't lie. The chart is telling us everything that we need to know. And when that situation changes, the chart will be also reflective of that. And maybe we get strong volatility bringing us to the downside. But I have no idea, right?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. There's no point in going against it right now. Especially with how headline sensitive we are. All right, guys, we're going to take the stop out here momentarily. This thing's really weak. That pullback was super shallow. We didn't even get quite to a 1-to-1 almost there, and it just rejected. It was almost the same narrative on this long, and then we just take the stop out. So you're getting like a 0.8 to 1, but I'm not taking it off. It's just not worth it. So if it cracks this low at 84s, then we could just get out a little bit early, and I think that's the current trajectory that we're on. The NAS has been a tougher trade. Bitcoin has been relatively strong here today. We're really extended from VWAP, so I'm not going to chase that whatsoever, right? Like, this is up there. We ran almost into this previous pre-market high, and sure enough, it's just been a nice, steady channel, right? So we're talking about the crypto space, not looking too bad. How has XLP been on the day? Not too bad either, right? So we can head over maybe into the Walmarts of the world and see some relative strength. It's a lot better than this tech trade, and I have no issues kicking it to the curb for a bit. Like, I mean, it is what it is. We're trying the longs. They're unfortunately not working. And I mean, it speaks for the daily as well, too. So you put things together, take the notes, and then try to execute based off of that. That's what we do, and Tesla just didn't work. That's the nature of the beast. Not everything is gonna work all the time. We have the ability to put on some good trades when we're correlated with the market. We're sitting in the right place at the right time. Just, yeah, exactly, dude. It literally is what it is. Like, it's the first day of the week. I have no issues with it whatsoever. And yeah, just confidence, man. It's most confidence. So 1086, rocking and rolling. Couple more pennies, Obi, we'll get out of this, and then maybe we'll take Tesla off of our side check, because this sell program fully intact, and we had a trend line break, but then as we failed that, came right back in, and then now we're right back towards the low of the day. So it's been a tough look for Tesla. Man, oh man, I mean, so discontinuing the complete end of, I believe it was the Model X and the S no longer being produced, and now it's just the Y, and I probably got them mixed up. Sorry, I'm just focusing on this. All right, so we're out as Tesla looks like it wants to head a little bit lower, and it would have head right into 82. So we're out of that one. Didn't work, didn't take anything off there, looking for a little bit more of a move, and Tesla's just in a sell program, guys. So this buy or trying to catch that falling knife, I think we'd try to look for something else. All right, so actually let me pull this up here because I was looking at it last week, and we'll actually get some of those delivery. We'll get those delivery numbers as soon as we get back from SIA, guys. We'll talk a little bit more about Tesla.
Real quick update on oil here. So India is the world's third largest oil importer and second largest consumer of LPG. And after a 7-year hiatus, India has finally decided to buy oil from Iran on a condition that it cooperates. And currently I'm seeing USO is up 0.05%, nothing major happening, but just a quick update.
Right, thank you very much, Sia. People talking about Apple at that break point. So I pulled it up. Remember, we talked about it just a few minutes ago. I was like, that 259 could be interesting. And guess what? We're trading back below that as well. So the market attempted to bounce off of its lows right here, but still consolidating within the bottom quartile of the morning range on the Nasdaq, and Apple, yeah, it does look a little bit weak there. We're getting that continuation off of VWAP here as well, but yeah. Not really seeing much else. Continuing to watch some of the same names there as well. And I like that you pointed out Amazon earlier, looking a little distinctly different as it flags at its high of day there. Maybe, as Sharif would like to say, a flat top breakout potentially forming here on Amazon as it holds higher highs and higher lows off of its VWAP. So distinctly different kind of action here or participation on Amazon relative to some of the other names in the Mag 7. I'm seeing that softy. We know how much weakness Microsoft has been experiencing over the past, I would say, few weeks there. Today, still holding into some of the ranges that we bid back up into last week, but seller dominance there, trading below VWAP here on that one. Google, I guess, yeah, a little bit of strength on this one as well. Maybe doesn't look as strong as Amazon, but it seems like it is holding up quite well on top of its VWAP. Another one with a potential flat top breakout there, 299s. Wow, almost we broke that 300 last week, and we couldn't really follow through back up into it, but sustaining some higher lows on the day today. 295.20s is that opening range low, which is also coming in at that low of day as well. Meta, let's see what our friend Meta's up to. Meta's still doing absolutely nothing here, and a sideways chop, just like the rest of the market. But Google is starting to look like it's breaking down as well. And of course, now Tesla are breaking out as well. Tesla, yeah, we just saw Joe in his trade, and you know what? Yeah, man, it's fine. You accept the risk, and you got to remember that you're going to be, especially when you're any sort of trading, but day trading especially, you're going to be wrong a lot of the time, and you have to be okay with that. And yeah, no, I'm definitely being a little bit patient with this one. I didn't see the volume come in as aggressively as I'd really liked it to, and we had that kind of sustained, slow, steady grind as well. But maybe this one here is it as we break this prior low and try to get that volume stepping right back in. You can see some decent elevated volume on the breakdown of this prior low here at 352s there. So I do have it on watch, nothing too crazy yet. I do like the fact that Google is moving the way it is, breaking up here. So maybe, just maybe, we get a bit of a bounce here on the markets. Things are definitely winding up as it would seem. Again, 1 o'clock, we still have about roughly just shy of 40 minutes left until Trump comes in for his remarks here. A lot of people talking about AMC today, Joe, and I did have this on watch. It's doing maybe a little bit of volume today, relative volume for sure. We had roughly 5 to 7 times coming in off of the open, and then now doing roughly about 3.5 times our vol on AMC. Now this thing is $1.29. Just whenever I see the price of this thing, I always laugh because it reminds me of the good old days, just a few years ago where AMC was doing all of its craziness. I hope there aren't any bags still holding this one long. I hope so on AMC, but the short has been absolutely beautiful as well on the backside of that move. But yeah, I don't know anyone who's still holding their AMC shorts either. So. It's a little bit out of theme, right? There's obviously, there are certain shorts that I like to hold for a long time as well. But at the same time, you got to ask yourself opportunity cost, right? Can that capital be working other places? AMC is probably not the one I want to sit in, but doing some decent relative volume here on the day. Let's take a look at the weekly. How has this thing been doing technically? Because I haven't looked at it in a long time here. Okay, maybe a little bit of a break of trend. You can see this is the craziness that I'm talking about. Now, of course, this is split adjusted. Joe, but I don't know if you remember when AMC was all the way up here, yeah, split adjusted 393s, is definitely higher than that, but yeah, decent little move here on the day today. I really got to zoom zoom out for this, you can see here maybe some bidding happening, back-to-back green weeks right here. Is there any sort of significant volume on these 2 green weeks that we've started to bid into? Not really. I'm not really seeing anything too crazy just yet, but doing some relative volume on the day as of right now on the break of this trend. So that trend break, I guess, if you really want to quantify it, coming in at around $1.10, maybe $1.09. Last week closing in and around $1.12 on that close, and then we're getting that continuation to $1.30 today with that AMC bid. So I see that people are talking about that in the chat there. Paco saying I am in from 94 cents on AMC long. Great trade there, almost 50% up from your entry. So great stuff there. Yeah, $1.29 LOL. Oscar, let's take a quick look at Oscar. Some of you guys already mentioned that as well. OSCR, Oscar Health. Let's see what you're up to today. Go to a shorter time frame to see. Wow, look at this one, Joe. Clean bid all day long. Is it doing relative volume? Not really. Got like half times relative volume. So that's 0.5 times RVol, which means that it's doing less, roughly half of what it averages over a 5-day time span. So that's what my RVol indicator measures. It measures the past 5 sessions and then gives us the relative volume on that. So currently it's only done about 1.41 million shares on the day. Normally average volume hits around 6.52 million. That's a 30-day average on this one. So definitely doing a lot less than it normally does here on Oscar Health. But yeah, what else are you guys trading? What else are you guys looking at here? Someone's saying that JPM sees more downside for Tesla on CNBC right now. Okay, cool. It's always interesting to see what kind of opinions those guys on CNBC have at the same time. But I like to keep my biases a little reserved. The chart will speak for me more often than not. And Tesla does seem like it's catching a bit of a bid here right now. Some decent volume through that low, and then stepping right back in. But again, still well within the downtrend right here. You can just step up a couple frames here. 15-minute, maybe sure we're getting a bit of a hammer here. We still have 3 minutes left to finish printing this candle. But I'm going to stay patient. If the bid comes in, it'll show itself, and I can participate in taking a scalp off of that one there, but nothing crazy as of right now. But Google, we were just talking about, Google is breaking through its high of day.
Is it?
Some turbulence from last week, though, right? So this is a bit of an area where we did experience a bit of supply here, just shy of that 300. I don't know if we're going to get to 300 today, but it's not that far away. Right, we're trading at 298.70s, pre-market highs at 299.15s. If we continue to catch this bid,
it had a pretty strong session on Thursday there.
Yeah, it had a really strong session on Thursday as well. So this was that consolidation. Was it? No, it was prior day right here. This consolidation was interesting to me last Tuesday, where you have this straight leg up and a very tight sideways consolidation on 286s, and I was like, there's definitely a held bid, a held buyer kind of holding it up here. Just my opinion, the action was a little bit unnatural. And then you can see next day coming in, boom, to the upside through 300. Next day as well, similar area holds on the day low, and then boom, another strong bout of buying today, consolidating and holding up pretty strong relative to the rest of the market here on Google. So maybe looking for that continuation. I'll probably take a closer look at it if it can get back up to this prior week's high at 352. That's $300.52 there on Google, but it's still a couple dollars away from that point. So that's what I have on watch. That's what I'm watching. Let's take a look at some of these other tech names. I know Intel was doing some relative volume this morning. Let's see what that one's up to. ITC still pulling back into prior days highs here on INTC, so held that VWAP pretty well, and yeah, sellers definitely in charge on this one, and we saw Neil talking about this one as well. So yeah, pretty aggressive bid over the past couple of days, and it's holding up quite well, bigger picture, right? This thing was breaking out of, I would say, multi-month consolidation here at that $24, $25 level, and you can see it just steps up into 40s, chop, chop, chop. Sure, it gives you like what, a 10 maybe like a $5 to $7 range here, and then steps up another $10 right here, $10, $15, 50s now, 50s. Wider range, sideways consolidation, holding up quite well. And again, this thing has a lot of headwind at the same time, right? So to be able to get past some of these levels, I think it definitely, in my opinion, would take some work, because those are multi-year highs here on Intel, 6229s being the ultimate high there from 2021. So I think it in terms of trend, it does look like it's doing well in terms of holding prior supports, holding prior resistances as supports, and really kind of changing it up. And we saw that sentiment change right here. We got the presidential seal, it got the presidential bid, and we've been chopping our way to the upside on Intel since then. So I do like this chart bigger picture.
What's your
story that's been happening here?
I was gonna say, what's your game plan come 1 o'clock? Do you think are you thinking that we get a pretty good volatility spike? Or
maybe. I mean, I don't want to anticipate anything.
But you'd have to have a game plan, though, right?
Yeah. No, of course. Like the thing is, like if we have a aggressive move one way or the other, maybe I'm looking to fade that move depending on what is actually said, right? Or I'm just looking to get with the trend there, and maybe some of the things that I can exercise that idea on potentially are just straight up going to be USO creeping up into its highs there. So if we do get some some talk about situations heating up a little bit here. I think the high a day has shown itself. I talked about this bid back up capitulation at the lows, so that's a piece of information that price already kind of gave me here. So if I'm looking for a breakout, it'll be through that 139.29, but we were there last week, 140.75s, right? So if we can actually get through here, I like that for a quick scalp as well, but it seems like this 139 area has been holding as resistance. Now, if that changes, that could very well change on a volatility spike to the upside. Might get involved with that one there, or wait and see if supply kind of comes in. If supply comes in here as it has been all day long, maybe get involved with that as well. What if we slap all the way to the downside and we don't really break this 136, this kind of roughly capitulation on the day, with strong volume coming in, so that was defended quite well, 136.40s. If that comes into play, we'll see if it breaks down and has any sort of follow through, or if the buyers step right back in, maybe potentially get involved with them. So yeah, if it goes to the upside and it starts to hold supply, maybe fade. I want to potentially look to fade that as well, getting with what's already been happening. If we actually break out and continue, maybe a sustain above 140, give me some good opportunities there as well. On the downside, 136s. We'll see what happens there at the same time. So a couple different playbooks, right? We got reversion, we got range break, we got level hold. And yeah, that's kind of the different outcomes I'm potentially thinking about. That's if the market moves aggressively. It could also not move aggressively at all, and then I'm just going to continue sitting on my hands doing absolutely nothing until something falls into my lap, right? That's sort of I've realized as of recent. Like, there's no reason for me to spend mental capital in places where it's not really worth my time. So we'll wait and see. Hopefully we do get something. I would like for that to happen, but again, it doesn't really matter whether it happens or not. Like you said, what matters is have the game plan ready to go. If that shows up, ready to strike as well. And I think some of the best trades that I've had is just when I'm not necessarily in a position or haven't made too many decisions, something shows up, boom, you take that opportunity and then you move on to the next one as well. So I've only seen, I guess, a couple good trades today, yeah, I think the Apple reversion was definitely one of them. What else was there? I think there was one more, right? Apple reversion, and there was. Oh yeah, the short on the buyout, the SLNO. I think the short off of the open was quite nice on this one as well. This one was absolutely thick. Wow, look at that bid. That's there we go. We got some more stuff here. See, I'm not watching everything. This is nice right here. I didn't get involved with this, but that's quite nice. Opening range break as well. Someone's definitely getting squeezed out of this one on the day with that aggressive volume coming in on SLNO. yeah, off of the open, kind of getting with that trend was great. If you took a 5-minute opening range break, that worked really well as well. And this thing, as I mentioned before, very, very, very thick. Like you could, slap a few tens of thousands of shares and still be perfectly fine on this one here. I'll pull up the book and show you. Maybe I don't know if it's as thick as it was this morning. Probably not. But let's take a look and see SLNO on the Nasdaq. I think this is shares. I'll have to just make sure if this is actual shareage here. Does it show absolute size? Yeah, absolute share size. So those are 7,000 shares. So no, in the morning it was a lot more crowd. There was at least 20, 30 thou on the bid and the ask at any given time. Pretty sure it was SLNO. So other than those two opportunities, I didn't really see anything that really jumped out at me and was like, hey, this is an A+ opportunity here on the day. So just waiting and watching for the next one, and maybe USO is the one where we'll see.
Yeah, I think that's where we're gonna see a little bit of the activity step in. Hasn't been doing much, man, and I'm gonna put this one personally to the side burner for a little bit. I'm gonna be classifying this relatively soon as something close to the silver trade as well. And what I'm referring to essentially is just like, look at this move here. This is all fun, right? Like you just essentially buy every dip. Boom, you have a high probability. But within this, slightly more messy. And I think as soon as this conflict comes to an end, we're going to fall into that world as well here with USO. So we'll keep an eye on it. I think it's the NASDAQ and USO via the TQQQs is what I'm going to be keeping my eyes on. Here's Bitcoin. Volume, nice sustained buying pressure here in BTC, putting in a monster day, kind of going oppo. I shouldn't say oppo, but I mean, it's significantly stronger than the overall market. And one thing to note is I like that we're holding up at this base. Like this base is really starting to be formed. And we were talking about this for quite some time, right? Like, hey, we want to find somewhat of a level where we're going to hold some indecision prints and some volume that's going to determine like this might be as low as we go for the foreseeable future. But if things get really bad, then that breaks, then watch out for some more downs, like substantially more. I think you would see another like 10, 15% easily of a haircut there on IBIT. Move into VWAP, into this trend line essentially, and we sit on the back side. And I was talking with Brando, you guys heard me this morning, it's just I think that people are a little bit cautious on getting involved in the crypto trade right now. We had these big liquidation events. Here is one of them on October 9th, right? So shout out to a couple days. This is my birthday right here. We put in that all-time high on your boy's birthday right there. We'll hit that one and we'll hit the stone cold. But then days later, everybody's losing the money with the liquidation events, and that's not necessarily a good thing. And it can sway traders and investors even from actually wanting to buy this stuff up front. So I think we need to wait for that new wave. We are in the middle of the halving cycle. I think it's 2 years ago sometime this week, to be honest with you. April or something along those lines is when it halves, right? So 2024, April of 2024, we're 2 years. We're right in dead smack in the middle of things. And then the latter half is something that I'm going to be really keeping my eye out on. That third year is usually typically a bullish one, right? So let's wait for the summer to come into play. Let's wait for some trend lines to be broken, and then maybe we can start rocking and rolling on Bitcoin once again. Like, let's, I was gonna say something, I mean, let's put this Bitcoin trade back in play. Let's make it good again, and let's make it fun in the crypto space, because being down 50+%, 56% in Ethereum, that's not fun, right? Like, who wants to hold an asset that loses half of its value, especially when you have Wall Street and all the individuals there. You have the Tom Lees, you have the Dan Ives who are continuously talking about this thing. They're hoarding it. The blockchain is going to be that universal tool, that universal ledger that everyone's going to be essentially using from obviously a data standpoint and putting stable coins on it. The banks are going to be transitioning and all this and all that. And then the fundamental, the base, the picks and shovels, the technology in which it's built on is essentially down 50%. Like, I don't know. It's really tough. And there's only a couple of things that we can go off with the Bitcoin case. And I think one weighing a little bit heavier than the other, store value, but also the finite amount of supply, right? Like, there's only so much of this stuff. You have institutions who are grabbing this stuff hand over fist. And then you have the other ones who are totally against it. So it makes it a little bit more difficult. It's a big time push and pull. And the bears, and I mean what I'm referring to, institutions grabbing their stuff hand over fist, is Michael Saylor, right? It makes things a little bit more difficult to say, hey, where are we going? But with a limited supply of something, and not a definitive use case yet, Obi, I think if you were to be able to use this as a specific currency, we know that there's, I think, it's not Honduras or it might be Honduras or El Salvador actually adopted this as their base currency. Maybe Argentina took that into play too, just due to the hyperinflation. But somewhere in South America, they're actually using this thing for methods of payment. And then also you have other countries like crypto is really big on the continent of Africa, right? Like it's significantly bigger. And then you go to Asia as well too, where you have the largest company, China, or the country China, saying, hey, essentially, you can't mine this stuff, you can't use this stuff anymore, but you have other places and other regions who are looking to adopt it. And then obviously everything from the Genius Act and the Stable Coin Act with the Clarity Act with the United States, there is some upside, but right now things are a little bit damper. Okay, no problem. Let us know whenever you're ready, and we'll send it over for the recap. But other than that, guys, is there a potential short here in the overall market? Which direction are we going to be heading? What am I thinking here? Gaurav, this is my eyes here on the NASDAQ. 5 minute. We can put a trade up based off of this hammer right here. It breaks that high. Only have to risk so much. Looking for the short continuation. 20 minutes until Donald Trump speaks. So be prepared just in case. But we're going to send it off to Sia with happening now.
Let's take a look at the IWM. IWM index is in the green today, up 0.4% at the moment. But what I want to talk to you about are a couple individual tickers here. So Sigma Lithium, SGML, is currently up 1.25%. Now, with the lithium rally that has been up in the past couple months, I feel like this is the driving factor for this. No extreme, particular, dedicated individual news for this. But again, ARMP, Armada Pharmaceuticals, up 16.21% today. Annual stockholders meeting of the company will be taking place in their headquarters in Los Angeles on the 11th of June this year. And the company's deadline for stockholder proposals and director nominations under the bylaws, the deadline for this will be April 12th at 5 p.m. And Swarmer, SWMR, currently is down 29%. A whopping 29%, but an unknown reason for this. And Kratos Defense, KTOS, is up almost 9% today. So now, analyst comments by Jefferies, it was raised from a hold to buy, but also there's a prediction that drone stocks will be jumping almost 26%, and this will be particularly dedicated to a growing missile demand. Also comments by Jefferies, and that's all, sending it back to you.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. We're going to set up the poll here. We're going to give ourselves multiple options. Make sure you vote right there. We already got 305 votes, but we're going to get the more fun one. DJT, this is the question. Does DJT fade or pop the market at 1 p.m.? And we're going to put in option A, B, or C. We only need 2 there on that one, so we'll just do, does DJT fade or pop? We could do up to 10. Yeah, I think we only need 2 there, Assassino. But we'll put that in. What does? Let's do that here. We'll do it on screen. Like I know Neil and all the boys over there using it, so I feel like a little bit of a rookie. Someone types in Kratos. That's okay. What does DJT do to the market? I don't know why I put capitals here. Option A, sell it off. Option 2, rip it, or neither. All right, get those 1, 2s, or 3s in there. Start voting. What does DJT do to the market? I am going to say, we're gonna put in 1, baby. Get those votes in. Let's see what we got going on. We have the vote right now. You guys are putting it in. Let's see what we have. We got to show the people in the chat here. See what we have with the voting. Did you vote? Type 1, what does DJT do to the market? Sell it off, rip it, or neither? A lot of people coming in at 20 are saying 1, sell it off, saying he's going to fade that one. I mean, there's a very high probability that that happens considering the overall sentiment. But get those votes in. Let's see, a lot stepping in right now. 3 is neither. So we're just going to continue to move sideways. Some people say, "Did I vote yet?" I'm going to go with 1. Right. Let's see if these guys can get a deal done. I know Iran isn't going to be overly easy to. What's up, Kilgore Trout? Hope everything's going on. What's up, Joey? I hope I hope he rips it, but I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. I'm spamming this. Yeah, do what you got to do, Rivian. Keep hitting that 1. We know what you're voting there now. A couple more votes, 477 votes on the other poll. Let's get some more votes in here. Bitcoin putting in a new high of the day, up almost 5%, Obi, 4 and roughly 3/4 there. So that's a pretty good look in the Bitcoin space. Market slowly grinding higher. Not too sure what Tesla's been up to ever since, but he's going to say, bring the rain. I mean, that's not going to be good for the overall market, especially if it's raining lead and metal. You don't necessarily want that. Watched a pretty dramatic documentary last night, actually, on some other things. What you going to short, Joey? I don't know. I don't know yet. We're going to wait, man. We took our couple attempts. So our at-bats, we had 2 at-bats there on Tesla, TSLA, and then we ground out, essentially. So we're like, hey, we're going to kick that one to the curb. Let's switch things up and see if we can find something else for us to potentially trade here. I don't see anything right now. Obi, you've yet to take a trade today, which is good. Sitting on your hands is the ideal thing, and nice work on that. I think that's definitely the way to go until that 1 o'clock time comes into play, and then we have Donald Trump speaking, which will bring all that we can to you on that front.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, definitely going to be 15 more minutes here until the president is on the mic. So going to be patient for that to potentially come in. There are a few things that are working as of right now, and that is that Google breakout that I was talking about earlier. So Google continuing slow and steady, nothing too crazy. Those 289s, 299.30s is now the day's high. So we've started to break out of this pre-market high here as well. So maybe we do get to that 300 mark. Prior week's high, just a reminder, is sitting at 352 pennies. So good look there on that one. Amazon yet to break out on Amazon, still continues to flag here near the highs. Maybe we're just waiting. We're patiently waiting, kind of accumulating all day long, and maybe we do get that aggressive bid there as well. But yeah, what did you guys vote? What did you vote for this one here?
I voted 1.
Fade the pop, buy the dip, go with the flow.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So nice. Make sure you guys get your votes in on that one there. I just said go with the flow.
Yeah, I think that was
it's well divided between all 3 different choices there. You can see 36%, 37% with the top and the bottoms, and then 27 with buy the dip there on that one there. So Uno saying Michael Peter Ryder. Yeah, maybe we get that Uno reverse on at 1 o'clock. So I'll be looking out for that as well. How are guacamole futures doing today? Saying Jesse Martinez. Maybe that's a bit of a shot at the taco trade. Maybe is that what you mean? I'll wait and see. You know, I forget who it was, but we had a guest on last week, and he said, "Hey, taco stands for Trump always creates opportunity." And I was like, wow, that's beautiful. Like, that's going to be my definition of taco now, because I didn't hear that one before. And opportunity, definitely, he does create in the markets. Like, I mean, come on, man. Like last year in April, the president was like, yeah, this is a great time to buy. Guess what? Pull up any tech chart. Pull up a lot of these other names there. April were the lows. April were the lows, and then we kind of just rocketed off of there. So, you know, sometimes you just gotta you know, just go with the flow. And if he says something and you see that confirmation come in, then yeah, maybe potentially get involved as well. So I think that was I always say that because I find it a little funny here. But when you go to the weekly, you can see here this is on the SPY. Take a look at April right there. Talk about a bit of maybe some capitulation as well. Strongest volume bar on the pickup there, and that was in the beginning of April, the week of April 7th. Boom. Since then, nice slow, steady climb up there, and now consolidating sideways here. Yeah. I don't know. I'll be watching for that. I want to see if this dip gets bought up. We can see that we had back-to-back pretty red weeks here since the middle to end of February on the SPY. You can see breaking down some prior levels here as well. We've seen over the past few weeks. Seems like as of right now, getting bought right back up. So you got to remember. Some of the fades, some of the sell-offs on this vehicle, you can see some of them last a lot longer. Some of them are very short when it's aggressive. I don't know how aggressive this necessarily is relative to the April bid, but so far we've been technically still holding higher lows on the strongest pull down we've had since then, right? Which is what I'm talking about right now. The past few weeks. You can see that since last April, we didn't really have that many aggressive pullbacks. So is this just a correction? We're going to continue pushing up. I have no idea, but I was reading this stat about how during the past few conflicts, the bottom is in roughly within 40%, the initial 40% on average of the duration of said conflict. The market bottoms out for a next push up. So I don't know. We'll wait and see when the conflict is coming to an end there. But I'm waiting. I'm watching this kind of action very closely here. We'll be right back from SIA.
Yeah, just a real quick update about EVR here. I have a couple analyst commentaries maintained at outperform by Bread Financial Holdings, which has lowered their price target to $87. By Baxter International, again, price target lowered to $22. And Outperform on Bank of America has lowered price target to $55. And Outperform on BKV, price target has been increased to $33. Sending it back to you.
All right, thank you very much for that, Sia. So yeah, I'm not really seeing anything other than some of the same stuff I was watching before. Apple continues to hold that VWAP, so sellers very much still in charge on this one here. Look at the clean retests of VWAP here, guys. So after we broke down, sure, that continuation is potentially coming in, but the past 3 times we got any sort of a bid in towards VWAP, 1, 2, and 3, we've held as a bit of a supply zone. We did break down of that 259 level here, but no real follow on the initial push. But I think again, you got to remember, you got to read the charts, see what it's telling you. It's telling you that yeah, sellers are in charge, and guess what? It may be in and around VWAP since about 11:30 every time. The sellers are not necessarily here at 259. That's just a potential breakdown level, but the sellers are here at VWAP at 259s or 60s here, and that was over the past 3 attempts at that level. We could continue to kind of go sideways, or this could be a nice continuation push here as well. Just might be taking a longer time to follow through on Apple, but sorry.
I'm talking to Fabian. I don't know if you can hear me, but he was talking.
No, so Apple, Google's actually going for it. So it seems like we may get that 300 test today, only about 50 pennies away from that. And it's been a slow, steady kind of climb through the high day breakout, through some VWAP holds as well. But I think really confirmation for a breakout comes in right here for me. And I do like the fact that we kind of held up pretty well all day long as well. So Google is the only one that is looking distinctly different when it comes to the Mag 7 here, to the upside. Now, Tesla probably is the weakest right here as well. Yeah, weaker than the rest of the Mag 7. So definitely, when it comes to a catalyst-driven move, it can very easily do its own thing relative to the market. And we're seeing that Tesla is doing exactly that. It's doing its own thing, very seller dominant. We tried to, I guess, get to 350. 350.73 is the low day here on Tesla. Let's see if 350. I like that as a whole number. Kind of arbitrary. Let's go back and check in and around this area. Has there been any recent support or any sort of levels here? I'm not really seeing anything too crazy on Tesla. So in the past couple of weeks is what I'm looking for here. But I'm sure if we go higher, sure we can find a lot more potential levels here. I'll just go straight up to an hourly chart on Tesla. You can see here, okay, that's interesting. This is where the buying came in September of last year. A nice little consolidation breakout of that 370 area. So interesting stuff. It does seem like we're coming into a key level here on TSLA, but bigger picture, we've been selling off pretty decently from that 500 test, right? Everyone was so excited for that Tesla 500 to potentially come in, and we basically, there was no, I don't even know if I can call it a failure to follow through of 500, but it was a failure to test 500. You can see we kind of wicked that high there. What was this day specifically? The highest point was 22nd of December last year. So pretty good stuff there, and getting continuation, in my opinion, still off of that 500, failure to follow through there on TSLA as we break back below some of prior week's levels. So that 350 maybe potentially coming in here at the same time. What's up, Sia?
Yeah, let's talk about Fubo here. So shares of Fubo TV are surging after the company has reported that it's expecting to report a positive cash flow by fiscal 2027. So now by fiscal 2028, the company expects to report at least $300 million in adjusted EBITDA, and the stock currently is up 24%, but the company has fallen 61% year to date.
Great, thank you very much. What do you got? You looking at anything right now?
Yeah, we're getting prepared to listen to good old Donald Trump there.
Yes, sir.
Coming up momentarily, getting carried by but I mean, hey, let's be patient. Let's wait, guys, and see what we got going on here with DJT. Looking forward to that. A nice short signal on the 1 minute on IBIT. Starting to come back in at that break. I'm waiting for a pullback now, but at this point we may as well just wait a couple of more minutes. Zion, any reason why MGRT going up? Is that strategy? Is that micro strategy? Is that the preferables on MicroStrategy? I was looking for the MGRT. Make a Fortune? Oh no, I have no idea. Make a Fortune is an investment holding company personally engaged in Internet of Things IoT solution providing business. The company mainly provides Internet of Things integration solution services, business process outsourcing services. No, we can figure that out here relatively quick. But what is that strategy preferable note ticker there, guys? Look at Bitcoin really start to come back in here. Oh man, we had it. Oh my God, why didn't we take it? Yo, what's going on, Anosphere? Let me know what that STRC. Yeah, thanks, guys. You guys are the best, literally. Crazy, just like that. Know everything. That's what I'll say. MGRT. Let's see, why are we going up? Trade halt, mega fortune pause due to volatility. A volatility spike. Pause. Yeah, I don't see anything right now on my news feed right here, guys. But having just volatility halts. The statement is document shall not be considered. Yeah, so it's just a volatility halt pause due to volatility. Let's pull this bad boy up, actually, and see what we got going on over there. Bye-bye. Yeah, there goes Bitcoin, man. A nice risk-to-reward ratio trade as it runs into that 66 mark. But I'm like, do I really want to be going against stronger names? With Bitcoin climbing, but that channel relatively weak as the market is really starting to pick up a little bit of momentum to the downside as we get prepared. Only 3 minutes away from Donald Trump himself about to speak. Sia's ready, we're ready, Obi's ready. Joey's seen a great YouTube video here with GSP and Thomas DeLucier for your super interesting, lots of knowledge for your super, yeah, like George St. Pierre, GSP. It's the only GSP I think I know. Moving forward, what was I going to do? Oh, yeah, we're going to pull up our MGRT chart and see what we got going on. Is this a Sharif World MGRT? Oh, it's 19 bucks. Okay. This thing's been going absolutely bonkers here today. Very e-liquid, though. Look at this. Even on the yeah, you can't. This isn't tradable, in my opinion, from an intraday standpoint. Like, you have no idea, essentially, what's going on there. So we'll keep an eye out. Oh, we won't, actually, but, I mean, we'll see what we got going on. Yeah, there we go. But other than that, guys, you can't. Yeah, no, you can't. Mike Peter Ryder, you're right. But there goes Bitcoin to the downside. Market heading lower too here, OB, as NVDA is heading lower. So it's not too good of a look. We're only moments away here from Donald starting his speech. I'm getting prepared to listen to it. C is doing the exact same thing. Obi's getting prepared. He's got Twitter up as well too. So we're gonna do our best to bring you guys essentially what this guy has to say. And listen, if I'm a betting man, which I think at the end of the day I would consider myself one, is that this guy's gonna say he's prepared to do whatever he has to do. It's going to be over soon, and then he'll bomb them a little bit more, which is unfortunate. And they're not afraid to go after some of their energy resources at the end of the day, considering he's already threatened to do that on multiple occasions. And I don't think he's going to step back on the fact that he said, yeah, you guys have until Tuesday, until 8 p.m. to come up with a deal, or we're going to get a little more aggressive, and you're going to see some more lead flying from the sky, which is not a good thing.
Yeah, no, I think those. Last week we kind of observed on Wednesday night how aggressive he was getting with some of his comments. But yeah, it makes sense. They want that the conflict to be over as soon as possible. At least they're posturing in that kind of manner. Yeah, no, we'll wait and see. 138, a little bit of a spike here in volume on USO coming in. What's up? So a little bit of a spike coming in here with volume on USO, increasing volume, pulling us right back up into 138 halves. Hasn't really gone through that high a day just yet. So I am watching this here. We can pull it up on a different chart. But yeah, some higher lows here. So we did hold the bid above this action that I earlier defined as a little bit capitulatory. 139.29s is the high of day on USO. Prior day highs. Let's just mark it up a little bit here. You know what? Yeah, we can do that in some preparation, as you know, we're still waiting for Trump to kind of come in here. I'm hearing the voice feed is on now, so I can hear some sound coming from the press conference there. So just gonna mark up some of these levels. If we do potentially come into some of these levels, then maybe, is this the opening range high? Yeah, this is. Okay, cool. We'll wait and see if any of these levels potentially come in. I got the close there as well. Boom, right there. So some confluence there with some opening range lows happening there. Do I really want that one? Nah, it's fine. Less is more. Less is more. So we'll wait and see if that 139 comes in with any sort of umph. We're already getting some selling here on the markets coming in, and then some bids happening as well on USO. Is there anything? No, people are just reading papers at the front in front of the podium here. Okay, yeah, no, I'll be tuned in. We'll wait and see what will happen. Cover here for you live as the president comes in for his press briefing right here. So it is 1:01, and as soon as he steps on, I'll let you guys know.
That's what the poll should have been: is will Donald Trump be on time?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
I would take a bet on that.
Of his press conferences, so
No.
can't count on it anymore.
No, but that's easy. That's the easy money bet there.
Exactly.
Oh, is that on Poly Market, Obi? Let's find out. If that's not on Poly Market, then what are we even doing here? I mean, I don't even think it would be even fair.
What would you search up? President on time?
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know.
We'll go over to the politics here and see what we got going on. We can always create our own line as well too, Obi.
Yeah. I've actually never been on Poly Market.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Was this cricket here? Collected Knights versus the Punjab Knights. That's crazy. I didn't even know you could bet on anything here. We were talking about this not too long ago. U.S.-Iran ceasefire by, okay. So by December, 75% saying yes.
Yeah, a lot of people think it'll be done by the end of the year. But I think that's a. Is it a safer bet? Because it's kind of like getting long dated options, right?
Yeah, I think it would. I think that's definitely the smarter play. Like the market is tanking here, guys. I'm over here on Poly Market. What did? Bro, that was like a 30-year war. Vietnam?
The Vietnam War took 10 years.
Oh yeah, are you sure? I thought it was a pretty long time, and it was. let's figure it out here. Yeah, we're gonna head over to see Donald Trump speaking here momentarily. Let's see what we got going on here. See ya. What do you got?
Just a quick update that the U.S. military is planning for potential strikes on more Iranian energy targets, as Wall Street Journal is saying, currently sending it back to you.
Yeah, I mean, a 20 year, 55 to 75. It's crazy. It's a long time. It was longer. That's longer than 10 years. That's 55 to 75. It only lasted competitive. Yeah. So it was definitely a longer war. I remember that. 20 years, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. Let's be patient. The man himself is still not speaking. What will Trump say during the news? Okay, how many times will he say obliterate? We have this one up here. What is the line looking up there? Power, strength. We know that those are probably, obliterate is probably going to be in there for sure. Yeah, exactly. So there it is. Iran 15 plus times. How many times? All right, guys, let's chat. Let's do this live here. We're looking for some potential trades. Poly market here as well, too. Are you guys over under on him saying Iran 15 plus times?
Don't be rude.
Don't be rude. What do you think, Obi? Do you think he says Iran 15 plus times or Iranian 15 plus times? Or what are you thinking here? See, over or under 15?
15.
Over 15.
And I think he's also going to say obliterated over 15 times.
Obliterated over 15 times. That's a big bet. How about you, Obi?
Yeah, I don't know. If I were to have some fun. Wow, there's some interesting words in there as well.
Like Biden.
Yeah,
are you going to bring up Biden
right
in there? Where? 10% where?
The only 10% at the top. Right there.
Where?
No, right in the middle. Your mouse is right above it, right there. The next one down. I'm sure we can't say that. There you go. It's some interesting verbiage on some of those bets as well. But no.
Does he mention the moon as well too? Like there's a lot.
Oh yeah, because of the Artemis. That's what it was called, right? The Artemis 2 launch as of recent.
What a short on IBIT, man. Should have took that one. Is this guy speaking yet or what?
No, he's not. He's not here
definitely
yet.
on time.
I'm on the White House's YouTube.
Okay, so let's see, man. How many times? Like, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat there, guys. How many times is this guy gonna say, "Oh, we got some unders, some overs for sure"? Over. What else? Put it in there. Over from Heart to Heart Media. Himmy Namal saying over. This is big, says Lemon's family. Not necessarily correlated with the pool we were just talking about. Under says Merez. Okay. Under says slow motion Joe. That's crazy with the under. Put it in over under in the chat there, guys, and see what we got going on. My boy Stevenson saying over. How many times have you tried? Oh, okay. Okay, Jay Lee. This guy. Anyways, Gavin Ross saying under. Alpha Simply saying over as well. Under on Iran by Johnny T. Johnny Test, baby. And that's a kid's show, I'm pretty sure, Johnny Test. But other than that, guys, like you can see that the market headed right back towards the lower end of the range. So it's only a matter of time. Once this guy starts speaking, it's like that one time where Jerome Powell just said like good afternoon and the stock market tanked.
Yeah.
So I mean, as soon as he opens his mouth, the market's going to react, and then you might even see a little bit more reaction when he starts getting into a little bit more detail as well. Like, hey, we're not giving these guys any longer of a timeline. That's it, Tuesday, 8 p.m. You better come with a conclusion. We need to draw something up to get this straight open, and if not, we're going to drop some more bombs, which is going to be absolutely detrimental and obliterate, obviously, the Iranian infrastructure. Sia, what do you have for us?
So Netflix has doubled down on its family-friendly content, and it has expanded kids' entertainment lineup with the Playground app, which is currently live now. Currently, Netflix is trading up 0.16%.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Wow. So while we weren't looking, Tesla broke that 350. So that's
it headed lower.
Yeah, it's at 348.
Oh yeah,
now,
I'm glad
so
that we
for 348.
abandoned. I'm glad that we abandoned ship on that one, Obi.
Yeah, no, this seems like sellers are definitely very much in charge here on Tesla pretty much all day long. But what is looking distinctly different here is USO coming right back up into those day highs. So again, I was looking for this move maybe potentially to happen while he was speaking or maybe even after, but it's coming in before. So that's interesting here. It is breaking out of that high a day. No real follow through just yet as we pull right back into 139.25s. What was the high before? It was 139.29. So currently we only got up to about 139.50. Or roughly 10, 11 pennies higher on the high day break, but we got a lot of room to go. I've already marked out some of the levels that I am more interested in. Take a look at that. That one's 140, 140.75s potentially. And all day long, we're just consolidating, right? And a strong bid that came in here at around 10:30. As well as a bit of a piece of information for me. We'll wait and see what happens here. Here we go. He is coming on right now. So I got to turn this up here in my ear, and we shall see. Oil prices rise. U.S. crude climbs above $112 a barrel.
Yeah. It's definitely a tougher look. Thanks to you for that. 112 smackers. What's US open up to? I haven't even been looking at it here today. Patina Man's back in the building, prepared for 1 o'clock. He's got his lunch. I don't know what happened. Raquel must not be in the office today because your boy ordered
Guys,
okay.
sorry about that.
So there goes, no, interrupt. That's all that me talking about tilapia is way less important on what we got going on here compared to Donald Trump, right? So we need to listen to what he's up to. I got it in my ear. Sia's paying attention. Everyone across the board, everyone in the building is getting prepared for the next potential move here in the market. But what I was getting at, even if it's completely irrelevant, but I requested a long time no tilapia, and I got tilapia on my plate. And you requested no tilapia. Yeah, but you could. But I typically don't get it. Assassino might have even got that as too, and he gets salmon every day. I might have to. Oh my God, it's crazy. It's falling apart around here. Anyways, here he is. Here we go, guys. He's getting ready to say something. USO onto the top side. How is the market reacting? He's talking about Easter. How Easter was great, right? Great Easter. Best Easter ever. All right. Other than that, I got him in my ear, guys. We'll ramble on a little bit more. Here's USO up 1.2%. Obviously, everything is the best when he's in office. Easter's great. All right.
Oh, he's saying the entire country can be taken out in one night. That's what he's saying right now.
That you just said? Yes.
Yeah.
Better get live.
But he's still kind of, talking about that right now. Always getting a bid to the upside here, 140. So I did kind of sit up as soon as I saw some of that volume start to come in here. 140, 139.95 is the current high as of right now here on USO. The market's pulling right back in here as well. We're getting some extension and continuing to sell off here on some of these names here as we break down. Tesla continues to make fresh lows on Tesla. Apple continues now following through on that 259 breakdown as well.
That's what I'm saying here, that the entire country could be taken out in one night, and that night could potentially be tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. So definitely oil is going to move around on that. We got that spike up into 140s. So watching this closely, we've had buyers here on the market in this area, especially on the NASDAQ all day long, in and around, what is this, 25252s-ish. So we're coming into that daily or intraday support on the NASDAQ. So waiting and watching. Nothing too crazy just yet, right? We did get some volume spikes here on USO up into 140, but hasn't really pushed through 140 just yet. That's coming in as of right now as we speak. 140, some 500 lots roughly on top of 140. Let me just pull this in. Not all my level 2s have absolute share size, so I got to throw that on right now on that one. So 140 coming in on USO as we break out of that one.
Oh, USO on.
Throw on the filter there. So 140 coming in pretty aggressively now with that follow through that prior high a day, the double triple top that we had at 139. So a decent, but a dollar follow through there on that one, and Apple right here, the beautiful stuff as we continue to sell off pretty aggressively. But yeah, I'm just gonna be patient for the opportunity to present itself. Anybody who got in on that day breakout or high day breakout there and that little pullback, I guess that was quite nice there. But nothing too crazy in terms of volatility, right? We've had a steady bid, and that bid came in coming into 1 o'clock, and even though he stepped onto the podium a few minutes late, we still get that continuation through those highs. So I'm just gonna be patient, waiting, watching, listening. There goes the market through its day lows right there as these futures are getting that continuation of sellers coming in. What do you got going on? What's your game plan?
Yeah. I'm gonna wait for this pullback here now. I wanted it off of this high here, but we never got that pullback. Continued selling, but the volume is definitely starting to uptick, right? So now it's just like, hey, another attempt. We come back into this range and curl over and continue to the downside. You still haven't pulled the trigger on anything. I personally haven't. Bitcoin lost all of its gains from earlier today. So like from 1150 all the way to 1250, we'll call it, right? So an hour gone in 5, 10, 15 to 25 minutes in half the time. So see you later, AC Slater, to that one as we now tap into 4330s on the TQQQs and continue to bleed. USO up 1.6% here, folks. $140, okay? So this is a big time move. It was only a matter of time. We waited for Donald to speak. He's extremely, extremely hawkish. It doesn't sound too good right now. Borderline, I'm not going to say aggressive or anything, but obviously the United States, stating that the United States has the best military, how good the pilots have done at rescuing the other F-15 pilot or 55, whatever the warplane was. Other than that, he's prepared, man. It doesn't sound like there's going to be any form of a conclusion to this conflict anytime soon. Iran's not cooperating, and Donald Trump is prepared to drop some more bombs, which isn't going to be good things. So be patient, guys. Wait for an opportunity to get involved in the overall market here. You can see that USO up 1.5%, continuing to climb, almost at that previous. Is that all-time highs on this thing? Let's figure it out, because we have USO. Figure it out. Let's see what we got going on from a daily. There it is. It's not even relatively close, I don't think, at this point. $140. Were we ever that high? No, not for quite some time. 124 back in January of 2019, 7 years ago. Okay, yeah, okay, there's splits, though. Okay, you have to take into consideration the splits. Are they reverse splits as it continues to climb? So there it is on USO, putting in a new weekly high there. Obi, I know you like looking at the higher time frames. New high since the conflict started. February, right, is when we really start rocking and rolling. You get a 73% gain right here. So the oil trade, someone was asking not too long ago, Obi, are we going to continue to climb here in USO? So far, the answer has been yes. The market's moving to the downside. Definitely weak for the tech names, for the S&P. The banks haven't been performing well. You have to find that rotation, and it seems to be the narrative of moving into that energy trade because it's continuously climbing. The industrials trade also working out as well. Staples at the beginning of the rotation working pretty good, but not so much anymore. So those two sectors seem to be the dominant ones as of late, as everyone else continues to slide, and the NASDAQ not too far off of its low of the day.
Yeah, a bit of a bounce here happening on that 24,200 on the NASDAQ. Continue to watch this USO hold above 140 as of right now. What's going on, Sia?
Yeah, just a quick update on Meta here. Meta is preparing to release the first AI models developed under Alexander Wang, and the new models will eventually have open source license according to Axios.
All right, thank you very much there, Sia. Bit of a pullback here. I think I like the action that's happening here around 140, but I'm just being a little patient to see and wait when he steps off the podium there. Still talking. As of right now, he was just taking some inventory about everything that was going on in I think what are they calling it, Operation Epic Fury. Yeah, USO holding above this 140. So in trend, holding some higher levels here on the day. We did talk about prior day's high coming in at 140.75. Haven't quite got there just yet, but consolidating, right? We're consolidating. We'll go to a shorter time frame here on a 1 minute. You can see here, I marked out that 140, and this consolidation so far is supporting on top of that 140 with only about a 30 to 40 penny kind of chop above it. So a nice little sustain of that. Yeah, definitely poised maybe to go a little bit higher if we're going to continue in this trend. You can see the bid already started coming in from much before into that high day break, and then now stepping up higher there as well. So definitely post capitulation, buyers in charge makes a little bit of sense to me. That's what the chart's been saying. We're going to be patient. A bit of a bounce here on the market could give us a pull right back in to that 139 level. What's up, Sia?
Yeah, just a couple comments from U.S. President Donald Trump here speaking. The market is reacting negatively to the conference. You can see the market is dipping here right in front of me. But he's also saying that Iran has allowed a French container ship to cross the Strait of Hormuz after over a month stuck in the Gulf. This is as per reports from Bloomberg. If any other things comes up, of course, I'll keep you updated.
Yeah, that's some good news there. Letting some ships through. We'll wait and see if there's any sort of stronger action here. 140, just chilling. We're just chilling on top of 140. So we got that bid, we got the high day breakout, and then now we're kind of stalling, consolidating. Not really getting too strong of a read on this just right now. But I'll be patient. We've got to be, where's the next trade, the next opportunity? I think, yeah, sure, if you wanted to front run some of this, you got that breakout level at 139s and some change. But if we're going to chop around, you can see I marked out that 140.75, which is like, if I'm really going to try to fade some of this move, do I have to risk up to there? Do I risk up to current day structure highs, which is at 140.42s? Not really very clear just right now. So I'm going to be patient. I think, yeah, definitely better to make some calls on at least high volatility or when he stepped off, because I can get into a position right now, it can be looking like one thing, he says one thing, and then boom, we're going the other way. So I don't necessarily want to get rocked in a potential swipe risk there. So being patient, waiting for him to kind of finish talking here as he's continuing. Let's see what you guys are doing in the chat here. Let's see, FSLY, Fastly. Yeah, we can take a quick look at Fastly here. FSLY, what is Fastly doing? Fastly is not doing anything too crazy. Strong flush off of the open there and making lower highs and lower lows on the day on FSLY. There's some fresh highs on USO. We're past, I guess, 50s printed. No, so we did kind of bid right back up. So that consolidation is holding that 140 as a bit of current support currently. So that's what I have on watch. Give me patient though. I don't know, not really seeing anything too crazy just yet. The short was nice. I mean, if you were sitting short on a few of these names, like Apple, which was holding underneath its VWAP, or Tesla, that's just been trending all day long, that's at 347s, or even Amazon, which was consolidating at the highs and then broke that consolidation low, right? So there's a few different ways you could have definitely taken with trend trades on the day today. Wow, that's a bit of size on 140.20s. On USO gets taken just like that. You got to remember this thing trades off of oil futures, and that's where the real volume and the real dollar volume is really being transacted. The whole world watching oil right now. Those futures are where some of the biggest players are definitely participating in some of these moves. So got to keep an eye on those as well. And just before he started speaking, we got a level there about I think it was at like 119s, right? 119s a barrel. So interesting stuff to say the least.
See, you brought us that number as well, too, talking about the barrels of oil, Obi. Do you see anything that you're liking? I know you had USO on your mind. I have the TQQs here for a potential trade and a continuation to the downside. Volume did step in, but now we're starting to find somewhat of a rebound. What's the game plan? Run into prior structure that acted as support. We allowed that to act as resistance. We get that curl over, and then maybe we can start to rock and roll and party a little bit to the downside. Obi has to check FSLY. I'm like, why isn't the TQs tanking? What's up, dear Ollie? Hope everything's going good on your end. We'll take out FSLY momentarily. Man, oh man, what a print here on IBIT. And I had the short 39.82 all the way down to 38. Just straight flush to the downside here on Bitcoin. That channel, weakness, and then sure enough, off to the races it goes, puts in that new high. I think it's really close to correlating with that pre-market high. Yeah, right. There's no way. Okay, no, it's a little bit higher, right? But the body of it, so we closed right around that 39.85 mark, and then sure enough, off to the races, we go to the downside. It's like slope styles over here, guys, just straight speed down the hill, essentially, for IBIT, and it hasn't been a good look and hasn't found any form of rebound. So an all-day grind in IBIT gone in the span of a half an hour or so, which is never really fun to be a part of here. So, Sia, what do you have?
Yeah, U.S. President Donald Trump talking here. Really important that somebody apparently leaked some information that he's speaking about currently, and we're looking to find the leaker. We're going to go to the media company that released it, and they will either have to comply or go to jail because they leaked national intelligence.
Thank you for that, Sia. Yeah, guys, I'm starting to agree too. I think we're ending the near. There goes silver to the top side, 65.92. It's been pretty choppy here today. Nice break through the resistance zone right here. Now let's see how we're going to act on the TQQs, right? Are we going to reject this support level? Always short USO as the market is going higher. That's the play, in my opinion. Nice move right there, Obi. TQQs climbing. Are we going to reject VWAP, or are we going to continue on the northeast trajectory and start to find somewhat of a rebound? We have the initial flush lower, and then we're starting to bounce back. Bang, says Gorev on AMD 3-minute. Let's see what Advanced Micro Devices is up to. A nice little bounce there in AMD. Not too bad. Good print there on the 3. Break of that high. Quality entry. That's exactly what we want to see. So nice work on that one there, Gorev. As it looks like it wants to continue to climb. So not too bad of a look there on AMD as the tech sector is finding somewhat of a bottom, it seems like. Aside from Tesla, right? Like, what are you up to? Ooh, dangerous. Glad, see, like, imagine we held on to this. I'm so glad that we got out at the break and we're like, you know what? Let's not try to have to do this play anymore. So what I was getting at, so yeah, it is the Model X and the S, fully out of production. And then these guys essentially overproduce 50,000 vehicles. You know what I mean? So like you're sitting on some inventory. That's not good. 50K, and it's kind of like the retail space. If you make too much and no one really wants it, then what are you gonna do to get rid of your inventory? And if you start putting in all these discounts and incentives, what happens to your margins? So you're operating not very profitable for that bottom line. It's not good. And I think that's the narrative that Tesla's in. The future is in robotaxi. It's in Elon Musk's best interest to get this thing rolling as fast as he possibly can. The geofence in Austin starting to slowly expand. But Waymo, if you want to talk about, aside from FSD miles, Waymo has substantially more autonomous vehicle miles than what Tesla has. And they're in more cities. Breno was telling me actually in 2027, I believe, is when the contract for Waymo starts here in Toronto. In Toronto, they're also in the Miami region, the Florida region. They're in San Francisco and California. And yet we're sitting over here with Tesla and its autonomous stuff, and they can't get out of the geofence of Austin, Texas. Like this guy's really got to get the ball moving, in my opinion, on some of these things. And I just think that this vehicle coming in at $30,000, it's going to be attractive to a lot of individuals. So, yeah, I think it's really important for Elon Musk and company. How long are we going to remain forward-looking on this? I understand the robotics and autonomous, but essentially you need to start to bring some things out on the bottom line, and I think that's really important for the company. Obi, what do you got going on?
Nothing much, man. Just taking a quick little tape scalp here. If you guys heard, I was just like, oh, that was a lot of size sitting on. Oh, there's a bit of flush happening. I was like, there's a lot of size sitting at that 140.20s, and I was like, okay, that was the biggest kind of transaction that went through on the lit market there on USO, and boom, sellers step in on the break back through that 140. So yeah, I caught, with the initial, I caught some of that there as well. Where's my USO here? So yeah, so you can see I didn't get as aggressive as I wanted to. There's no real follow through just yet. There's follow through coming in now, and I think I covered a decent chunk of it right here for a quick 20, 30 pennies. I mean, realistically, I should be getting in like at 140.20s. I hesitated just a bit and then caught that 140 breakdown as well. But, you know, nothing too crazy, just scalping it out right now. Again, this was an area of supply yesterday or prior trading day, and it comes in. We marked those levels up. We talk about, you know, being prepared for potential areas, potential trades there. I was just like 140 is going to be interesting. 140.75s is also going to be interesting as well. And I was just like, yeah, slow, steady, you know, front run up into that 1 p.m. He finished talking. There's another gentleman on the mic right now, yeah. So I'm sure he might come back for closing remarks. But as of right now, that 140 was definitely a lot of interesting stuff happening there. Wow, here we go back into 139.5. So absolutely beautiful. Let's see if we're coming back into the area which was prior day highs. So not prior day's highs, today's high a day, so prior intraday highs at 139.20s-ish. I think it was 139.29, coming back into that area here as well. And on the run up pre-1 o'clock, we had that consolidation that did hold up on top of those levels as well. So we're coming right back in. Let's see now. Question becomes, that resistance did turn into support intraday. Is that still support as of right now is the next question that I'm asking here. But yeah, definitely an opportunity to potentially add here in the 139.80s, but I didn't really take it. If I'm getting in serious size, I think it would have been right here 140.20s. But I'll take whatever I can get. Right, quick little scalps there. Hadn't really taken a trade before this on the day today, and you guys already know how I'm starting to roll as of recent. Just got to be patient for the opportunities that are really worth my time, and then hit it to the best of my abilities. Again, I got to get it a little bit better. That's the next step, right? Hitting it with a little bit more aggression, especially when I have a lot more conviction of something following through here. Take a look at this swipe right back up here on the NASDAQ. Oh boy! So we got that flush down. We broke down those day lows there into 24.260s. Flushes down, nice little bounce off of 24.200s, and that bounce wiping right back up. So look at these two 15-minute candles. Nice little symmetry on those two candles there. Strong red to the downside, strong green to the upside, coming right back in as if nothing happens, right? So I do like some of those reversion trades, but again, oil didn't really get all the way back down to VWAP, right? I think the action's a little bit more nuanced here in terms of how we came into that 140, but yeah, just taking some more off here. Just holding on to a bit of a breadcrumb here, but yeah, a quick little scalp on that 140 failure to follow through. I think definitely a bit of a failure to follow through, and we got the tape turn, which was nice. More confluence with size actually showing up. So we talk about, capitulatory action that happens on the book, on the tape, when things are, when buyers and sellers are about to exchange hands. So there was a good confirmation of that as well, just above that 140. Doing it live. Doing it live.
All right.
So, quick little scalp there. Got lucky with that one. But where's the next trade? That's what I'm waiting for here. And hopefully we continue to get a little bit of volatility going into the end of the day on the US of O. Coming right back into 139.5s now. So gonna be patient. This was the level that I'm talking about. This was prior intraday highs right there. I'll mark that off. We'll make that a different color because I don't necessarily want this on the chart for very long, as I do think some of the other levels hold a lot more precedent for me. But we'll just do, that's not as visible. We'll just do like a blue line there. So we'll see how well this holds now. Does that prior morning session resistance turn into support? The first sign of us interacting with that level does show us that there might be a little bit of support there. But wait and see. I have no idea. I have no idea what the market is going to do. And the gentleman just finished. And okay, cool. We have some more speakers here now coming in. So we'll wait and see. At the end of the day, it doesn't necessarily just have to be the president saying something. Anybody can say something there and kind of confirm or deny you know, how much more aggressive things are going to get with Iran. So going to be patient. And at the end of the day, like, even if I wasn't listening to the conference, the tape and the book said a lot more in terms of exercising opportunity than anybody else did. So, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice trade there on USO, though. That's a good one. Waited all day, little precision. So you had the game plan. You're ready. You'd like to take a little bit more size, but I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, it wasn't that convincing. That's why I was just like, if we actually like capitulated, we got to 140.70s, and then we slammed back in, and then we had some volatility there. Yeah, I'm more than willing to hit it with a lot more. But yeah.
I mean, you took it, man. Be happy for what you got. That's a nice little move there.
Sure.
One trade on the day. Rock and roll on that one. I mean, we've taken 3, and they haven't worked out here for us. So I'd take that one trade all day if I took that USO trade. I mean, silver still climbing a little bit higher. Market's still choppy. I mean, ask for the pulse 1600, right? Like buy the dip, fade the pop, both of those things. So like we just dip and then you buy it and it just buys right back up to essentially the volume weighted average price on the NASDAQ here, guys. So not too much really going on. You had that little bit of an increase in volatility, and then sure enough, it's like it never existed. So you'll just be buying the dip on it, and the market rebounds pretty aggressively. USO starting to find somewhat of a rebound, both slightly climbing higher. But yeah, I'm waiting for a good opportunity here. Are we going to head back lower in the TQQs? If I go short the market, essentially we're looking at USO to climb a little bit higher. So what's going on, Mike P, the rider? Let me know what you guys did here today. Did you go short? Did you go long? Did you buy the dip? I know a lot of us were voting, so let's see what the narrative has been on today's session.
There it
is. There it goes. Yeah, there it goes. A nice, yeah, there it is. Oh, whoa, there's the volatility spike right there, Obi. Nice, a big time move lower to 139. So you hit that dollar just like that as you had that strong aggressive pop in the NASDAQ. So let's see if he said anything. Volume stepping in, a nice volatility spike, and that's exactly what we were expecting, especially when this first started. So let's be patient and see what we got going on. Oh, that was interesting. Oh, okay, it's just me. That was you, Fabian, over there. All right, guys. Yeah, let me see. Who is that? It was you? Oh, I keep hearing something in my ear. I don't know what it is. Yeah, uh-oh. That's not good. Maybe I'm hearing stuff. Anyways, aside from that, guys, volatility spike, volume stepping in, USO to the downside. Are we continuing on it? Nice rebound. So be prepared, guys, for these spikes. And you don't want to get caught offside. You want to stick to that stop and get out just in case it continues to go against you.
Yes, sir. So yeah, that bit of a volatility spike there, but you know, already sitting a little bit short. I'll get out of the rest right there. So, yeah, look at that. The dip just got bought right back up. So aggressive dip down into this area here that I mentioned, 139s, 139.20s, and support steps right back in. So I'm like, all right, cool. Done with that one. So, got a little bit lucky with part of the position, got that swipe down, got some exits in and around that swipe down 139.20s. So, it is what it is. Didn't have I guess full size either. And I did talk about maybe potentially being able to take more on the hold of that 139.80s, but it is what it is. Always can be a little bit better with some of these quick little scalps, and you get lucky sometimes with those swipes as well, especially if they're in the direction that I'm already sitting in. But thank you. Come again. I am not going to be, especially after I see this candle, that absorption pretty much of the swipe back down into prior day's highs. I'm going to wait for more information for that one, but 140 is potentially coming right back in here on USO. Let me know how you guys are holding up here with this here volatility. We'll see what you guys are up to as well. Alexander saying Netflix. I don't know if Netflix is the best vehicle right now in this with what's happening on the market here. People posting some funny stuff on Twitter at the same time. So let's see. What is this? YOU. Who is this? Clear Secure. Interesting. So this has a news article right now. YOU. Okay. Okay, that's nothing crazy though right now. But yeah, there's 140 once again on USO. So good thing pieced out of that one for now. Maybe sellers step right back in, but I have no idea. We'll wait and see. Especially after if we slap down like that and then bid right back up, that's pretty aggressive, and that is a stair step up on top of morning structure. So that's also a little piece of information. We talk about this crazy candle that we had in the morning session around 10:30. That was pretty much kind of capitulation. Look at the volume bar. Even this spike down, the volume bar is not as high as this one from the morning session. And that was very capitulatory. And then buyers told us who's in charge after that. Guess what? Buyers still very much in charge on top of some of those levels coming in now. So there's 140.10s on USO. Market bids right back up to where it was on pre-flush, and we're kind of catching a bit of a chop here. So back into opening ranges. So nothing crazy in terms of any sort of a follow through on the NASDAQ or the ES as of right now, Joe.
Good luck. All right, let's see if we can get this short rocking and rolling right at VWAP. If it breaks through this, then we get out of Dodge, right? We're in at 76s. We give this 20 cents to 96s, and then we get out of it. So let's see if this will come into play and we get this continuation. Hegseth, Pete, really giving him the nod there. I guess it's part of his job to glaze, as the kids would like to typically say. Let's see what we got going on, man. If this trade doesn't work, then maybe it's like, hey, we're not gonna get anything rocking and rolling, which is unfortunate. And it is what it is, because tomorrow's going to be a new day. So let's see if we can get that breakdown back towards the low of the day. OB's all out of USO. So, I mean, let's see, man. Breakdown here. Nice continuation. Would have liked to get a little bit better of a price, 10 cents to be exact, because then my risk could have been a little bit tighter with more shares. But slowly starting to sell off, and that's what we're looking for. I hear Katina Man punching keys over there as well. Sean short Intel. Let's see what he's got going on here on INTC. See if that's going to drag the market. Nice, probably from the 50s, 60s area. Is exactly the price in which Katina Man is short Intel off that pop, and then now continuing to bleed its own blood. So a nice little look. Let's go T triple Qs. See if we can wait till 50s before we take anything off on this, Obi. But first things first, we need to start selling before we can look for that $43, $50 price range for our potential first take profit. NVDA slowly starting to curl over as well. Google was strong. I know we were talking about it putting in a new high of the day, but some indecision prints off of the highs here. Let's see if this starts to sell off. Same thing with Microsoft here. But if Google decides to go Oppo and put in a new HOD, then it's we're in a little bit of trouble. And same thing here. If we decide to climb a little bit higher in NVDA, then it's just like, yeah, we might have to get out of this. Nice. Oh, Gorb, look at this. Look at that on the 3-minute. Nice indecision print right there on the 3-minute. What is the 5-minute telling us? Relatively the same thing, but still some selling pressure within this, so we'll have to continue to monitor that. But that's not bad, man. That's not bad. I typically don't go off of indecision prints on the 3-minute. More or less just the 1 and the 5. The 1 and the 5 is what I built my algos off of. So, Mike Peter Ryder, getting a lot of messages. Katina Man, Mike Peter Ryder, getting a lot of messages deleted here today. I don't know. I mean, Katina Man's not bad, but anyways, aside from that, bless you, Ramin. We're looking for some next opportunities. Obi, do you have any more game plan? You had that short, you locked in some profits, you got all out, I'm assuming, as it started to climb a little bit higher.
Yeah.
And then what do you think in here for the next potential trade, like maybe another move back lower on another volatility spike? Or are we going to head towards the low of the day in the market? That will probably put USO north of 141 now, is it?
It's almost there. It's getting back. So it got all the way back up. So 140.75s was that next level that I'm interested in. And look at that. It gets a strong absorption there on that spike down. Buyers step right back in. And then there's follow through as well. So yeah, exactly. Good reasons to buy here as well post that flush down and then pulling right back up into 140.75. So yeah, maybe that 141 potentially coming in here. This was the pre-market high from prior trading session on Thursday. You can see here we did kind of attempt to break that by about roughly 10 pennies, I think. Yeah, 10 pennies. 75s that marked as the highs. Yeah, so roughly 10 pennies as the current day high is around 140.82s. So we'll wait and see what happens in and around this level. But yeah, buyers definitely very much in charge here on USO as it just does a bit of continuation, right? We've been talking about how oil's been stepping up higher and higher. And if it stays in trend, yeah, sure, USO can definitely see some 150s. Even if we look at crude oil, now some of my charts here are going to be slightly delayed, but we can take a look at this as well, right? So if we're coming into some of those prior days levels, potentially, 115s, 119s maybe on watch, right? On watch. So again, this one's delayed, I think, by about 10 minutes. That is delayed by 10 minutes. Yeah, okay, cool. So we're 10 minutes behind roughly on this one, and you can see that most of the volatility that we have been getting has been in the past 10 minutes. So got to be patient for that data to come in, or if you have a live feed as well, which we do. Yeah, got to be watching that one close at the same time. You can see here from the camera in the back, you can see I'm watching the conference happening right now on my top screen at the same time. Yeah, keep you guys updated on any sort of significant things that are said for sure.
Yeah. All right, man. Let's see. We got a little bit of a downtick, man. I keep running into these 1-to-1s, but I understand that sometimes you have to take what the market gives you, but come on, give your boy a nice 2-to-1 here and head into that 50s, 56s. So let's be a little bit more patient. If USO continues to climb, IBIT looking like it wants to head a little bit lower. We need NVDA to start selling off as well. Apple's starting to curl over as well too, guys. So I'll pull up. Take a look at the mag here. NVDA, this thing is a hot, choppy mess at times. And you know what? Okay, let's run things back a little bit here. So I remember when I first started trading, I just ran the most basic scan. It's like anything over 1 million shares, pull it up, right? Let's see what we got going on. And I ended up trading Apple quite often in my first year. And not even, anyways. Leading to the point is that NVIDIA and Apple are most likely going to always put in 1 million shares before that 8:30 mark, right, or that 9 o'clock mark through your scan. But just because the floats are so large and the market capitalization is so large on these two names that it takes a long time for that ship to turn around. And I use the cruise ship and the speedboat analogy. You have the lower float names quicker to turn around, but the Apples and the NVDAs chop around a lot and need substantially more capital because of the weighting of them and how large the market cap is in order for them to move. So I actually, around month 6 or 7, I'm I no longer am trading Apple due to these specific reasons, and I very, very rarely trade AAPL. Very rarely. Outside of earnings, it's just not something that I particularly do, and I'm not saying that's necessarily the case, but do I need to do some form of due diligence to see hey, do we have to kind of categorize it in the same realm as AAPL? Now, where we're sitting on from a daily perspective, right, this is just me spitting the thoughts of my brain essentially to you guys. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. Have I been wrong? Absolutely. But I think it's good for us to take these things into consideration, that it's important to figure out when these larger names, i.e. the NVDAs and the AAPLs, are in play, and you're looking for a breakout when you're sitting in this. I mean, you get the ups and downs, but the price action a little bit more difficult to navigate. For me, that is, right? And this is just me speaking my book, essentially. So, yeah, that's how I feel about it at times. We took the trade, but it hasn't done much here today. And if you don't have the larger participants really starting to step in, it makes things a little bit more difficult for that asset to move. And that's when you get these really, really choppy type sessions. And they can definitely get you frustrated because it needs a lot of capital to move the underlying asset.
Well, for sure, man. There's definitely a lot of dollar volume required to be moving any of these large caps. To be honest.
Yeah, man.
Just watching this USO. So interestingly enough, we came into that 75 and a little bit of selling coming in there. Just observing it, being patient to see if these levels actually hold and if they're confirming to hold their current day high 140.83s. So we did kind of technically hold that 140.75 level. Now pulling back into those 140 halves. So still holding higher highs and higher lows. Technically, just gonna be patient. They're still not done talking. So I think it's just now just a patience game, waiting for them to step off of the podium and then see if the market does anything in reaction to that as well to potentially exercise the next trading idea. But yeah, this area, I don't necessarily want to get involved here if we're just going to chop. Sure, it's about a 70 penny area, but I'll wait and see. I could definitely take another stab at this here for a potential pullback into 140s, but where's the next trade that I think, in my opinion, is definitely higher, I guess, expected value. I have no idea, but I'm going to be patient and wait right there. You can see that spike right back up towards those highs there, 140.60s. So
Neil, did you do that?
Interesting stuff here on USO. Let's see what else is going on. What do you guys?
Did you do
what
that?
Do you guys
change the background.
Trading here on the day? Are you talking about the chart there?
No, they changed the background.
Oh, true.
Yeah, no, I like the other one, Fabian, to be honest with you. But I mean, it's both.
We got a nice, what is that, cityscape there, Toronto cityscape. Nice, good stuff there on that. Let's take a look at some of the names that we were watching earlier. Yeah, the thing is, I don't necessarily trade Apple that much either, but when it shows up, and if it shows up as in play, like on a day like earnings or something like that, or if it's technically showing up like it did today, for sure, I should definitely be getting involved, but didn't really. That was a miss on my part, not being involved with Apple. There were a couple other names that were, I guess there were okay reversions, but Apple probably the best one on the day here. And still on Tesla, no real sign of bouncing. Again, this one is the only Mag 7 that is doing this right now. So when things are doing or behaving in ways that are distinctly different, I do want to keep very close eyes on them, and Tesla's definitely one of them. But no sign of a real bounce just yet. If anything, just sellers stepping in with even more aggression. And we saw more of that happen with the market. The market recovered back into its range highs, but Tesla, no real recovery on any sort of a bid there. Sure, there's some scalps to be had for potential pushes back towards VWAP, but dominance is very much held today by sellers here on Tesla. So being patient, waiting for the next opportunity here. You guys let me know what you guys think the next opportunity for you all are. SKYQ, is that continuing to go? I know that was SKYQ. I know that was a thing last week. Okay, cool. Yeah, some aggressive volume on SKYQ with a continuation to the upside. So I think they might be starting to do questions soon, maybe, perhaps. But Trump is back on the mic as of right now. So be patient and wait to see if there's any other opportunities that do show up. TQ is short working very nicely.
Yeah, it's working. We're looking for a little bit more for a break of that 43 level. See if we get it, though. I got to keep an eye on USO, even though, I mean, it's not going to move it. It's more or less the Mag 7. We need a breakdown in NVDA. And some of the other names. There are some prints that display you might get a little bit lower. There it goes. All right, let's go. If we pick up that momentum, we're prepared to take some out right here at 57s. That'll be our 2-to-1 right there. And that's what you need. That's what we're waiting for. We don't want to get too ahead of, but there it is. 43.60s, a strong support. And if we don't continue this breakdown and NVDA continues to chop, it's going to make our lives significantly more difficult. Apple finding somewhat of a rebound as well, too, guys. Google, how you've been performing, slight uptick as well. So, yeah, keep an eye on the Mag 7 and the mega cap names in order for us to see if we're going to get this move, or we have to be prepared to take some off out of 1-to-1. 3 times we hit a 1-to-1 here today, and I'm like, let's wait for that 2-to-1 to see if we got anything really cooking up for us here on this specific trade. But a bounce in the supply zone starting to come into effect. So we'll be patient. Let's go over Robinhood 69.75. Name has been getting absolutely destroyed, man. It's not good, obviously. They need to decouple from the crypto trade, in my opinion. I understand that a lot of individuals traded on that platform, but you have the gold membership. You have Vlad Tenev wanting to tokenize private equities, even though I don't even know if that's going to matter in the span. It's just people want that early exposure to SpaceX, the Anthropics, and the OpenAIs. If they all go public, then it's like, okay, what else is that next private thing? That the big private, obviously there's a lot of private equity, but what is that next big thing? And I think the most anticipated ones are those 3, and they all plan on going public at some point. SpaceX maybe being one of the earlier ones. We know Elon Musk extremely optimistic and doesn't really care about timelines. He'll spit anything at you and say, yeah, it's coming now at this point. So they filed for it. Let's see if we get it sooner rather than later. And same with the Anthropic story as well, too. We asked for Claude. How are you liking it? You use it? Is it your primary? How do you feel in the world of these like LLM and AI tools?
Sorry, what was the question? Claude for what?
Claude, just like, do you like it more than ChatGPT?
No, I canceled my GPT subscription a few months ago now.
Okay.
Just been maining Claude at home. I like the way the co-work really works on your computer. But yeah, Claude is I think much better for what I'm trying to do. Been working on, I say, a few algo ideas as well, and it's great. It's kind of like vibe coding, coming up with different strategies, observing certain behaviors happen, and then quantifying those behaviors.
Can plug Claude directly into TradingView now.
I saw that this morning. So gonna be working a little bit with
and it
with that
takes
as well.
the code from TradingView and then translates it into Claude, and then you can like do it. I mean, you don't want to ask it the basic stuff like, oh, where is it going, but like more or less for analysis and like a quantitative approach and being like, hey.
Of course, yeah. I mean, it's not. It doesn't have like a crystal ball, right?
Exactly.
But you can feed it different stats for different strategies, and really, kind of add confluence to any sort of ideas and trades that you may already have in your playbook. And the great thing about Claude as well is that it actually connects to your Notion. So that's what, again, kind of really benefiting with some of that, because I have a few years worth of journals on Notion that I've been keeping, and now it's able to go through all of them, give me some analysis, give me some feedback about certain things. And that's why you see me not like trading as much throughout the day, because now I just I have a good idea of what I'm good at, what kind of opportunities I should really be waiting for, and where to participate. And sure, I'm still going to have the occasional fumble here and there, but that's the idea, right? I want to try to reduce that as much as possible here.
So with your journal, like you plugged it in, is it telling you like from a time frame standpoint which strategy is essentially like, is it pulling the data that you want it to pull from you to see like if you can become more efficient?
Yeah, no, exactly. So it's like I'll ask it certain questions about like what time of the day certain things tend to happen, or after what kind of mood or mindset. I have my sleep scores and everything in there as well. So obviously more reiteration of what I already know. On good sleep, I perform better. On when I have a better sleep score, I perform better. So just honing that stuff in. I mean, I already you already had that stat, but it's just nice to have it as like an all-inclusive.